Welcome to the cultivation universe where everything abnormal is normal. And today's main character, Bai Xiaochun, is living proof. A young man who fears death more than the sky falling. A genius whose main talent is causing trouble. And also the only person who can make the entire sect want to beat him, protect him, and avoid him as much as possible. A will eternal, a cultivation story full of laughter. But beneath it is the emotional journey of a seemingly useless person who carries within him a will that can shake heaven and earth. If you want a story that's addictive from the first listen, humorous, touching, and extremely captivating, then this is the perfect choice. Now let's embark on a journey where just one thought is enough to shake eternity. Although Li Qing'ou had never been to Bai Xiaochun's residence before, he always remembered it vividly. At this moment, he was walking along a mountain path, the surroundings gradually becoming deserted. Soon, a small courtyard appeared before him. But before he could get close, he saw a figure in white on the path, holding a black piece of meat in its hand, eating it as it walked, seemingly very excited, humming a little tune. Li Qinghu's face turned grim. The piece of meat the other person was holding was clearly a disguised chicken leg. Anger surged within him. Bai Xiaochun, his voice wasn't loud, but it was like a thunderclap. Bai Xiaochun, gnawing on a chicken bone, nearly jumped up upon hearing this. Senior elderly, Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. He took a deep breath, unconsciously stuffing the chicken leg in his hand into his mouth, making it swell up like a balloon. Biting down hard a few times before trying to swallow it, he choked, his face turning red. In this sect, the person he feared most was Li Qing'ou, especially after eating so much of the other party's chicken. Bai Xiaochun felt even more guilty, sweat dripping down his forehead. He wiped it with his sleeve and hurried over, his face displaying a submissive and sincere expression as he bowed respectfully. Disciple greets senior elder Li Qing, whose face was expressionless as he looked at Bai Xiaochun, a wave of helplessness rising in his heart. Bai Xiaochun's ancestors had once shown him kindness, and Li Qing'ou was a man who valued gratitude. Even though it was just a small matter back then, he never forgot to repay it. The heads of Qingfeng Mountain and Ziding Mountain came to see him, discussing the matter of the spirit-tailed chicken. Although it wasn't a particularly valuable spiritual creature, he didn't like others criticizing his disciples, so he personally compensated them. Looking at Bai Xiaochun now, Li Qing'ou felt even more disappointed in his lack of progress. You've only been an outer disciple for a little over half a year, and your cultivation has already increased from the 3rd to the 4th level of the condensation realm. You must be quite proud of yourself, aren't you? Li Qing'ou snorted coldly. Bai Xiaochun glared, quickly cleared his throat, not knowing what to say, and continued to maintain his submissive demeanor, thinking that as long as he had a good attitude, perhaps nothing would happen. But when he thought about the fact that he had just held the leg of the other party's spirit-tailed chicken in his hand, sweat broke out on his forehead once again. You've been causing so much trouble and messing around for so long. Then in 3 months you should come and participate in the Xiangyun Mountain's small competition for disciples at the 4th and 5th levels of the Qia condensation realm. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's demeanor, Li Qing'ou felt a headache coming on. After a moment of thought, he said indifferently, "Small competition, a small competition." As soon as he said that, Bai Xiaochun's heart skipped a beat. He had heard of the small competition before, and although there were rewards, it was rumored to be a fierce battle, and a slight carelessness could lead to injury. He immediately put on a pleading expression. "Senior, I'm only at the 4th level of the Qia condensation realm. If they make me compete against them, what if they kill me? In this competition, the Qia condensation realm must enter the top 5, otherwise, I will." Li Qing'ou ignored Bai Xiaochun, his eyes showing a stern expression. Before he could finish speaking, Bai Xiaochun sighed. "I know, expulsion from the sect." Li Qing'ou glared. He knew Bai Xiaochun had a bad temper, and simply expelling him from the sect wouldn't be enough to make him feel threatened. Thinking that this guy was very afraid of death, Li Qing'ou suddenly flicked his sleeve, wrapping it around Bai Xiaochun and sending him flying out of the courtyard, straight to the mountaintop. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded with fear. Looking at Li Qinghu's expressionless face, he vaguely sensed something was wrong. In midair, he felt a strong wind hitting his face, but before he could see clearly, Li Qing'ou had already brought him to the back mountain of Xiangyun Mountain. This area, filled with many herbs, was considered a forbidden zone of Xiangyun Mountain. Normally, disciples couldn't enter. As soon as they landed, Li Qingou carried Bai Xiaojun rapidly towards a mountain valley. Upon entering, a chilling aura immediately permeated the air. The vegetation on all sides was lush and vibrant. Even when Li Qingou arrived, the plants swayed. Bai Xiaojun's heart raced. He felt a sense of danger emanating from the vegetation. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw a red venomous snake slowly raise its head from within the plants, its tongue flicking out, its icy eyes staring intently at him. A snake, Bai Xiaojun's scalp tingled. Immediately afterward, Bai Xiaojun moved forward, and the valley was completely revealed before him. He instantly saw countless snakes densely packed together all over the ground, among the plants, and on the branches of the trees. The snakes were brightly colored, their appearance dazzling, and they all seemed to be venomous creatures, each with its tongue flicking out and a cold gaze. Bai Xiaojun trembled. Since childhood, he had been terrified of snakes, especially when those venomous snakes looked at him. Many of them clearly showed they wanted to attack, their mouths bared, revealing fangs, and some had even begun to spit venom. But Bai Xiaojun thought again. He already had the immortal skin, so perhaps these venomous snakes couldn't bite through it. Thinking this, he suddenly felt that even if there were more of these snakes, they were just weaklings. He wasn't afraid at all. However, his eyes darted around, worried that if he showed no fear, Li Qingou might lead him to an even more dangerous place. So he immediately let out a mournful, pathetic cry, feigning great fear. Bai Xiaojun snorted coldly, and his cultivation spread out. The snakes immediately twisted their bodies, slowly moving aside, revealing a small path. At the end of the path was a cave, pitch black inside, constantly emitting a nauseating stench. Uncle Li, should condensation help? I haven't broken any rules. Bai Xiaojun's voice trembled. Li Qinghu's face was expressionless as he grabbed Bai Xiaojun and led him straight to the cave. After entering, he flicked his sleeve, and the surroundings instantly brightened considerably. Bai Xiaojun immediately saw even more venomous snakes than outside, all significantly larger, emitting hissing sounds. This sound seemed to carry some strange power, clearly capable of momentarily unsettling one's mind. Bai Xiaojun's eyes widened in surprise. A powerful sense of danger made his breathing quicken. But what terrified him most was that he discovered these venomous snakes all possessed the strength of cultivators, or even surpassed them. He even saw a four-colored venomous snake that could rival a fifth-level Cha condensation cultivator. The snake's gaze sent chills down Bai Xiaojun's spine. Considering his immortal skin, he feared he wouldn't last long here. This time, there was no need to pretend anymore. He was truly afraid. This is the Valley of 10,000 Snakes, a place where our Xiangyun Mountain extracts venom. These snakes are all extremely poisonous. A single drop of venom can kill 100 oxen. Cultivators below the foundation establishment stage who are exposed to this venom will die if treatment is delayed. Especially deep inside, there's even a snake king comparable to a great perfection Cha condensation cultivator. Even a little bit of its venom would be difficult to save. In the outer sex minor competition, if you don't make it into the top 5, rest assured, I won't expel you from the sect. Instead, I'll let you come here to help me collect poison, Bai Xiaojun said indifferently, looking at Li Xiaojun. This, Uncle Li, rest assured, it's just a minor sect competition, isn't it? It's just about making it into the top 5. I, Bai Xiaojun, will definitely succeed. Bai Xiaojun's mouth was dry and his face was pale. Hearing that there were even more terrifying venomous snakes deep inside, he immediately swore in his heart that he would never come back to this place again in his life. Hearing Bai Xiaojun's assurance, Li Qingou felt a little pleased, but his face remained expressionless as before. He snorted, took Bai Xiaojun away from this place, and returned to Xiangyun Mountain. Then, leaving Bai Xiaojun on the small path, he turned and left. Before leaving, he paused, without looking back, his voice drifting past. By the way, were those spirit-tailed chickens delicious? After saying this, Li Qingou didn't wait for Bai Xiaojun's reply, his figure floating away. Bai Xiaojun sighed, his face gloomy as he walked back to the small courtyard. The wind blew through the grass along the way, making him repeatedly think of those venomous snakes. Li Qingou? He's clearly Li Qinghuo. How outrageous! Bai Xiaojun sat in the courtyard with a pleading expression, then gritted his teeth fiercely. I definitely won't go to the 10,000 Snake Valley. If I get poisoned, my life will be over. Since that's the case, wouldn't it be better to aim for the top 5? I'll risk it. Bai Xiaochun immediately made up his mind. My current cultivation level isn't high enough to participate in the competition. I need spirit herbs. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, clenched his fists tightly, and a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. After scanning the surroundings, he immediately spotted the spirit bamboo plants. Completing this spirit bamboo quest will reward you with contribution points. These points can be used to exchange for spirit herbs. However, these bamboo stalks of mine are only about 5 jiang long. I don't know if it will work. Bai Xiaochun thought to himself, feeling a little skeptical. But there was no other way, so he calculated the time, knowing that the sect had assigned the next task of planting spiritual herbs in a few days. He waited anxiously for a few days, and finally, on the morning of the 4th day, Bai Xiaochun woke up very early, went to a bamboo stalk, and with both hands, grabbed one and pulled it up. He discovered that these bamboo stalks didn't look heavy at first glance, but after pulling them up, he found each one felt like metal, extraordinarily heavy. The courtyard shook slightly, and then 10 stalks of spirit bamboo, each nearly 5 jiang long and as thick as a person, were hoisted onto his shoulders as he slowly walked out of the courtyard. Preparing to return the completed task, his storage bag wasn't large enough to hold all these bamboo stalks. He could only carry them on his shoulders. Fortunately, Bai Xiaochun's immortal iron skin had reached the minor completion stage, and his strength had increased significantly. Otherwise, he might not have been able to carry them up the mountain. As he walked, Bai Xiaochun felt troubled. He thought about the competition one moment, then about those venomous snakes. He imagined broken bones from the fight. Why is my fate so miserable? Bai Xiaochun. Each bamboo stalk was incredibly heavy, yet Bai Xiaochun carried 10 stalks up the mountain in one go. Even with his current strength, he was panting heavily, making him feel even more sorry for himself. I came here to cultivate immortality for longevity. Why do I have to fight and kill? These bamboo stalks of mine could still grow longer, and now I have to exchange them for contribution points. The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the more wronged he felt, sighing repeatedly, then continued carrying the Lingdong bamboo up the mountain. At this time, at the mission-receiving pavilion on Xiangyun Mountain, many outer disciples were gathered. They presented the medicinal herbs they had cultivated, handing over their missions in exchange for contribution points. Here, the elder of Xiangyun Mountain is in charge of quality inspection. Different qualities result in different contribution points. That's right, this water mist flower has 4 petals. I'll give you a medium quality. This wood pattern is too heavily tainted. The earth element is too strong. It's unbalanced and unsuitable. On a large rock outside the pavilion, a white-haired old man with a rosy complexion sat cross-legged. Before him, countless disciples lined up, each presenting their cultivated spiritual herbs. After the old man finished inspecting them, a young attendant would award contribution points. In the air, a flock of elegant 5-colored phoenixes soared, each over a meter tall, occasionally letting out clear, melodious chirps. The flock of phoenixes was the old man's spirit beast. Every time he came here for the herb exchange, the outer disciples would gaze at the phoenixes from afar, their eyes filled with admiration. This old man before them had reached the foundation establishment stage of cultivation. Although his mastery of medicinal herbs was not on par with Li Qingou, he was still a renowned figure in the sect. Moreover, he was particularly obsessed with medicine. An obsession so profound that even Li Qingou felt he couldn't match it, so it was once said that if a 3rd grand apothecary appeared in Donglan continent, it would undoubtedly be Elder Zhou. Chen Xiang greets Elder Zhou. Soon, a young man with an ordinary appearance and a somewhat sturdy build also came forward from the disciples. He walked to Elder Zhou's front and respectfully bowed with clasped hands. As soon as the young man's words were spoken, many of the surrounding outer disciples turned their heads to look. They all looked on with curiosity. So it's senior brother Chen Xiang. I heard he has extraordinary talent in cultivating spirit herbs. I also heard that since Chen Xiang joined the sect, every time he's been assigned a task to cultivate spirit herbs, the quality has never been lower than top grade. He's incredibly unpredictable. While everyone was whispering amongst themselves, Chen Xiang's expression remained indifferent, but a hint of arrogance flickered in his eyes. Elder Chu looked at Chen Xiang, his gaze filled with admiration. He had recently paid a lot of attention to this disciple with exceptional talent in cultivating spirit herbs. Xiang, what are you cultivating today? Elder Chu asked gently. Reporting to Elder Chu, this time I'm cultivating Eastern Spirit Bamboo. Chen Xiang's right hand also waved, and suddenly about 10 spirit bamboo stalks, each about the size of a human arm, appeared beside him. Each stalk was more than half a meter long, its entire body a vibrant green, and when the sunlight shone through, a faint green light flashed along its length. These bamboo stalks were initially purified by my disciple using spiritual spring water, then ground into soil to nurture them. Every day, I spent at least 3 hours using my own spiritual energy to nourish them, and every 3 days I trimmed the leaf veins. Furthermore, I combined it with my knowledge of the 9 pure mysterious techniques and added some other herbs to help. Only then could I cultivate them like this. Good. These bamboo stalks are half a meter long, and their flowing pure essence surpasses ordinary high-grade bamboo. They can be classified as top grade. I hope you can continue to strive harder. If these bamboo stalks grow longer than a meter, they will definitely be high-grade spirit bamboo. Elder Chu stroked his beard, his eyes filled with even more admiration. The outer disciples standing around heard the words top grade and immediately began a flurry of excited discussions. Their eyes filled with admiration as they all gazed at the spirit bamboo on the ground. Chen Xiang's face lit up with joy, his arrogance intensifying as he bowed respectfully. He then approached the disciple standing nearby to receive his contribution points when a cold snort rang out. Elder Chu, disciple Zhao Yiduo has also cultivated some spirit bamboo. Following the cold snort, a young man with a long face and narrow eyes stepped forward. He glanced at Chen Xiang with disdain and contempt. As soon as he appeared, the outer disciples all around became agitated, staring intently. It's senior brother Zhao Yiduo. I heard his skill in cultivating spirit herbs is considered on par with Chen Xiang's. It seems those to have been constantly at odds lately. Each wants to claim the title of the #1 herb cultivator, Chen Xiang said with a gloomy expression, looking at Zhao Yidao. Their eyes met, and both saw the intense animosity in each other's eyes. Zhao Yidao, show me your spirit bamboo. Even Elder Zhou was somewhat interested. He greatly admired Zhao Yidao, and knowing that these 2 young men had competed so much in herb cultivation, he felt a little pleased. After all, only this kind of competition could push them both to higher levels. Zhao Yidao bowed to Elder Zhou, then patted his storage bag, and 10 stalks of spirit bamboo suddenly appeared. The bamboo stalks were about 10 feet long, the stems as thick as a thigh, and the vibrant green color of the stalks subtly shimmered, even emanating waves of spiritual energy. At a glance, they were clearly extraordinary, and compared to Su Xiang earlier, the difference in quality was evident. As soon as the bamboo was brought out, the surrounding disciples couldn't help but murmur excitedly. After all, they had only heard of, never seen, 10-foot-long spiritual bamboo like this. How long does it take to grow a 10-foot-long spiritual bamboo like that? This kind of spiritual bamboo has already reached the level of releasing spiritual energy like that. Senior brother Zhao's herb cultivation skills are truly the best among the outer disciples of Xiangyun Mountain. Seeing the expressions of those around him, Zhao Yiduo gave a mocking smile and looked towards Su Xiang. Su Xiang's expression instantly turned unpleasant. Elder Chu's eyes lit up, his gaze filled with admiration as he looked at the bamboo stalks, then he nodded slightly. Good, good. Although many disciples came to deliver spirit bamboo today, you have the best result. Your spirit bamboo, a meter long, has broken through to the upper grade and can be considered high grade. Zhao Yiduo, you are very good. I hope you will continue to strive in the future. Brother Chen, you also need to learn more. Zhao Yiduo bowed to Elder Chu, then looked at Su Xiang with a defiant expression. Su Xiang's expression became even more unpleasant, and he snorted coldly. Brother Zhao, don't get too excited too soon. What good is having someone else help you? In the next planting season, I will definitely bring you 1.5 meters long spirit bamboo. Zhao Yiduo laughed heartily upon hearing this. Brother Chen, aren't you afraid of the wind blowing your tongue away? We are Cha condensation disciples. Being able to grow one zhang approximately 3 meters is already the absolute limit. 1.5 zhang. Only foundation establishment elders can grow that. As for Tujang Haha I Jiao, have been in the sect for so many years and still haven't seen a Tujang spirit bamboo before Jiao Yidao could finish his sentence. A series of rumbling sounds suddenly erupted from the small path behind the group, as if some gigantic object was approaching. The outer disciples all turned their heads in astonishment, followed by a series of gasps. Even Su Ziang and Jiao Yidao, who were facing each other, were interrupted. They frowned and looked over. Very quickly, a clump of bamboo as thick as an adult's body suddenly appeared in their sight. These bamboo stalks were entirely dark green, with a few specks of purple visible upon closer inspection. When sunlight shone through, the entire structure radiated countless vibrant and beautiful colors. What startled everyone even more was the dense spiritual energy emanating from these bamboo stalks in all directions, causing countless people to exclaim in surprise. What is this thing? It looks like some kind of tree, but at first glance, it resembles bamboo. From Xiang and Jiao Yidao both frowned. They couldn't identify what kind of tree it was, but a quick glance was enough to tell that it was anything but ordinary. Meanwhile, Elder Zhou, standing to the side, suddenly widened his eyes, staring intently at the bamboo stalks, his breathing becoming rapid. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the bamboo stalks grew longer and longer. By the time they were fully visible, they had reached a length of 5 zhang, approximately 3.7 meters. Beneath the bamboo stalks, a thin, frail youth was panting heavily, carrying a heavy load on his shoulder, moving forward step by step. Like an ant carrying a heavy bun, each step he took echoed loudly. He strode straight ahead, and the outer disciples instinctively moved aside, all frightened and terrified by the youth's strength. This youth was Bai Xiaochun. He had trudged all the way here, his mind filled with sorrow, thinking of the brutal martial arts competition, thinking of the terrifying 10,000 Snake Valley. And he was on the verge of tears as he continued to trudge up the mountain path. Having finally reached this point, he paid no attention to those around him and went straight to Elder Zhou. Then, with a few loud thuds, he threw the entire bundle of bamboo to the ground, sat down on it, wiped away his sweat, and gasped for breath. These bamboo stalks can't fit in my storage bag. It's exhausting. Elder, I've come to hand over the mission. As soon as Bai Xiaochun finished speaking, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked around and realized that everyone around him was staring intently at the bamboo stalks. Their breathing became heavier. Bamboo, this really bamboo? I've lived this long, and I've never seen bamboo this big. This is truly a tree. Su Ziang and Jiao Yidao's eyes also showed surprise and doubt. They seemed to have recognized something, but they couldn't believe it. They suddenly approached and squatted down to examine the bamboo stalks closely again. Jiao Yidao even trembled, wanting to cut a section and split it open to see what was inside. However, before he could do so, Elder Zhou, standing nearby, approached and, with a flick of his sleeve, sent the two of them flying away. At this moment, Elder Chu's eyes were fixed on the bamboo. This is indeed spirit bamboo. After a long pause, Elder Chu took a deep breath and said. His voice startled all the outer disciples, then quickly erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. Spirit bamboo. These giant trees, they are. Spirit bamboo, how is this possible? How can spirit bamboo be so big? My God, it's 5 zhang long, the size of a normal person's body. Is this still bamboo? Exclamations of astonishment erupted, and because they could see the spirit bamboo of Su Ziang and Jiao Yidwo nearby, allowing for a visual comparison. The exclamations of astonishment grew even more intense. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in astonishment when he heard everyone exclaim. Jiao Yidou and Shen Ziang, forgetting their pain, rushed over. Everyone gathered around, meticulously examining the bamboo. Especially Elder Zhou. He looked at the bamboo, his emotions uncontrollably stirred. He was overjoyed. The frenzied behavior of everyone frightened Bai Xiaochun even more. He thought everyone must have gone mad. To him, wasn't this just a pillar? He even planned to grow it to 10 zhang tall. Elder Bai Xiaochun took a few steps back and called out. Good? Very good. Elder Zhou laughed loudly, stroking the spirit bamboo, carefully examining every small detail, seemingly not hearing Bai Xiaochun's call. This type of spirit bamboo is extremely rare. It only turns this dark green color when it reaches 5 zhang in height. At that point, the spirit bamboo is no longer just a medicinal herb. It can be used to forge spirit bamboo swords and activate certain special techniques. Can you smell the scent of bones and flesh? That's because when the bamboo reaches 5 jang in height, it emits a fragrant aroma, Elder Chu said excitedly, taking a deep breath. Chen Xiang and Zhao Yiduo's expressions became extremely serious. The disciples present also heard it. Bai Xiaochun quickly coughed. He had smelled this scent when carrying the bamboo on the road. It was the smell of chicken bones. He planted spirit bamboo in his spirit field, where he buried hundreds of thousands of spirit-tailed chicken bones, all of which had passed through his teeth. Elder Bai Xiaochun saw that the people in front of him seemed to be going crazy, so he coughed again. At that moment, Elder Chu's whole body trembled. He stared intently at a spot on the bamboo stalk, his eyes filled with rage, his face contorted. Damn it! What's this? Why are there bite marks here? Lingdong bamboo is incredibly bitter. It can't be eaten raw. What kind of monster would bite it, ruining its quality like this? Elder Chu wore an expression of boundless regret, as if he had just seen a perfect piece of jade suddenly crack. He looked up at Bai Xiaochun. It wasn't my fault, Bai Xiaochun flinched, taking a few steps back. He suddenly remembered that when he was hungry and had nothing to eat, he seemed to have gnawed on a piece of this bamboo stalk. He just didn't expect the people on the mission to scrutinize it so much. It's just a bamboo stalk, isn't it? These people are going crazy. Seeing Elder Chu say that, everyone present turned their heads to look in that direction. Sure enough, there was a clear bite mark on the bamboo stalk. Elder Chu gazed at the bite mark for a long time, then sighed. He was, after all, a foundation establishment cultivator. Although he was passionate about medicine, this wouldn't demoralize him for too long. The fact that Bai Xiaochun could see such spirit bamboo was already astonishing. Elder Chu had never seen such a tall, mutated bamboo before, which was why he was so taken aback. He looked at Bai Xiaochun for a moment, then waved his sleeve. This bamboo is top grade now. It's supreme grade. It must be classified as supreme grade. A reward of 10,000 contribution points. As soon as he finished speaking, the people present were shocked, their breathing quickening. Normally, completing a planting task like this would only reward a maximum of 100 contribution points. This time, Bai Xiaochun was rewarded with 10,000 contribution points, leaving everyone stunned. For so many years, things classified as supreme grade in the Spirit Stream sect were extremely rare. At least, these bamboo stalks were the first of their kind in the past few hundred years. Bai Xiaochun was excited, quickly walking over to a young boy, taking out his identity token, and repeatedly nudging him. The boy hesitated for a moment, glancing at Elder Zhou, who was intently studying the bamboo stalks, before finally gritting his teeth and giving Bai Xiaochun exactly 10,000 contribution points. Having received the points, Bai Xiaochun quickly left. He decided he would never return to this place again. Those people were all crazy. He hadn't gone far when Elder Zhou's voice rang out behind him. What's your name? I'm Bai Xiaochun. My uncle is Li Qing'o, Bai Xiaochun replied. The events had made him somewhat uneasy, so he decided to bring Li Qing'o along as a precaution. Your thinking and scheming aren't bad. Over the past 10,000 years, the Lingxi sect has had many disciples, each with their own secrets and destinies. I won't pursue this further. Later, if you cultivate such bamboo again, I will take them all. I will give you enough contribution points to satisfy you. Elder Chu was slightly displeased, waved his hand, and then ignored Bai Xiaochun. He returned to studying the bamboo, paying no attention to the other disciples who came to deliver their items. Bai Xiaochun held his identity token, his eyes filled with excitement. After leaving the mission completion area, he went straight to the spiritual medicine hall of Xiangyun Mountain. This was where the sect's disciples exchanged spiritual medicines. Anyone with spiritual medicines could come here to sell them to the sect for contribution points. Bai Xiaochun hurried over, browsing through the spiritual medicine hall. When he left, he bought a bottle of elixir suitable for the 5th level of the Cha condensation stage. The price of this elixir wasn't cheap. Before coming here, Bai Xiaochun thought that having 10,000 contribution points was already a lot, but he didn't expect that after arriving at the spiritual medicine hall, he would realize that spiritual medicines were the most valuable things here. Pure spirit elixir. Bai Xiaochun looked at the bottle in his hand. Inside were 3 elixirs, which cost him over 4,000 contribution points. These elixirs were excellent for Cha condensation disciples. Their effects were extraordinary. Their medicinal properties were superior to ordinary elixirs, and their spiritual energy was exceptionally pure. Bai Xiaochun feared that remaining at the 5th level of Qi condensation would be unsafe, so he decided to break through to the 5th level of great perfection. He had considered reaching the 6th level of Qi condensation to avoid the battle, but then he thought that if he did, Li Qing'e would surely find another way to punish him. He didn't dare waste any of his remaining contribution points. He used them all to exchange for protective talismans, only then feeling a little more at ease. If it weren't for the lack of contribution points, he would have exchanged them for more artifacts suitable for Qi condensation disciples. He didn't have enough, so he had no choice but to return to the small courtyard in his compound. Bai Xiaochun went back to his room, sat down cross-legged, and then took out the pills to examine them. There are less than 3 months left. I want to go into seclusion. He gritted his teeth, looked around, then raised his right hand and performed a hand seal. The tortoise-patterned cauldron appeared, and he took out the tail of the spirit-tailed chicken, igniting a 3-colored flame. 1 tail wasn't enough for the cauldron. Only after using 10 tail feathers did the 3rd pattern light up. Bai Xiaochun refined all 3 pills one by one. Afterward, he swallowed a pure spirit essence pill. The pill dissolved instantly, and bursts of spiritual energy erupted. Bai Xiaochun practiced breathing techniques from the purple Qi controlling cauldron technique, his attitude very focused. He continuously channeled spiritual energy throughout his body. A few days later, Bai Xiaochun's wooden house suddenly shook violently, sending dust flying in all directions. A moment later, his laughter echoed from within. 5th level of Qi condensation. He took a deep breath, a glint in his eyes. He had previously consumed a large quantity of spirit-tailed chicken, allowing him to reach the 4th level of Qi condensation at its peak. Having just swallowed another pill, the breakthrough to the 5th level proceeded smoothly. A black fluid oozed from his body, but in smaller quantities than before. After washing himself thoroughly, he didn't immediately swallow another pill, instead spending several days consolidating his cultivation. Only after 5 days did he swallow the 2nd pure spirit essence pill. Spiritual energy surged through him, flowing like a mighty river, causing his cultivation to advance significantly. After several more days of consolidating his cultivation, he swallowed the last pill, breaking through to the 5th stage of the Qi condensation realm, reaching the great perfection. By then, every movement of his hands and feet was vastly different from before. His skin was whiter, and he exuded a special, indescribable aura. This change made Bai Xiaochun very happy. He also understood that if an ordinary 4th stage Qi condensation disciple had swallowed those 3 pills, they would at most only reach the 5th stage of Qi condensation. Not the great perfection of the 5th stage like him. Now, he was only a short step away from the 6th stage. The most important factor contributing to this achievement was the turtle shell-shaped spirit refining cauldron. As Bai Xiaochun cultivated, its effectiveness became increasingly apparent. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but wonder and be curious about the origin of this cauldron. At first glance, it looked like a turtle shell, but upon closer inspection, it didn't seem to be. He had already thoroughly researched matters related to spirit refining. Mount Ziding specializes in spirit refining. After paying a small contribution point, one can have the elders help refine spirits. The mountain's head is rumored to be a grandmother in this field. After stroking the patterns on the cauldron's surface, Bai Xiaochun's eyes showed a strange glint, then he shook his head. Since he couldn't understand it, it was best to ignore it. He raised his right hand, and a green jade pendant and a wooden sword appeared before him. Currently, Bai Xiaochun only had his magic weapons as an advantage. He gritted his teeth, took out his spirit tail, and prepared to refine the jade pendant and wooden sword once more. I wonder what changes the jade pendant and sword will undergo after this refining process. Bai Xiaochun swung his right hand, 3 luminous lines of energy flashing, and threw the jade pendant into the cauldron. The jade emitted a dazzling light accompanied by a thunderous explosion. Fortunately, the explosion didn't travel too far, so it didn't attract attention from others. Until the light faded, the green jade pendant in front of Bai Xiaochun revealed 3 silver lines. The shimmering patterns then gradually dimmed, but he clearly felt that the jade's aura was completely different from before. He vaguely sensed that besides the original green color, there was now a hint of purple, as if it had been inlaid. The shape of the jade also changed slightly, no longer round, but somewhat flattened. Bai Xiaochun reached for the jade pendant, and after infusing it with spiritual energy, a thick green aura, about 3 feet thick, appeared around him, looking quite extraordinary. Bai Xiaochun tested the protective level of the jade pendant and immediately burst into laughter. Then he turned his burning gaze to his sword. He had acquired this sword since entering the sect and kept it until now, having undergone to spirit refining processes. Judging from the protective level of the jade pendant, this small wooden sword will definitely be incredibly powerful after the third spirit refining. Bai Xiaochun smiled and began refining the small wooden sword. A dazzling silver light shone. When the radiance in the turtle pattern cauldron dissipated, a third dazzling silver pattern appeared on the small wooden sword in front of Bai Xiaochun, slowly fading after a long time. At the same time, the shape of the sword also changed slightly, becoming a little longer than before, and the patterns, upon closer inspection, were almost entirely purple. Even a strange, peculiar fragrance wafted out, though it was quite peculiar. Upon entering his mouth and nose, it initially had a sweet taste, but quickly caused him to feel disoriented. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled, his eyes regaining their clarity. He stared in surprise at the small wooden sword, then slowly picked it up. He immediately noticed that its weight was several times heavier than before, like holding a heavy stone in his hand. His eyes flashed as he carefully examined the sword, a thoughtful expression gradually appearing in his eyes. The material of this sword is probably Shenyang wood, which isn't rare. This type of Shenyang wood only needs 49 days of refining to become a refining material, and it can be used to forge weapons in large quantities. Bai Xiaochun murmured softly, his gaze sweeping over the patterns on the small wooden sword. Purple patterns. There's only one explanation. This sword has shown signs of mutation after multiple spirit refining sessions. Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes, his mind instantly recalling the herbal knowledge he had learned and the information about Shen Yunmu. After a long while, when he opened his eyes, a look of anticipation appeared in them. He pressed his right hand, chanting a spell, and pointed at the small wooden sword. Immediately, the sword flashed with a dark light, a flickering purple glow visible within it. In an instant, it flew through the wooden house, even soaring more than 10 meters into the courtyard, directly piercing a huge rock. Silently, the small wooden sword penetrated deeply, clearly piercing through the rock, then emerging again, instantly returning to Bai Xiaochun's presence. The sword's hilt was completely undamaged. On the contrary, it emitted a sharp, yet subtle, aura. Bai Xiaochun's spirits lifted as he carefully examined the small wooden sword. After applying the third silver inscription to conceal it, he finally pushed open the door of the wooden house. He took a deep breath, preparing to steel himself. But then he thought of the Xiangyun Mountain Martial Arts competition more than 2 months later and felt unprepared. No, that level of skill alone is probably not enough. Those people are undoubtedly incredibly fierce. I need to prepare even more. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth. Remembering the 2 levels of cultivation described in the purple check controlling cauldron technique, lifting heavy objects as if they were light, and lifting light objects as if they were heavy. Lifting heavy objects as if they were light, lifting light objects as if they were heavy. These 2 levels of mastery appear during the cultivation of the purple check controlling cauldron technique. If one can cultivate to the ultimate level, they can evolve a divine ability called purple check transformation into cauldron. Today, on the southern shore of the Lingxi sect, the purple check controlling cauldron technique is a cornerstone technique practiced by almost everyone. However, few can cultivate to the level of lifting heavy objects as if they were light, and even fewer can reach the second level of lifting light objects as if they were heavy. As for cultivating to the ultimate level and evolving the divine ability of purple jet transformation into cauldron, even fewer can. And those who can truly understand purple jet transformation into cauldron are mostly disciples of the purple cauldron peak, lifting heavy objects as if they were light. Only by reaching this level of object control can my mastery increase. Bai Xiaochun thought of the technique described in the introduction, lowering his head to look at the small wooden sword in his hand. That year, when he fought against Su Baoxai, he was mistakenly thought by the supervisory office and the fire stove office to have mastered the art of wielding heavy weapons with ease. Recalling this moment, a vague understanding flashed through Bai Xiaochun's mind and then disappeared. The reason I was thought to have mastered the art of wielding heavy weapons with ease was because of my skillful control of the small wooden sword. But more than half of the reason was that the small wooden sword, after being refined, possessed extraordinary power. In reality, my sword control wasn't skillful, let alone mastering the art of wielding heavy weapons with ease. Bai Xiaochun frowned, resolutely sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, lowering his head to look at the small wooden sword. His eyes slowly became vacant, but gradually blood vessels began to appear. A moment later, he swung his right hand forcefully, and the small wooden sword flew out, fiercely slashing forward. The wind howled, blowing away a considerable amount of dust. Bai Xiaochun's eyebrows furrowed even tighter, and he once again formed a hand seal with his right hand, pointing. This time, he didn't point at the sword, but at the large rock outside the courtyard that had just been pierced by the small wooden sword. With this single gesture, the rock shook violently, then slowly rose a foot. Bai Xiaochun's spiritual energy became unstable, and with a loud bang, the large rock fell to the ground again. But Bai Xiaochun was not discouraged. Instead, his eyes lit up. With determination, he channeled the spiritual energy in his body and pointed again. Once, twice, 3 times. Time passed, and half a month went by. During this half month, Bai Xiaochun tried to control the large rock almost every second and every minute. This boulder was about the height of 3 people and weighed no less than 700 or 800 pounds. Although Bai Xiaochun had reached the 5th stage of Qi condensation, completely controlling it was absolutely no easy feat. This was only possible because his cultivation had been refined. If it were another 5th stage Qi condensation cultivator, they could at most only lift this massive boulder a few inches. At this point, after a month of relentless effort, Bai Xiaochun discovered that the biggest difficulty in controlling this boulder wasn't the insufficient spiritual energy, but the instability of the control itself. He frequently encountered situations where the spiritual energy in his body was clearly still present, yet it would automatically be interrupted. Transforming spiritual energy into threads, stabilizing the flow speed, and ensuring these threads flow continuously. This is the key to controlling objects, Bai Xiaochun murmured hoarsely. A glint of light flashing in his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. This is similar to making noodles in the mortal world. If you pull too fast, the noodles might break, but if you pull too slowly, you won't be able to stretch them long enough. You must master a precise amount of force to become proficient and act as you please. For a cultivator who wants to reach a level above average, maintaining a stable amount of force is crucial. Therefore, the difficulty naturally increases. I understand now. Lifting heavy objects with a light touch isn't just a literal meaning. It's about controlling heavy objects with a feeling of ease. It's merely symbolic. The true meaning isn't about controlling objects, but about manipulating spiritual energy. The total amount of spiritual energy at the 5th level of Qi condensation is represented by this word heavy, and transforming it into a tiny, continuous thread is represented by the word light. If I can achieve this, I will be able to lift heavy objects as if they were light, and outwardly I will be proficient in speed. Bai Xiaochun's face lit up with excitement. After he had figured out the problem, he raised his right hand and swung it. Immediately, the large rock in the distance shook violently, then was lifted up. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed the large rock, lifted it into the air, and with a whoosh, it hurtled straight towards Bai Xiaochun. But it lingered in the air for a moment before stopping and falling into the courtyard, kicking up dust. Bai Xiaochun didn't give up and continued to try. After another half month, he found that no matter what he did, he could only manage to keep his spiritual energy stable in a continuous thread. Sometimes, even though he succeeded, the rock was too heavy, causing the thread of spiritual energy to break. However, this problem didn't arise when he used the small wooden sword. Because it wasn't as heavy as the rock, Bai Xiaochun felt much more at ease while controlling it. Moreover, after a month of practice, he practiced, and his speed increased by several degrees. In fact, this was already a case of heavy weights outweighing light weights, but Bai Xiaochun was still not satisfied. His eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth fiercely, feeling a desire to take a gamble. I don't believe it. Bai Xiaochun's right hand formed a hand seal and pointed. The large rock flew towards his head again. Cold sweat dripped from Bai Xiaochun's forehead as he trembled, staring at the large rock above him, desperately maintaining the invisible thread of spiritual energy. If this thread broke, the rock would fall, and while it wouldn't kill him, it would be incredibly painful. This time, he maintained it for a significantly longer period. After half an hour, with a loud bang, Bai Xiaochun let out a pained cry as the rock crashed down. After a long time, the large rock shook, and Bai Xiaochun crawled out from within. He was protected by his immortal skin, so he wasn't injured, but the pain made him grimace. But since he had taken the risk, he became even more determined. He continued to test himself relentlessly. Another month passed, and the large rock, which had started crashing down several times a day, gradually became once a day. In the end, Bai Xiaochun could even occasionally manage to do it all day. Not a failure. The massive rock was slowly lifted higher and higher by him, reaching a height of over 10 zhang, approximately 36 meters. If it were to fall, the intense pain would make even Bai Xiaochun turn pale. However, only this could keep his concentration high. As time passed, he managed to maintain the balance of the spiritual energy within his body, keeping it stable from beginning to end without interruption. But he felt it wasn't enough, so instead of sitting cross-legged, he moved while continuously maintaining the thread of spiritual energy. The difficulty increased, causing occasional loud explosions to resound in the courtyard. Time passed day by day. When only 3 days remained until the Xiangyun Mountain Small Competition, as Li Qingou had mentioned, in Bai Xiaochun's small courtyard. A massive rock weighing about 700 or 800 pounds was suspended in midair, and his figure was moving rapidly. He actually did it again, controlling the large rock without it breaking while constantly moving. After moving for a long time, Bai Xiaochun finally stopped, standing in front of the wooden house, looking up at the sky and laughing loudly, then waving his right hand. The large rock in midair whizzed out of the courtyard and landed steadily in place. Bai Xiaochun chanted a spell and pointed, and a small wooden sword flew out. It was still an extremely simple slash forward, but its speed was incredibly fast, invisible, and several times more powerful than before. Bai Xiaochun's face was full of joy, and he quickly chanted another spell. The extreme speed, combined with the power of the sword, immediately reached an astonishing level. In a short time, countless small wooden swords seemed to appear in the courtyard, their sword energy soaring. Finally, he flicked his sleeve, and the illusory image of the small wooden sword vanished, leaving only one sword, which flew straight towards Bai Xiaochun and disappeared into his storage bag. This time, I might be able to enter the top 5. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. Although he still didn't feel completely certain, it was quite possible. He could only calm his mind and sit down, maintaining his best state. 3 days later, at dawn. As soon as the sun rose, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes. He took a deep breath, his expression extremely serious. After all, this was his first time participating in this kind of sect competition. The previous clash with Su Baokai wasn't considered a real fight. Participating in this small competition on Xiangyun Mountain was the true meaning of a fellow disciple's rivalry. Bai Xiaochun slowly stood up. After tidying his storage bag, he walked out of the wooden house with a serious and confident demeanor. But very quickly, he hurried back, then pulled out a pile of leather clothes he had kept from his time in the fire stove room from under the bed, layering them on one by one. And then took out the jade pendant and hung it in the most convenient position to open it. It was simply inconvenient to bring out his own cauldron. Otherwise, he would have definitely carried it on his back. What a mistake! How could I forget to prepare a large cauldron? Bai Xiaochun regretted it immensely. Since there wasn't time to look for one, he gritted his teeth and turned to leave the wooden house again. He gazed at the dazzling sun in the distance, his eyes filled with determination, then straightened his back and headed towards the mountaintop. The layers of leather clothing made him appear much larger, even without the black cauldron. He looked like a giant dumpling from afar, so much so that sweat dripped from his forehead after only a short while. However, no matter how much he sweated, he certainly wouldn't take off any of his leather clothing. He was extremely preoccupied with that minor battle, and the brutal images he imagined kept flashing through his mind. He continued walking along the mountain path towards the summit. Bai Xiaochun kept going, the fog growing thicker and thicker, and he suddenly realized he didn't even know where he was anymore. Something's not right. Bai Xiaochun quickly asked someone for directions again, then hurriedly changed direction, his heart pounding with worrying about being late and missing something. On the summit of Xiangyun Mountain, there was a martial arts arena, the place where Xiangyun Mountain held its minor competitions. Many people had already gathered around, observing and discussing among themselves in hushed tones. Among them were even disciples who had surpassed the 5th level of the Cha condensation realm. standing with their arms crossed, watching their junior brothers and sisters, helping to cheer them on. This type of minor competition for Xiangyun Mountain's outer disciples, while not particularly formal, was still a place for them to showcase their talents. This time, more than 20 disciples were participating, sitting cross-legged on all four sides of the arena, diligently preparing. Although the rules for participating in the minor competition only required those at the 3rd, 4th, or 5th level of Qi condensation, in reality, there were few 3rd level Qi condensation practitioners present, mostly only 5th level. If there were any 4th level Qi condensation practitioners, there were only about 5 or 6 scattered participants. Among them, a woman stood out. She was tall and slender, and through the outer disciples' robes, one could see a voluptuous figure beneath. Her physique was quite impressive, evoking a sense of longing and dreaminess in those who saw her. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyes beneath her willow-like eyebrows were clear as water, and her appearance was exceptionally beautiful. Furthermore, although the trousers beneath her robe were relatively loose, the waist and hips clung to her figure in an astonishingly tight way, making her look incredibly supple and alluring. Many outer disciples crowded around her, indicating she was quite popular. Although this woman couldn't compare to Chu Xinqi, she was quite famous among the outer disciples, Du Lingfei. This time, with senior sister Du's cultivation at the 5th stage of the Qi condensation realm, she surely take 1st place. There's basically nothing to be nervous about. We shouldn't underestimate senior brother Chen Xiang either. I heard his cultivation broke through last month. Although he hasn't reached the 5th stage of the Qi condensation realm, he's close. While everyone was whispering, not far from Du Lingfei stood a young man with an arrogant expression. This was Chen Xiang, the disciple who had been shocked by Bai Xiaochun's group at the sex mission handover. Looking towards Du Lingfei, a strange glint appeared in his eyes. In his heart, he was considering whether he could probably win 1st place, but 2nd place was unattainable for anyone else. Should he use this opportunity to get acquainted with Du Lingfei? While everyone was anxiously waiting, 2 streaks of rainbow light roared towards them from afar. In the blink of an eye, they arrived, and Li Qinghu's figure appeared, accompanied by a thin old man with dark skin but bright, piercing eyes. The old man exuded an air of solemnity. As soon as Li Qinghu arrived, all the surrounding outer disciples were startled and quickly bowed in greeting. Greetings, head of the sect, elder son. The disciples were all surprised, wondering why the head of the sect had personally come. After all, such a small sect competition had always been presided over by elder son alone. The group, including Du Langfei, Trin Tiu and Gang, and their disciples who were waiting, were all startled and respectfully bowed to Li Fenhao. Li Qinghu nodded gently, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding disciples, but then he frowned slightly. He didn't see Bai Xiaochun. Seeing Li Qinghu frown, the hearts of the surrounding outer disciples suddenly sank. Even Du Lingfei felt a sudden tension, wondering why the sect leader was unhappy. Sect leader, can we begin? Elder son, standing beside Li Qinghu, slowly asked. Li Qinghu was about to answer when, at that moment, a figure in the distance, resembling a sphere, was rapidly approaching, running frantically and anxiously. Lost, the fog is too thick. Bai Xiaochun quickly arrived, and upon seeing Li Qinghu, he hastily said. He felt a pang of resentment at that moment. After all, he wasn't familiar with this mountain peak area. The mountain was so vast, and the fog so thick. While his mind was racing with thoughts, he unknowingly took a wrong turn. As he spoke, the surrounding outer disciples turned to look. Some of them, who knew Bai Xiaochun, couldn't help but chuckle softly, while those who didn't know him frowned, some even showing a hint of disdain in their eyes. Getting lost on Xiangyun Mountain only indicated that the person before them had never set foot on this mountain peak before, and basically didn't care about the sex competitions. And such people were mostly ordinary disciples who lingered around the broken mountain slopes. Du Lingfei also glanced at Bai Xiaochun and recognized him as one of the disciples who had surrounded Zhou Ziki a while ago in the sect. Hearing that he was still desperately trying to catch the super chicken thief, she felt a little disdainful and averted her gaze, deciding to ignore him. Chen Xiang, among the crowd, was stunned when he saw Bai Xiaochun. Then, instinctively, he glanced at Li Qinghu, recalling Bai Xiaochun's words from months ago at the sex mission handover site, when he was about to leave, that Li Qinghu was his uncle. He suddenly understood the reason for Li Qinghu's frown earlier, and a thought crossed his mind. If he encountered Bai Xiaochun later, he couldn't be too harsh on him. Li Qingou snorted coldly, glared fiercely at Bai Xiaochun, then turned and nodded slightly to Elder Sun. Elder Sun pondered for a moment, then looked at Bai Xiaochun and smiled, waving his wide sleeves. All right, all outer disciples participating in the competition, come up to the stage. Seeing Li Qingou glaring at him, Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt extremely wronged. Although angry, he didn't dare say anything. Hearing Elder Sun's words, he stepped onto the platform first, head held high and chest puffed out, displaying a demeanor of someone willing to face any challenge, no matter what. Everyone else quickly followed suit, bringing the total to 20 outer disciples participating, including Bai Xiaochun. The rules for this kind of sect competition weren't overly restrictive. Elder Sun glanced around and then extended a cloth bag containing numbered spheres. Each outer disciple took one, and only then were their opponents determined. Bai Xiaochun didn't go first, only taking one midway through the competition. He took out the sphere numbered 11. All right, everyone step back. First match, number 1, number to fight. After Elder Sun casually opened his mouth, Bai Xiaochun hurriedly followed the others out of the arena. Only the 2 disciples who had caught the number 1 and number 2 balls remained on the platform. They exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a sharp glint. The direct battle quickly began, the sounds of thunder echoing. While the 2 were still fighting, Bai Xiaochun glanced around, secretly calculating. With 20 competitors, winning 2 matches would secure him a place in the top 5. He then looked around, searching for the disciple who had caught the 12th ball. However, these people were all very well hidden, giving him no chance to spot them. While he was still feeling dejected, the first match ended and the second began. The contestant in this match was Du Lingfei. She chanted a spell, conjuring a sail that gradually formed a cloud of mist, enveloping her and the disciple she was fighting. The other disciple, after wandering around all day without being able to break through the fog, finally admitted defeat in admiration. The third and fourth matches quickly passed, and in the fifth match, Chen Jiang took action, swiftly defeating the 4th-level Cha condensation disciple he was fighting against. 11th, 12th, entered the arena. Elder Sun's voice rang out. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his face serious as he stepped onto the platform. Standing on the platform, he saw a tall, thin young man grinning. "Junior brother, you're unlucky to have met me. It's still not too late to surrender now, otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences of your injuries during the battle," the thin young man said coldly. Just as he finished speaking, Bai Xiaochun suddenly let out a loud shout. The roar carried 10 times the force of a shockwave. Many disciples were startled, and the thin young man's mind was also shaken. Instinctively, he took a few steps back. But when he looked at Bai Xiaochun again, he was somewhat astonished. After Bai Xiaochun let out a loud roar, he patted the green jade pendant on his body, and a dense green light enveloped him. Still not reassured, he took out a large number of talismans from his storage bag and slammed them all onto himself. Each talisman flashed with light. Very quickly, he had more than 10 talismans on his body, intricately merging together to form a protective force more than 4 feet thick. From afar, this scene was terrifying. "Come on," Bai Xiaochun's voice came from within the protective light, his tone extremely annoyed. The thin young man was stunned, and not only him, but all the outer disciples around him, including those participating in the competition, were wide-eyed and open-mouthed. They had observed countless sect competitions, but this was the first time they had witnessed a disciple's defense reaching this level. Li Qingou also subtly frowned, his eyes filled with helplessness. Chen Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief, further confirming his belief that Bai Xiaochun was indeed related to Li Qingou. Du Lingfei merely snorted coldly, her eyes filled with even more contempt. On the arena, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of onlookers, the thin young man closed his eyes and let out a low growl, simultaneously forming hand seals. And a wooden sword flew straight towards Bai Xiaochun. The thin young man's wooden sword radiated an extraordinary aura, then transformed into a streak of pink light that shot straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Before it could even touch his body, the sword was deflected by the thick protective light shield in front of him. Inside the light shield, Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone brightly. He felt relieved, coughed a few times, and then decisively sat down. Everyone looked at each other, then at the protective shield surrounding Bai Xiaochun for a moment, speechless. They were all skilled in defense, but the level Bai Xiaochun was demonstrating was truly astonishing. The thin young man's face changed color, turning red and then white. He gritted his teeth, shouted loudly, and continued to control his flying sword, increasing its power as it charged towards the light shield. The sound of collisions echoed continuously, time and again. Each time the sword struck the light shield, it was deflected. Finally, the young man's face turned pale. More than half of the spiritual energy in his body was depleted, and a hint of despair appeared in his eyes. He had spent years battling others, but this was the first time he'd encountered someone as stubborn as a turtle, unable to break through the opponent's defenses no matter how hard he fought. He was unwilling to give up. This battle was to third place. The skinny young man looked up at the sky and roared, his eyes bloodshot. He glared at Bai Xiaochun and shouted, "Get out of here! If you have the guts, come in!" Bai Xiaochun, sitting within the light barrier, retorted fearlessly. The surrounding disciples exchanged strange glances. When they looked at Bai Xiaochun, they were both amused and exasperated, not knowing what to say. The skinny young man was so enraged that veins bulged on his forehead, and he gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. That blood merged into the wooden sword, turning it blood red. Blood spirit technique. Having to use this technique shows that this person has gone completely mad. The disciples surrounding him shouted. At the same time, the wooden sword, moving at incredible speed and with its power doubled, emitted a blood red light that enveloped a large area as it hurtled towards Bai Xiaochun. Boom! With a loud bang, the sword pierced through 3 or 4 protective light shields before failing to penetrate further, cracks appearing on its blade. In an instant, a creaking sound echoed, and the wooden sword shattered before Bai Xiaochun's eyes, breaking into countless small pieces scattered across the ground. The young man's eyes glazed over. He spat out another mouthful of blood, his spiritual energy depleted, and his magic weapon gone. He fell into a coma. Watching this scene, Li Qinghu's expression grew even more grim. Elder Sun, standing beside him, could only offer a wry smile. He stepped forward to examine the young man, and seeing that he was unharmed, ordered him carried away, declaring Bai Xiaochun the winner. "Thank you. Thank you." The aura surrounding Bai Xiaochun's body instantly disappeared. With a solemn expression, he raised his head and puffed out his chest, assuming the posture of a prodigy, causing the thin young man who had just woken up to spit out a mouthful of blood and faint again. Bai Xiaochun quickly coughed, clasped his hands in a respectful bow to Elder Sun, then flicked his sleeves and stepped down from the martial arts arena. Behind him, the outer disciples who hadn't participated in the competition were somewhat unfazed, their faces showing only confusion. While the disciples who had participated all looked at Bai Xiaochun with extremely displeased eyes. Those who had just won, seeing the thin young man's defeat, couldn't help but be wary of this Bai Xiaochun. The competition continued, and the remaining disciples' matches quickly progressed. Of the 20 participants, only 10 remained. Among these 10 were Du Lingfei, Chen Ziang, and Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun looked at the remaining winners and thought to himself, just one more win and I'll be all set. Hope surged, and his spirits lifted. Now, let's choose the top 5. 10 of you come forward to draw lots. Elder Sun glanced over the 10 people, pausing slightly when he saw Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun stepped forward. Under Elder Sun's watchful gaze, he took out a small orb marked with the number 2. After seeing his number, he turned to look at the others. Everyone had chosen. Elder Sun announced the start of the battle between number 1 and number 2. On the arena, besides Bai Xiaochun, there was a burly man. He burst into laughter after learning his opponent was Bai Xiaochun. Others fear your defense, but I don't care. What I'm best at is defense. Let's see who among us can persevere to the end. His laughter subsided, and the burly man raised his right hand, patting his storage bag. He took out a small shield and poured spiritual energy into it. The shield suddenly grew larger, emitting a radiant light that enveloped his entire body. Then the burly man let out a low growl, his muscles expanding, and he grew several inches taller, shocking everyone. It's body tempering technique. That small shield looks familiar. It seems to be the Divine Light Shield, which requires 9,000 contribution points to exchange for. The surrounding crowd exclaimed in surprise, while Bai Xiaochun, standing there, slightly frowned. Even Elder Sun showed an expression of admiration, turning to whisper to Li Qinghu, he is Li Shan, a 5th-level Qi condensation cultivator. He is blessed with extraordinary divine power and has achieved minor mastery in body tempering technique. Not only is his physical strength immense, but his defensive power is also extraordinary. Li Qingou nodded slightly, glancing towards Bai Xiaochun. Seeing the burly man transform, Bai Xiaochun frowned at the small shield he had seen in the treasure pavilion but didn't have enough contribution points to exchange for. The surrounding disciples were also very interested, especially those participating in the competition. They were all gloating. This junior brother is unlucky. He was just lucky to win the previous match. This opponent is so strong, he'll know his place. While everyone was still commenting, the burly man grinned, his body flashing as he lunged towards Bai Xiaochun. There's no way around it, because I'm completely different from your previous opponent. I don't need weapons to attack, my fists are my best attack technique. His speed was incredible, his movements creating a strong gust of wind, and in an instant he was close to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed with light. He raised his right hand and pointed forward. A wooden sword flew out of his storage bag, slashing straight at the burly man. The sword's trajectory compressed the air, scattering it in all directions, covering an area of several meters. With a loud boom, it struck the burly man. The man's face changed drastically, his scalp feeling like it was about to explode. His eyes narrowed, a sense of imminent danger overwhelming him. He involuntarily recoiled. He shouted, raising his hands to shield himself. Boom! The shield shattered upon contact with the wooden sword, but the sword didn't stop, hurtling forward with lightning speed towards the burly man. The burly man panicked. Even with his speed, he couldn't match the speed of the flying sword. The sword, close to his face, emitted a chilling aura. I surrender, the burly man shouted without hesitation. The wooden sword stopped at the burly man's forehead, then turned and flew back into Bai Xiaochun's storage bag. Bai Xiaochun stared intently, his heart shaken by the sword's display. He hadn't fully grasped its true power during his training, but now, in a duel, he was taken aback by its immense might. Moreover, he hadn't even used his technique of lifting heavy objects with ease. His eyes flickered. Bai Xiaochun tilted his chin, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked at the burly man with a cold gaze. The man's face turned pale, a hint of resentment in his eyes. He stood up, staring at Bai Xiaochun. You won by relying on the power of your magic weapon. I refuse to accept this. Before stepping down from the arena, the burly man uttered those words. Elder Sun looked at Bai Xiaochun. He too had been slightly shaken by the sword's power. He then quickly declared Bai Xiaochun the winner. Haha, for the next match, I just need to concede defeat. Isn't my goal immortality? This brutal slaughter isn't something I, Bai Xiaochun, want to do. Overjoyed, Bai Xiaochun had fulfilled Li Qingou's request and made it into the top 5. Li Qingou also intently watched Bai Xiaochun. Others might only notice the extraordinary power of the flying sword, but what Li Qingou saw wasn't the flying sword itself, but the opponent's incredibly skillful control of it. Seeing Bai Xiaochun win again, everyone present couldn't help but sigh. This guy is so rich. That wooden sword is extraordinary. If I had that kind of magical weapon, I could definitely win. 2 magical weapons are just external objects. This guy relies on talismans and magical weapons to win. With such skill, he'll surely suffer a lot in the future. These debates didn't last long before the remaining matches resumed. Finally, Du Lingfei encountered an opponent with considerable cultivation and formidable combat power, forcing her to abandon her ordinary techniques and instead draw her flying sword. The two engaged in a fierce battle that dazzled the onlookers. Suddenly, the speed of her flying sword increased dramatically, appearing before her opponent in an instant. This speed far surpassed the speed at which ordinary disciples controlled their magical artifacts. The surrounding spectators were stunned then, as if remembering something. They began to murmur, it's lifting heavy objects with lightness. Du Lingfei has comprehended that realm? Lifting heavy objects with lightness, Elder Sun's eyes widened, looking at Du Lingfei with a mixture of joy and surprise. Li Qingou merely nodded slightly. Chen Xiang's spirit was shaken. The top 10 ranked disciples felt the same. The disciple fighting Du Lingfei could only give a wry smile and concede defeat. The murmurs of discussion rose again. Only Bai Xiaochun remained seated, staring intently. Is that kind of speed also a technique of lifting heavy objects with lightness? He wondered, slightly surprised. Du Lingfei stepped down from the arena, her expression arrogant. Having won 2 consecutive matches, even with her cultivation at the 5th stage of the Cha condensation realm, she had still suffered a depletion of spiritual energy. In the previous battle, her opponent was no ordinary disciple. Ultimately, she had to resort to the technique of lifting heavy objects with lightness, accepting the loss of a large amount of spiritual energy to achieve such a swift victory. Her goal was first place. After several more matches, her opponents would surely become stronger. The sect holding such a small competition didn't give the disciples much time to rest. She quickly took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it, then closed her eyes and circulated her spiritual energy, trying to recover some of her strength. The top 5 were now clearly defined. Besides Bai Xiaoqun and Du Lingfei, there were Chen Ziyang and 2 other young men, all of whom had reached the 5th level of the condensation realm. All 4 were busy recovering their cultivation and spiritual energy. Only Bai Xiaoqun remained unaffected. He calmly stood to the side of the arena, his nose twitching, making the other contestants resentful that they couldn't give him a good beating. He had already entered the top 5, fulfilling Li Qinghu's requirements. He didn't really care how the next round of the competition would go. While idle, Bai Xiaoqun glanced at the remaining 4, observing them, especially Du Lingfei. Bai Xiaoqun felt that if the opponent's speed was already at the level of lifting heavy objects with ease, then his own speed was considerably faster. But the killing intent around this woman is too strong. What kind of woman is she, always wanting to kill? Or are all female cultivators abnormal like this? Chu Xunqi is very arrogant, and Hou Xiaomei is also too unusual. Bai Xiaoqun shook his head, about to avert his gaze when Du Lingfei opened her eyes and coldly stared at him. She truly disliked Bai Xiaoqun. In her eyes, the 2 battles just now were won through cunning, which made her despise him. "Oh, you dare glare at me." Bai Xiaoqun wasn't backing down either, glaring back. As long as it wasn't a bloody fight, he had never been afraid of anyone since he was a child. Du Lingfei frowned. Her fans also showed their displeasure. They all glared fiercely at Bai Xiaoqun. There are so many of them. Men shouldn't argue with women. Seeing the fierce fighting spirit in his opponent's eyes, Bai Xiaoqun quickly coughed and averted his gaze. Just then, Elder Zong spoke, his voice echoing throughout the martial arts arena. "All right, the matches are over, and your performances have all been good. Now, let's select the top 5, and then draw lots to find your opponents. Whoever draws the last number gets a bye in this round." This time, Chen Ziyang was the first to step forward. He drew a small ball with the number 4 written on it. Following him was Du Lingfei, who drew a ball with the number 2. The remaining 2 young men drew numbers 1 and 3 respectively. This means Bai Xiaoqun doesn't have to draw lots anymore. According to the rules, he is the one who gets a bye in this round. Bai Xiaoqun was overjoyed, laughing heartily. He stood beside the martial arts arena, leisurely watching the 4 people including Du Lingfei. He hadn't originally planned to advance to the next round, but he couldn't refuse the bye and entered the final top 3. Luck is also a part of strength, Bai Xiaoqun thought to himself, feeling smug. This kind of luck made him seem even more bizarre to the onlookers. The outer disciples were unconvinced, and those who had participated in the competition and been eliminated were even more envious. This guy is too shameless. Not only did he rely on a magic artifact to get into the top 5, but he even got exempted from the competition to get into the top 3. He's the biggest disgrace of this competition. Not only were the hearts of everyone around him complicated, but even Du Lingfei felt envious of Bai Xiaoqun's luck. The same was true for Chen Ziyang and the others. The 4 of them had advanced to the top 5, each battle involving exhaustion. If one of them could secure a bye and rest a little, they would undoubtedly have a huge advantage in the subsequent battles. Elder Sun glanced at Bai Xiaoqun and smiled. As for Li Qinghu, his expression remained unchanged. Very quickly, under Bai Xiaoqun's watchful gaze, Du Lingfei and the other 4 began their battle. Du Lingfei's opponent was very sharp. It was clear he frequently went out on missions to kill ferocious beasts, had seen bloodshed, and was also very wary of Du Lingfei's superior strength and agility. Therefore, during the fight, he not only protected his entire body but also flew at a very high speed. The battle between these 2 was watched intently by onlookers, who gasped in astonishment at the fierce and dangerous fighting techniques displayed between them. However, amidst these gasps, a particularly sharp and clear voice stood out, seemingly setting the pace and tempo for everyone. "Ah, what a great sword! That heavenly dragon tail sweep move is excellent. Not bad. Turn around quickly. Keep going." Bai Xiaochun watched intently, even clapping his hands occasionally. He wasn't doing it intentionally. He genuinely felt that Du Lingfei's performance was extraordinary. As for his mindset, he had long since ceased to consider himself a contestant. His demeanor even made Elder Sun chuckle. Li Qingou, standing to the side, maintained a poker face, but inwardly felt a little helpless. After all, Bai Xiaochun had truly fulfilled his expectations. Du Lingfei was currently engaged in battle with a formidable opponent, leaving her no time for distractions. Finally, after a grueling fight lasting for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Du Lingfei used 3 techniques of heavyweights against lightweights to secure victory. However, half of her spiritual energy was depleted. After stepping down from the arena, drenched in sweat, she was about to recover when she heard Bai Xiaochun's surprised exclamation. Thinking about how hard she had worked to reach the top 3, while her opponent had achieved the same success effortlessly, she felt deeply wronged and wished she could beat him up. Bai Xiaochun glared back. He had long noticed Du Lingfei's dislike for him, and now he felt equally wronged, staring at her. This demeanor almost made Du Lingfei want to attack him immediately. Chen Xiang's battle was relatively easier. However, it still took more than half an incense stick's worth of time and consumed some spiritual energy before he could finally win. He harbored a mixture of jealousy and admiration for Bai Xiaochun. The top 3 have been revealed. All 3 of you are prodigies of the outer sect. Come forward and choose your positions for the next round. The 3rd ball will be considered a bye and will automatically advance to the final round. Elder Sun cleared his throat as he uttered the words prodigies, and with a wave of his right hand, the large bag reappeared. This time, Chen Xiang was the first to step forward, taking out a ball. After seeing the number 2 on it, he sighed inwardly and stepped aside. Du Lingfei took a deep breath, about to step forward, but suddenly stopped, coldly turning to look at Bai Xiaochun. "You go first," she said coldly. Bai Xiaochun, who was watching the commotion from the side, didn't refuse when he heard Du Lingfei's words. He directly stepped forward and reached his right hand into the large bag. At this moment, Du Lingfei was coldly staring at Bai Xiaochun, and not only her, but the disciples around him were also looking over. Even Elder Sun and Li Qingmo were the same. In front of so many people, Bai Xiaochun felt a little embarrassed. He really didn't care what number he drew, so he just randomly took out a small ball and looked at it. Even he himself was a little surprised. Number 3. "Well, you made me take it first," Bai Xiaochun coughed, looking at Du Lingfei beside him. Du Lingfei's eyes showed a fierce glint, her fists clenched, glaring fiercely at Bai Xiaochun, her chest heaving violently, feeling as if she were about to explode. Chen Xiang's eyes widened, and he was completely stunned. He couldn't possibly imagine just how incredibly lucky this person was. Clearly, he'd been eliminated again. The disciples surrounding him, seeing this small ball in Bai Xiaochun's hand, finally couldn't hold back and immediately started clamoring. Clearly he's been eliminated again. His name is Bai Xiaochun, right? What kind of luck does he have? He's been eliminated twice. This shameless guy, he didn't do anything, yet he's entered the final round. How can someone like this make it to the finals? Damn it, if I had this kind of luck, I could too. Everyone was buzzing, especially those who had already been eliminated, their jealousy reaching its peak. Elder Sun hesitated for a moment, looking towards Li Qingou. Li Qingou sighed inwardly. He truly admired Bai Xiaochun's luck. Bai Xiaochun sensed the awkward atmosphere around him, smiled awkwardly, and quickly darted out of the arena, standing outside the door with an apologetic expression. I originally intended to concede." Bai Xiaochun looked at the small ball in his hand, finding it unbelievable. Du Lingfei took a deep breath, finally suppressing the bitterness in her heart, gritting her teeth and looking towards Chen Xiang. She had to compose herself. She had observed Chen Xiang before and knew he was a formidable opponent. Chen Xiang gave a wry smile, also took a deep breath, and looked seriously at Du Lingfei. The two stared at each other for a few breaths, then instantly began their decisive battle. In a short time, the sounds of clashing weapons echoed from all directions. This battle could be said to be the most spectacular display of martial arts since the competition began. Chen Xiang unleashed his full power, especially when he took out several seeds and instantly transformed them into powerful spiritual plants. This method of utilizing herbs made Bai Xiaochun's eyes light up. Meanwhile, Du Lingfei, on the other side, used the power of lifting heavy objects to control her flying sword, which roared through the air. After a while, she even drew out another sword. The two swords pierced through, creating a swirling vortex, instantly bringing the battle to its peak. Neither could hold back their ultimate moves, nor could they control the depletion of their spiritual energy, making the struggle increasingly fierce. Bai Xiaochun, watching from the sidelines, was filled with excitement and admiration. This battle lasted for nearly half an hour. Finally, with a resounding bang, Du Lingfei, without hesitation, discarded one of his swords, causing it to shatter into countless sharp points. Relying on the speed of his seemingly effortless movements, he directly blocked all of Chen Xiang's escape routes, creating a devastating attack that forced Chen Xiang to retreat repeatedly. His spiritual energy was depleted, and he sighed, choosing to surrender. The outer disciples all around witnessed this incredibly tragic battle, their eyes filled with admiration. They admired Du Lingfei, and even Chen Xiang, who had risen to prominence because of this battle. Although he had lost, his fame would surely spread far and wide. Elder Sun was also somewhat satisfied, especially with Du Lingfei, even harboring a desire to take him as a disciple. Similarly, no matter how this minor competition ultimately turned out, the name Bai Xiaochun would surely be known for a long time. While the sound of Chen Xiang's surrender still echoed, Du Lingfei's face turned pale, and she staggered on the martial arts arena. Her spiritual energy was almost depleted. At this moment, she took a deep breath and swallowed a medicinal pill. But she knew that doing so was useless. It wouldn't replenish much. What she needed now was to sit cross-legged for several hours. After all, she had already fought for consecutive battles. However, the rules of the preliminary competition wouldn't allow disciples that much rest time. After all, this was just a preliminary competition. Bai Xiaochun, come up here. Du Lingfei gritted her teeth, her eyes revealing a fierce glint as she looked at Bai Xiaochun standing outside. She wanted to take advantage of the fact that her spiritual energy hadn't completely dried up yet to directly deal with this damned Bai Xiaochun, who clearly could have entered this final round by relying on luck. As soon as Du Lingfei's words rang out, everyone around looked towards Bai Xiaochun, their eyes revealing a hint of schadenfreude. In their opinion, although Du Lingfei was exhausted, it would still be easy to deal with this opportunistic Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun glared, and seeing Du Lingfei slightly unsteady on his feet, he suddenly felt as if he could win first place. This time I, Bai Xiaochun, can finally make a name for myself. When I go up, I'll display my heavy lift, light strike technique, and I'll make everyone around gasp in astonishment. Bai Xiaochun raised his head and puffed out his chest, a shocking image flashing through his mind. He then stepped onto the martial arts arena. But the moment Bai Xiaochun stepped onto the stage, Du Lingfei's eyes flashed with cold light, and his right hand fiercely formed a hand seal, pointing with a single gesture. Instantly, the sword beside her shot towards Bai Xiaochun. A fierce and ruthless aura emanated from it, instantly creating a chilling sensation in the surroundings. Clearly, Du Lingfei had used all her spiritual energy to unleash a full-force attack, making the sword's power far beyond normal. Even more astonishing was that Du Lingfei's body also leapt forward at that moment, chasing after the flying sword. After touching the hilt, her body almost merged with the sword, becoming one, a single entity, hurtling straight towards Bai Xiaochun. With a loud bang, the flying sword's speed instantly increased dramatically, reaching an incredibly fast speed, even faster than when she fought Chen Xiang. It let out a sharp, piercing scream, seemingly tearing through the wind, transforming into a rainbow. And in an instant, it was close to Bai Xiaochun. Everyone on all sides was also shaken to their core, captivated by this sword strike, and exclaimed in astonishment. One sword-flying immortal, senior sister Du has clearly mastered this sword technique. Elder Sun's eyes shone even brighter, and Li Qingao also nodded slightly. Both of them naturally saw that Du Lingfei hadn't actually mastered this technique, but at this moment, her spiritual energy was running low, forcing it out. Relying on a surge of spiritual energy to barely unleash the power of this sword technique. She's taking a gamble, understanding the meaning of this sword technique. This Du Lingfei isn't bad. She's actually more suited to Qingfeng Mountain. Li Qinghu's eyes showed admiration. At this moment, all the outer disciples present were shaken, as if everything before their eyes had blurred. Only Du Lingfei's figure fused with the flying sword was particularly clear. The sword roared and she followed the sword, transforming into this astonishing strike. Yu Lingfei's face showed weariness, but her eyes revealed a sharp glint. She was absolutely certain and confident that this one sword strike would definitely win. Just then, as the flying sword and Yu Lingfei approached Bai Xiaochun, his eyes narrowed and his whole body erupted with a loud bang. His jade pendants and talismans all burst forth, forming layers of protection, and his body quickly retreated. But this flying sword was clearly no ordinary item. It directly penetrated each layer of protection. Although its speed decreased rapidly and it didn't break through the protective barrier, it completely pierced through, the tip of the sword directly stabbing into Bai Xiaochun's body. However, it seemed to have no more force left. When it struck Bai Xiaochun, it seemed to get stuck. Bai Xiaochun's retreat caused the sword to sway. From the damaged clothing, it was visible that there were layers of leather underneath. Everyone around was wide-eyed and open-mouthed, each gasping for air. This Bai Xiaochun, he clearly still has protective gear on him. How cowardly is this guy? This is just a small competition. And not only does he have protective artifacts and talismans, but he's also wearing leather armor. Yu Lingfei's face turned pale as she watched the opponent retreat like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. Not only was he retreating very quickly, but her flying sword was also stuck in the ground. She gritted her teeth and chanted a spell, trying to control the flying sword to return. But her spiritual energy was already depleted, leaving only a trace. So no matter how she tried to control it, the flying sword only trembled, and she couldn't pull it out. Finally, Yu Lingfei, impatient, once again channeled the spiritual energy in her body. But before she could retrieve the flying sword, fresh blood gushed from the corner of her mouth, and she staggered back a few steps. Unable to stand, she sat down on the ground, her face pale, her spiritual energy completely depleted. An overwhelming sense of injustice welled up inside her. Thinking about how she had struggled so hard to finally reach the top two, while Bai Xiaochun had easily done it, without even expending any spiritual energy, her resentment turned into rage. She gritted her teeth and glared at Bai Xiaochun. If looks could kill, Bai Xiaochun would have been killed countless times by now. If she still had the strength, she would have even wanted to bite him. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and quickly retreated. He hadn't expected Yu Lingfei to still have this trick up her sleeve. Moreover, his own protective barrier had clearly been breached. Damn it. Luckily, I was being cautious and wore 7 or 8 layers of leather armor. Bai Xiaochun lowered his head, staring intently at the flying sword on his shoulder. After piercing through his protective barrier, the flying sword's power had diminished, and it was further blocked by the 7 or 8 layers of leather armor. So by the time it finally touched his body, there was hardly any remaining force. With his immortal skin, it didn't even feel like a mosquito bite. But Bai Xiaochun was still terrified. He stared at the flying sword on his shoulder, pulled it down with his hand, and looked at Yu Lingfei, who was panting heavily and staring intently at him. Sister, it's not good to carelessly throw away treasures. This sword, you're going to throw it away, right? If you throw it away, I'll take it. Bai Xiaochun gleefully tossed the flying sword in his hand into his storage bag, then took out his small wooden sword, preparing to unleash his heavy lightweight technique, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. Yu Lingfei, seeing his flying sword taken by Bai Xiaochun, his eyes turned red, and he felt like he was going mad. Overwhelmed with rage, he fainted from anger. In this competition, 2 people had already fainted from anger caused by Bai Xiaochun. Oh, why did he faint? Bai Xiaochun looked at the unconscious Yu Lingfei, holding the small wooden sword in his hand with a hint of helplessness. The outer disciples from all sides, including those eliminated in the previous competition, all seemed to share a common enemy, shouting at Bai Xiaochun. Shameless! Bai Xiaochun, you're too shameless! We refuse to accept this victory. Down with Bai Xiaochun! Looking at the furious crowd, Bai Xiaochun felt a chill run down his spine. He thought to himself that even if he used the heavy lifting, lightning technique, it would be difficult to quell everyone's anger, and might even backfire, making them feel even more ashamed of him. So he quickly glanced at Elder Sun. Elder Sun, I'm first place. Please announce it quickly. Elder Sun gave a wry smile, and Li Qing'o, standing beside him, also sighed. He couldn't have anticipated that Bai Xiaochun's participation in the preliminary competition would lead to such a result. Ah, all right, this time, Bai Xiaochun, first place. Elder Sun shook his head with a wry smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples all around glared at Bai Xiaochun. Although Bai Xiaochun felt he was very powerful, with so many people, he was filled with fear. He wanted to descend from the arena and escape this dangerous place, but Du Lingfei, who had been rescued by everyone, suddenly came to her senses. Her breathing quickened, her eyes glaring at Bai Xiaochun with anger, and she gritted her teeth as she said, "Bai Xiaochun, I, Du Lingfei, am not convinced by this competition. You became first place only because I, Du Lingfei, gave you that position. As for you, I personally am not convinced. Do you dare to compete with me again?" Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily, his steps not faltering, secretly thinking that he must be crazy to challenge this madwoman again. What if she fainted again? I'm not going to fight you in magic. We're both outer disciples, alchemists of Xiangyun Mountain. We'll compete in herbal skills. Du Lingfei stared at Bai Xiaochun, enunciating each word clearly, her voice filled with determination. If you win, you can take that pine sword. Otherwise, from today onwards, I, Du Lingfei, will not let this matter rest. Hearing that the competition was only in herbal skills, Bai Xiaochun's steps suddenly halted. Then he turned to look at Du Lingfei, a slight hesitation in his expression. Bai Xiaochun, if you can defeat me in herbal skills, you can also take this Lingyan incense. Seeing Bai Xiaochun stop and hesitate, Du Lingfei thought that he might lack the courage to fight. So he directly took out a bluish-purple incense stick from his storage bag. As soon as the incense stick was offered, it released waves of fragrance. The outer disciples, upon seeing the Lingyan incense, all showed expressions of admiration. A first-grade spiritual medicine, Lingyan incense. It ranks very high among first-grade spiritual medicines, incredibly valuable, and effective for those below the 7th level of Qi condensation. This is what Du Lingfei spent a huge price to obtain in preparation for breaking through to the 5th level of Qi condensation. Sister Du's herbal skills are ranked among the top 20 on the first 3 stone tablets. This time, Bai Xiaochun is definitely going to lose. Bai Xiaochun immediately recognized the Lingyan incense before him. Its efficacy had been described in the 3rd chapter of the Herbs book, specifically mentioning Lingyan grass. He was already tempted, and hearing the surrounding people discussing her ranking among the top 20 on the stone tablets, his eyes lit up. You really are among the top 20. Bai Xiaochun, wanting to be absolutely sure, took a few steps back and asked, "Do you dare to fight or not?" Du Lingfei gritted her teeth and said, "I've only learned the first 3 chapters of the herbology technique." Bai Xiaochun hesitated. "Then let's fight you, even with only 3 chapters. Do you dare?" Du Lingfei suddenly felt incredibly frustrated and shouted. "Fight though, could I not fight?" Bai Xiaochun replied with a pained expression, but inwardly he was overjoyed, secretly thinking that the girl in front of him was truly too naive. Everyone was stirred by Bai Xiaochun's answer. At this moment, Du Lingfei also breathed a sigh of relief. Although her spiritual energy hadn't fully recovered, her physical strength had recovered considerably. She glared fiercely at Bai Xiaochun, then turned and took a few steps forward, clasping her hands and bowing to Elder Sun. "Disciple Du Lingfei, I request that Elder witness this herbal competition between me and Bai Xiaochun." Elder Sun felt that Du Lingfei was even more impressive, and upon hearing this, stroked his beard and said, "Very well, I will be here to witness it today. But if it's a competition of herbal artistry, how about the presiding judge sets the challenge?" Elder Sun looked towards Li Qingou. Li Qingou, hearing this, looked deeply at Bai Xiaochun and nodded slightly. From then on, the surrounding disciples suddenly became excited, and even Du Lingfei, somewhat agitated, bowed to Li Qingou once more. The kind of competition that doesn't require bloodshed and can also bring fame is exactly what Bai Xiaochun likes best. At this moment, he no longer needed to put on a miserable face, but instead tilted his chin up, displaying an arrogant and proud demeanor. This displeased the surrounding disciples, and even Du Lingfei snorted coldly at him. The art of herbs is constantly changing. Even if the content is confined to the first 3 chapters, countless variables exist. "Today I will present 2 questions to see who between you 2 can win," Li Qingou said calmly, his gaze sweeping over Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. Then he raised his right hand and patted his storage bag, revealing 2 more seeds. "In my hand are 2 flower seeds. Use your spiritual energy to transform them, combined with your herbal techniques. Whoever produces the most spiritual flowers will be considered the winner of the first round. Li Qingou raised his right hand, and the two flower seeds flew towards Bai Xiaoqun and Du Lingfei. Du Lingfei caught the seeds, and while she hesitated, Li Qingou tossed a pill directly towards her. After catching it, she was slightly stunned. This pill can help restore your cultivation level in an instant. Li Qinghu's calm voice reached her, causing Du Lingfei to be overjoyed. She quickly thanked him and swallowed the pill. Within a few breaths, her whole body trembled. Her eyes shone with vitality, and her cultivation level was completely restored in an instant. Bai Xiaoqun saw this and felt a little resentful, but he dared not say anything. He looked at the seed in his palm, not immediately attempting to transform it, but first carefully examining it. If you can't recognize it, let me tell you straight, this is the seed of the three-spirit flower. Du Lingfei glanced at Bai Xiaoqun with disdain. Then, without paying any further attention, she closed her eyes and channeled the spiritual energy in her body into her palm, forming a powerful surge of spiritual power that entered the seed. Very quickly, a verdant sprout emerged from the seed and rapidly grew. Before long, the sprout was over a meter tall and bloomed into a sky blue spirit flower, which continued to grow further. At this moment, Bai Xiaoqun withdrew his gaze from the seed, seemingly lost in thought. Li Qingou, who had been observing Bai Xiaoqun, noticed this, and a subtle, almost imperceptible, surprise flickered in his eyes. While Bai Xiaoqun was still lost in thought, the surrounding outer disciples all turned their gaze towards Du Lingfei. At this moment, the spiritual plant in her hand had grown to 2 feet tall and bloomed its second flower. When Du Lingfei's spiritual plant bloomed its third flower, Bai Xiaoqun channeled his spiritual energy into the seed. However, this energy was not stable and was constantly interrupted. Even when the seed sprouted, he would exhale and blow the sprout away. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Du Lingfei's face was slightly pale. But she gritted her teeth and managed to bloom 6 flowers before finally exhaling and setting the plant aside. She bowed to Li Qingou. 6 spiritual flowers, considered high grade, not bad. Li Qingou nodded slightly. Feeling satisfied, Du Lingfei glanced at Bai Xiaoqun, noticing that the spiritual plant in his hand was less than a meter tall, and the contempt in her eyes intensified. The outer disciples on the other side were also invigorated. As expected of senior sister Du, the fact that the blue spirit flower has bloomed is already extraordinary. Bai Xiaoqun hasn't even bloomed a single flower yet. He's truly a useless person. This kind of cultivation competition first requires observing what kind of seed it is, and then cultivating it according to the growth rules of each seed. Senior sister Du is incredibly proficient in this aspect. While everyone was still discussing, the spiritual plant in Bai Xiaoqun's hand gradually grew to a meter tall, and soon after, a small, shriveled sky blue flower bloomed, seemingly lacking sufficient nutrients compared to Du Lingfei's flower. Before the surrounding crowd could even scoff, the spiritual plant, still at its original height of 1 meter, bloomed with another small, sky blue flower, then a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, a seventh. In just a few short breaths, 9 flowers appeared in quick succession in Bai Xiaoqun's hand. This scene shocked everyone, causing them to turn and stare in disbelief. The blue spirit flower blooms 1 flower per meter. How could it bloom 9 flowers in 1 meter? Du Lingfei was also somewhat astonished, finding it hard to believe. But the scene wasn't over yet. As soon as the 9 small sky blue flowers appeared, Bai Xiaoqun's eyes flashed. He took a deep breath and suddenly exhaled a breath imbued with spiritual energy, which landed on the 9 small flowers. The 9 flowers trembled momentarily, and even with the naked eye, one could see their color rapidly changing, turning green. From a blue color, but after maturing, it completely transformed into a cyan color. This isn't a blue spirit flower. Among the surrounding disciples, several quickly recognized it, their eyes widening in shock. A cyan spirit flower. When still a seed, it's incredibly difficult to distinguish between a blue spirit flower and a cyan spirit flower, but the cultivation methods are completely different. If you use the same cultivation method as the blue spirit flower, you'll only get a blue spirit flower, wasting the seed. Everyone stared at Bai Xiaoqun in disbelief. Bai Xiaoqun opened his eyes, set the cyan spirit flower aside, chuckled, and clasped his hands behind his back, looking at Du Lingfei. His mastery of herbs had truly reached an unimaginable level. A quick glance was enough to spot the difference. This level of distinction was incredibly easy for him. Du Lingfei's expression changed drastically. She even felt as if she'd been slapped, recoiling slightly. She glanced at the blue spirit flower, then at Bai Xiaochun's green spirit flower, feeling her face flush. Just moments ago, she'd arrogantly pointed out the difference, but in an instant, everything was proven wrong. She'd wasted the flower seed. Bai Xiaochun must be incredibly lucky. I saw it as blue spirit, but he thought it was green spirit. That's the only reason he couldn't possibly distinguish them. Du Lingfei thought to herself, gritting her teeth. First round, Bai Xiaochun wins. This flower seed is definitely green spirit, not blue spirit. They look identical, but the patterns are slightly different. Without careful observation, it's difficult to spot the difference. It's very easy to confuse them. Li Qingou spoke indifferently, his gaze fixed on Bai Xiaochun. Then he raised his right hand, and a spiritual herb appeared. This herb was very special, with 4 distinct colors. Its 9 leaves were also distinct, and it bore 2 flowers, one black and one white. These flowers seemed to possess a full spiritual essence, constantly clashing with each other as if trying to suppress one another. Although they appeared to be the same plant, a closer look revealed some traces of grafting. The first round of the test was about transformation. This second round will focus on identification. The spiritual herb in my hand is a graft of many different spiritual herbs. Whoever among you can correctly identify more types will win. Li Qingou held the spiritual herb suspended in front of him, his gaze fixed on Bai Xiaochun, as if to see if the child he had brought into the sect that day could once again surprise him. Du Lingfei gritted her teeth. She felt she had been too careless earlier, so she now displayed an unprecedented seriousness. After taking out the jade slip, she walked to the side of the spirit herb. A look of intense interest flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, and he also approached. The two gazed at it for a long time, occasionally taking out their jade slips to record their observations. After a while, Du Lingfei rubbed her forehead, then stepped back a few paces, her expression uncertain as she looked at Bai Xiaochun. She had identified 8 types, but the others, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recognize. Bai Xiaochun, however, not only hadn't stopped observing, but his eyes were gradually brightening. He even exclaimed, circling the spirit herb several times, occasionally letting out a surprised exclamation as if he had just discovered something new. It can be like this. This is interesting. Everyone around them fell silent, watching Bai Xiaochun. They didn't believe that Bai Xiaochun had been able to distinguish it based on his own strength. Most thought Bai Xiaochun was just lucky, directly identifying it as the green spirit flower and proceeding with the transformation. Pretending, you're still pretending. Du Lingfei was very unconvinced, and the more she looked at Bai Xiaochun, the more disgusted she felt. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Bai Xiaochun didn't stop. He was completely absorbed, forgetting about the competition. This kind of spiritual herb grafting seemed to have opened a vast door to the art of herbal medicine in Bai Xiaochun's mind. The tens of thousands of herbs in his head were no longer separate groups, but began to merge together. After a long time, Bai Xiaochun reluctantly retreated. But when he looked at the spiritual herb, his eyes revealed a look of fascination and admiration. Li Qingou and elder son exchanged glances. Then Li Qingou suddenly spoke. All right, now you two can list the spiritual herbs you've identified. Du Lingfei, you go first. Du Lingfei gritted her teeth, took out a jade slip, and began to list. I've only identified 8 types, in order. Water heavenly pattern, cold one root, earth dragon fruit, divine mist grass, and finally, yellow earth essence. After saying this, Du Lingfei looked at Bai Xiaochun. She didn't believe Bai Xiaochun could surpass her. After all, 8 types of herbs, while not a lot, were actually almost perfectly grafted, and the difficulty was immense. Identifying 8 of them was definitely not insignificant. Humph, if Bai Xiaochun is also shamelessly claiming 8 types, then I have the jade slip as proof, Du Lingfei thought coldly. Bai Xiaochun coughed lightly, noticing everyone was looking at him, then flicked his sleeve and took out a jade slip containing records of spiritual herbs. Not to mention the 8 herbs that senior sister Du just listed. Besides those, I can identify 67 herbs. Unfortunately, I don't recognize 31 of them. I only recognize 36. As Bai Xiaochun finished speaking, the surrounding disciples gasped in astonishment. 67? How is that possible? With this kind of identification, recognizing 8 is already the limit. How could you possibly recognize more than a dozen? Du Lingfei stared at Bai Xiaoqun and then sneered. She truly didn't believe him, concluding that Bai Xiaoqun was being incredibly presumptuous. Then why didn't junior brother Bai say there were 30,000 types in total? If you had listed all 3,000 herbs at once, you might have guessed quite a few right, Du Lingfei mocked. Du Lingfei's words caused the surrounding disciples to burst into laughter. They couldn't believe that Bai Xiaoqun's herbal skills could surpass Du Lingfei's. Especially what Bai Xiaoqun had just said, they considered it nonsense, something impossible. If Bai Xiaoqun can win, then his skills in the first 3 volumes could be compared to senior sister Zhou. Is that even possible? His mysterious act only makes people dislike him more. We must expose the truth later. The disciples looked at each other and continued to laugh and mock. Bai Xiaoqun stood there, frowning. Are you all finished talking? His expression turned cold. He was truly angry. If it were just a fight, he wouldn't be like this. But he was a man who aspired to become a great alchemist. The ridicule and skepticism of everyone regarding his herbal skills made him feel humiliated. You may doubt my luck, you may doubt my magical artifacts, but on the path of herbs, I don't share your shallow perspective. What I see is heaven and earth. His voice rang out, carrying far, his serious expression on his small, imposing figure exuding an unwavering, steady aura like a mountain. His icy face stunned the disciples who had just mocked him. Even Du Lingfei was bewildered. She looked at Bai Xiaoqun as if he were a completely different person. This spiritual plant is called the black and white flower, containing the golden silver root, heavenly emperor leaf, water luo grass, 9 earth fruit, snail pattern flesh, border clad flower, heart wind flower, Hamyang fruit. Bai Xiaoqun snorted coldly, flicking his sleeve. At this moment, he no longer had the docile demeanor he had before. Instead, he felt hatred, and those before him were the ones he hated. He clasped his hands behind his back, looking at the crowd with icy eyes. His gaze swept across the surroundings. As time passed, an indescribable aura emanated from him. The more he spoke, the more shocked the surrounding crowd became, their faces filled with disbelief and astonishment. Especially Du Lingfei. She frowned, carefully observing the spiritual herbs. According to Bai Xiaoqun, she also knew those herbs. They were all in the herbal records of the first 3 volumes, but she hadn't been able to identify them before. It seems you've memorized the contents of the first 3 volumes. All right, the herbs you've listed are indeed more numerous than mine. If you can list the contents of the first 3 volumes without a single mistake, I'll accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Du Lingfei snorted coldly. She still didn't believe Bai Xiaoqun could do it. That's right. If you have the ability to name all the herbs in the first 3 volumes, you are the winner. Don't try to act all mysterious. What do you mean we're shallow in knowledge? What do you mean you only see the sky and the earth? I think you're the shallow one. If you don't realize it, just admit it. Don't pretend to be a god or a ghost and let others despise you. The surrounding disciples mocked, speaking in unison. Bai Xiaoqun cast a cold glance at Du Lingfei, then at everyone else. Suddenly, he smiled, then said indifferently, the 100 herbs root, after 30 years of growth, produces 100 leaves. Take its meridians, dry them, and fill them with the spirit water extracted from the heavenly desolation leaf to create these tiny dots. As he spoke, Bai Xiaoqun pointed his right hand at a spot on the spiritual plant, where tiny dots appeared. The heavenly desolation leaf merges with the 9 leaf to form a single leaf, devouring the white burning flower. As shown here, the white burning flower doesn't bloom under 100 years old. After 100 years, it blooms for a very short time. Within 100 breaths, you must harvest a 4-leaf ginseng, nourish it with the heavenly desolation leaf, and it will become a white flower. Which is the white burning flower? The 4-leaf ginseng uses spiritual fire to warm its leaves, causing them to wither, and its essence merges into the ginseng body, allowing the water-backed ginseng to develop and merge into one. Water-backed ginseng. Bai Xiaoqun calmly spoke each sentence, then pointed out the traces he discovered on the spiritual plant. He explained meticulously, even detailing the method of discovery. Everyone present began to shift from mockery to astonishment. Their expressions changed continuously, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Finally, all the outer disciples wore expressions of disbelief. Some were even frightened, stammering. How could this be? My God, this can't be happening. Each word uttered from Bai Xiaochun's mouth echoed like an invisible hand slapping the faces of those who had once looked down on him. Everyone here was a medicinal apprentice. Previously, no one could see the hidden details on the spiritual plants. Now, with Bai Xiaochun pointing them out, everyone gasped in acknowledgement. Every word Bai Xiaochun spoke was accurate, without a single mistake. He alone had shaken all the outer disciples present. This Bai Xiaochun's mastery of herbs has reached an astonishing level. Their spirits were greatly shaken, as if thunder had exploded in their heads. Before, they had mocked him, but now their faces flushed with shame. What frightened them even more was Bai Xiaochun's reverse deduction method. He deduced the method of execution from the appearance of the spiritual plants. This kind of reasoning requires an extremely high level of skill to achieve. This line of reasoning. How could his knowledge of herbs have reached this level? He's just a mere apprentice pharmacist. How could he use such deduction to figure out how the sect master creates spirit herbs? This elder son's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Qinghu's eyes shone brightly. Bai Xiaochun's expression also left him in disbelief. In a short time, Du Lingfei's face turned pale, and she staggered back several steps. After hearing what Bai Xiaochun said, her understanding of herbs had been shattered, and she was even terrified. The discomfort in her body had reached its limit. Bai Xiaochun, standing there, using only words, without any magical artifacts, had overwhelmed her. She felt like her head was exploding with thunder and lightning. She continuously retreated, her face growing paler and paler. The fire-burning half-grain and the nine-flame heaven make the spiritual pearl shine brightly in the heavens and earth forever. After merging with the half-grain fruit, they will give birth to the black-headed flower. That is the last orb I can identify. After another half-incense stick's worth of time, Bai Xiaochun finished his last sentence and cast a lightning-like gaze at Du Lingfei and everyone present. Senior Sister Du, fellow disciples. The path of herbal medicine is vast and profound, without end. Without understanding this, your herbalist skills will only stop here. You asked me to list all the herbs in the first 3 volumes. What's so difficult about that? Bai Xiaochun tilted his chin, flicked his sleeve, and began to recite. Spiritual winter bamboo earth dragon fruit water ink root. He spoke coldly, each sentence following another, without stopping. Silence reigned all around, only his voice echoing, as if transforming into another hand, continuing to slap the faces of those who had once mocked him. Gradually, those present couldn't help but take out their jade slips to compare with what Bai Xiaochun was saying. As time passed, their bodies trembled more and more, and their expressions of fear deepened. Du Lingfei's face turned deathly pale, and she staggered backward as if she had seen a ghost. Her earlier sarcastic remark stemmed from the fact that she had never seen anyone recite all 30,000 herbs like that. It was impossible for her. If it were possible, that person's skill would be truly extraordinary. After an hour, everyone present had taken out their jade slips to compare. By the time Bai Xiaochun finished listing the last herb, everyone was stunned into silence. Then a murmur of excitement arose, growing louder and louder. My God! Not a single one wrong! Everything is correct. This really happened. All 30,000 types of medicinal herbs. Has his knowledge of herbs reached this level already? What is his ranking on the medicinal herbs tablet? Comparing Du Lingfei's mastery of herbal medicine to this person's is like comparing an egg to a rock. A murmur of discussion arose. Du Lingfei looked at Bai Xiaochun, her heart filled with bitterness. Even during their fight, she hadn't felt this way. But under this display of herbal knowledge, she had been completely crushed. She couldn't believe that someone with such incredible luck and powerful magical artifacts could possess such a high level of skill in the art of herbal medicine. This was a huge blow to her. She gave a bitter laugh, threw down Ling Yangxing, and turned to leave without a second thought. She couldn't bear it any longer. After Du Lingfei left, the outer disciples also felt ashamed, bowing respectfully to Bai Xiaochun before quickly departing. Their hearts were still reeling from the shock. Only Bai Xiaochun remained on the martial arts arena. He stood there, cleared his throat, and felt as if he had caused a major incident. He quickly picked up the Lingyan incense, then turned to carefully look at Li Qingou. Disciple, I'll go first. Having said that, he hurriedly retreated and disappeared. Elder Sun watched Bai Xiaochun's receding figure, his eyes still filled with awe. Headmaster, this person is truly extraordinary, he murmured softly. Li Qing'o looked up at the sky and laughed heartily. His laughter was incredibly carefree. Then he flicked his sleeves and headed towards the mountaintop. Half a month later, the story of Bai Xiaoqun crushing Du Lingfei in the final stages of the competition spread among the disciples, causing a sensation within the sect. Therefore, every time Bai Xiaoqun went out, the outer disciples would greet him with smiles. This made Bai Xiaoqun feel as if he had gained some fame, so he enjoyed going out. Every time he met an outer disciple, he would proactively approach them to strike up a conversation, and then, when the other party asked who he was, he would suppress his pride and reveal his name. This leisurely life made Bai Xiaoqun very happy. He had also refined Du Lingfei's pill 3 times and swallowed it, successfully breaking through his cultivation from the 5th stage of the great perfection of the condensation realm to the 6th stage. The technique of lifting heavy objects as if they were light, under Bai Xiaoqun's practice, became even more refined. He had even begun to study the 2nd level of the purple check controlling cauldron technique, lifting light objects as if they were heavy. At first glance, it seemed not difficult, but in reality, Bai Xiaoqun had tried many times, yet he still hadn't mastered it. One day, as he sat cross-legged in the courtyard practicing the technique of lifting light objects as if they were heavy, his expression changed slightly. He put away his wooden sword and looked out into the small courtyard. Soon, there was a knock on the door. His senior brother by there, a voice that sounded somewhat familiar came from outside the door. He was slightly surprised. His small courtyard was usually rarely visited by people. He raised his right hand and pointed at the door. The door creaked open, revealing a thin young man standing outside. The young man, dressed in the attire of an outer disciple, immediately adopted a serious expression upon opening the door. He bowed deeply towards the courtyard, clasping his hands together in a respectful gesture. Su Baozi, greetings, senior brother Bai. It's you. Bai Xiaoqun was slightly startled. The person standing outside the door was Su Baozi, with whom Bai Xiaoqun had once clashed when he was still in the fire stove room. Su Baozi's cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the condensation realm, and he had now become an outer disciple. So you've become an outer disciple, and you're still unconvinced. Do you want to fight me again? Bai Xiaoqun glanced over, and seeing that the other party's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the condensation realm, he immediately felt relieved, his expression becoming serious. Hearing this, Su Baozi quickly shook his head, a wry smile appearing on his face, and bowed to Bai Xiaoqun once more. Before, I was naive and didn't understand things. Senior brother Bai, please don't mock me anymore. This time I, Su, have come to apologize to senior brother Bai and resolve the matters of that year. Su Baozi's expression was sincere. He truly wanted to resolve the issue. After all, they were now outer disciples, and the past was no longer so important. Most importantly, Bai Zikan was now considered a well-known figure in Xiangyun Mountain, and Su Baozi, having also chosen to become an outer disciple of Xiangyun Mountain, naturally didn't want to bring unnecessary trouble over the past, which is why he came here. Bai Zikan stared at him, recalling the past, and couldn't help but think of the fire stove room. At this moment, Su Baozi was considered an old acquaintance, so he stood up and invited Su Baozi into the courtyard. The two of them were together, reminiscing about the past. Speaking of which, back then I didn't understand why you wrote so many blood-red kill characters. I understood later, but I'm still curious, didn't it hurt you to write so many characters in blood? Bai Xiaoqun asked. He could never forget that bloodstained challenge letter from the other party. Su Baozi's face flushed red. He found it unbelievable that day and awkwardly changed the subject. Brother Bai, you must be careful of those people in the supervisory office. I heard before that Chen Fei and his group, whom you pushed up the mountain, still hold a grudge. Chen Fei. Bai Xiaoqun immediately became alert, the image of the burly man from the supervisory office flashing through his mind. What's his cultivation level now? Bai Xiaoqun asked seriously. I heard he's already at the 4th stage of the Cha condensation realm. Su Baozi quickly replied. The man told Bai Xiaoqun these things only to prove his innocence and resolve the enmity. Bai Xiaoqun, hearing that he was only at the 4th level of the Cha condensation realm, immediately felt relieved and put on a calm and composed demeanor. Su Baozi didn't say much more, but instead talked with Bai Xiaoqun about matters within the sect. After a while, Bai Xiaoqun discovered that Su Baozi clearly knew more than he did. It seemed he knew everything, big and small, about the southern shore of the Lingxi sect. He even spoke enthusiastically about some secrets, especially the rumors about certain disciples, describing them vividly as if he had witnessed them firsthand. Brother Bai, speaking of which, in our Lingxi sect, there are 5 great beauties. Any one of them possesses breathtaking beauty. For us cultivators, if we could have one, our lives wouldn't be wasted. Bai Xiaochun listened with great interest, urging Su Beokai to tell him more. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's apparent interest, and since he genuinely enjoyed gathering information, Su Beokai continued with a beaming face. These 5 great beauties, if you simply consider their looks, are all equally matched, but their status is quite different. First place goes to Su Minyang, the senior disciple of Mount Ziding. She's truly breathtakingly beautiful. Oh, and she's Zhang Daipen's master. Huh. This time, Bai Xiaochun was genuinely shocked. He had heard Zhang Daipen mention his master several times, each time referring to her as an old hag. Especially when Bai Xiaochun recalled seeing Zhang Daipen himself. The reason he had become so thin was because that old hag disliked fat people. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but have some strange thoughts. He quickly cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure. He felt that continuing to think like this was too dangerous. On Xiangyun Mountain, we also have 2, namely Senior Sister Chu Xinqi and Senior Sister Du Lingfei, Su Beokai said slowly. After mentioning Chu Xinqi, he spoke of the prodigies. Senior Brother Bai, you should know that on the southern shore of our Lingxi sect, there are 3 great prodigies. First is Chu Xinqi of Xiangyun Mountain, then there's Lu Tianli of Ziding Mountain, and the last one is Shengguan Tianu of Qingfeng Mountain. Speaking of these 3, each one is a peerless prodigy. Su Beokai's eyes showed admiration. So powerful, yet they're still just outer disciples, just like me, Bai Xiaochun smirked. He didn't know Shengguan Tianu and Lu Tianli, but he had interacted with Chu Xinqi. The jade pendant in his pocket was given to him by Chu Xinqi. Su Beokai coughed, inwardly disdainful, but he didn't dare belittle Bai Xiaochun, so he smiled wryly and spoke. Senior Brother Bai, these 3 are because the sect rules stipulate that any disciple must rise through the outer sect. Otherwise, they would have already been inner disciples. Even so, these 3 are worthy of being the top outer disciples on their respective peaks. Even inner disciples are wary of them. Because once these 3 reach the necessary cultivation level to become outer disciples, they are undoubtedly outstanding talents. For them, the inner sect is just a stepping stone. Their goal is to become a successor disciple of our Lingxi sect. Bai Xiaochun was still somewhat unconvinced. Among them, Chu Xinqi possesses a spiritual vein of herbs, and in the future, he will definitely inherit the mantle of Elder Li, becoming another pharmacist of our Lingxi sect. As for Lu Tianli, this person was once poor and thin as a stick, but he possesses a rare thunder spiritual vein, cultivating thunder Dao techniques on Purple Peak Mountain. The sect master himself once said that this person will definitely be extraordinary in the future. Bai Xiaochun was surprised. He was no longer a novice cultivator, and he understood quite a bit about the cultivation world. Hearing the 3 words thunder spiritual vein, he felt a little envious. This type of spiritual vein can greatly increase the power of techniques, and cultivation rarely encounters bottlenecks. Then there's Shengguan Tianyu, who's even more unpredictable. This person possesses a sword spirit physique, and it's even rumored that he's the reincarnation of some powerful sword cultivator. For some reason, heaven felt guilty, so he received countless blessings throughout his life. At 3 years old, he found an ancient broken sword while walking. At 7, a young red cloud beast fell from the sky and accepted him as its master. At 13, he obtained a golden protective aura, hence his name Jianyu Heavenly Blessing. His appearance even caused a sensation among the supreme elders of the sect. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun finally showed a normal expression after learning about these events, Su Beokai mentioned the 3rd person. The heavens are apologetic. 3 years old. What kind of luck is this? What? Is he still a reincarnated powerful being? Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. He took a deep breath, his expression showing anger. He made up his mind not to provoke Shengguan Tianyu, the one even the heavens were apologetic about. These 3 will definitely be able to reach the foundation establishment stage. Senior brother Bai, in my generation of cultivators, going from a menial worker to an outer disciple is said to be like a carp transforming into a dragon. But in reality, breaking through from the jet condensation stage to the foundation establishment stage is the real transformation. From then on, the level of life is different, like shedding the mortal realm and truly entering the immortal path. And one's lifespan increases by 100 years in an instant. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's even more startled expression, Subeotai felt satisfied. But he sighed softly when mentioning foundation establishment. While he was sighing, Bai Xiaochun, upon hearing about the 100-year increase in lifespan, immediately showed an intense radiance in his eyes that hadn't appeared in almost half his life. His body even trembled slightly, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he felt a buzzing in his head as he grabbed Subeitai's arm. You just said that after foundation establishment, one can increase their lifespan by 100 years. Subeotai was stunned, seeing Bai Xiaochun's eyes now bloodshot. He felt a little frightened and quickly nodded. Bai Xiaochun's breathing suddenly became rapid, and he paced back and forth in the courtyard, his hands waving as if he were holding something. His eyes gleamed, and he looked like a madman, muttering softly to himself, sometimes letting out a terrifying laugh. Subeotai was even more frightened. He didn't know what was wrong with Bai Xiaochun, only feeling a chill down his spine, and quickly stood up to take his leave. Bai Xiaochun ignored him, his whole body seemingly gone mad. Subeotai took a deep breath, feeling that Bai Xiaochun's appearance was even more terrifying. So he quickly left. A short while later, Bai Xiaochun, with disheveled hair, suddenly stopped, took a deep breath, and laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. 100 years. Foundation establishment. I must achieve foundation establishment. After his desire to achieve foundation establishment was inadvertently aroused by Subeotai, Bai Zikun began to frequent the scripture repository many times over the next few days. He even went to the Divine Martial Hall. The Divine Martial Hall specializes in explaining most of the common knowledge in the cultivation world. Therefore, it also described foundation establishment in relatively detail. When he saw that the information written there was not much different from what Subeotai had said, Bai Zikun's spirit ignited. He felt that if he could achieve foundation establishment, it would mean he had taken a huge step on the path to immortality. Especially when he learned that there were 3 ways to achieve foundation establishment, and that the increase in lifespan was completely different. He became even more excited. After continuously researching information for several days, he understood many things about foundation establishment. Heaven, earth, and human, 3 types of foundation establishment. Human foundation establishment requires the consumption of foundation establishment pills. The success rate is not high, but if successful, it will increase lifespan by 100 years. Earth foundation establishment integrates the Earth's energy, and upon completion, the power is earth-shattering. The success rate is lower, but if successful, lifespan will increase by 200 years. Finally, there is the legendary Heaven foundation establishment. Extremely rare, something that can be encountered, but not sought after. But once the opportunity arises and foundation establishment is successful, it will instantly increase lifespan by 500 years. Bai Xiaochun carefully studied, feeling that Heaven foundation establishment was elusive and unattainable, while Earth foundation establishment also required a special place with Earth's energy to achieve it. Thus, only the simplest method remained, human foundation establishment, which only required foundation establishment pills. Now that I've made my plans for the future, I need to prepare everything properly. And I absolutely must have foundation establishment pills. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and put down the jade slip, his eyes shining brightly. Foundation establishment pills are incredibly expensive, and to be on the safe side, I need to prepare a lot of them. Therefore, the best method is naturally to refine them myself. A gleam of determination flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He had always aspired to become a great alchemist capable of refining longevity pills, so he was even more determined to achieve this ideal. Medicine apprentice, medicine apprentice, medicine master. Currently, I am a medicine apprentice. To become a true medicine apprentice and refine elixirs, I need to participate in the promotion examination. This examination only requires mastering 5 chapters of herbs, but I feel that's not quite right. I need to master 5 chapters of spirit beasts to be able to handle everything properly. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were filled with determination as he took out the jade slip containing the 3rd chapter of the herbs book. After carefully reviewing it once more, making sure he had memorized it thoroughly, he immediately stood up and went outside. But very quickly, he ran back, and after a moment of contemplation, he pulled out a pile of clothes and changed his attire. Only then did he feel somewhat relieved and quickly went outside. Those two Shinchi fans are really hateful, even spreading rumors that they want to dismember me into 8 pieces, forcing me to keep a low profile. Bai Xiaochun was also full of resentment. HMPH, wait until I reach the foundation establishment stage. Then I can stand in front of tens of thousands of people and tell them all that I, Bai Xiaochun, am the Turtle King. Then let's see if anyone dares to dismember me. After considering the difference between himself and Shinchi's fans, Bai Xiaochun made a vow. The 10,000 Medicine Pavilion had become even more crowded with disciples recently. Not only were there disciples from the outer sects of Xiangyun Mountain, but also disciples from Qingfeng Mountain and Ziding Mountain who were eager to learn about herbs. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was also sneaking among the crowd. Taking advantage of the fact that no one around was paying attention to quickly enter the wooden house under the third herbal stone tablet. A moment later, he pushed open the door and quickly blended into the crowd. He originally wanted to leave, but couldn't resist and waited. Before long, a voice exclaimed in surprise, and everyone saw that on the third herbal stone tablet, the turtle symbol had appeared, riding on top of the Aquarius symbol. Bai Xiaochun secretly gloated, and while everyone was exclaiming in surprise, he couldn't help but feign astonishment and shout a few times. But the group of Chu Xinqi's admirers quickly appeared with fierce expressions, causing Bai Xiaochun to clench his fists. Those guys are the ones who made me keep a low profile like this. Bai Xiaochun glared angrily at the group of people before quickly leaving. From that day on, news related to the little turtle quickly resurfaced and spread throughout the outer sect of Xiangyun Mountain. Everyone was discussing it. After all, the story of the little turtle's mark on the stone tablet was the most talked about event of the past year. But just as the chatter subsided, on this very day the following month, disciples at the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion suddenly saw the little turtle's mark reappear on the 4th Heaven Herb Stone tablet. It was the same image, the little turtle's mark still riding on top of the Aquarius mark, becoming the number 1. A commotion erupted. This little turtle is already number 1 on all 4 stone tablets. It's about to surpass senior sister Zhou Xinqi. He has 4 stone tablets, while senior sister Chu Xinqi has 5. Who exactly is this little turtle? Bai Xiaochun suddenly shouted from the crowd, secretly feeling extremely pleased. But when he saw the frenzied fans of Chu Xinqi rushing towards him, he quickly coughed, hiding his resentment by lowering his head. A few days later, Chu Xinqi also appeared at the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion. She looked at the 4 stone tablets, her face filled with solemnity. Then she entered the room beneath the 10th stone tablet, and when she came out, she had already claimed the first place on the 10th stone tablet. At this point, all the outer disciples of Xiangyun Mountain were staring at the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion. Chu Xinqi had 6 stone tablets, while the little turtle had 4. They were speculating whether the little turtle would appear again next month, joining Chu Xinqi in the top 5 stone tablets. Some outer disciples even began betting on whether the little turtle could take the top spot on all 5 stone tablets. Even the elders of Xiangyun Mountain began to take notice. Bai Xiaochun also went berserk, and every time he won first place and obtained the jade slip, he would study it day and night. Moreover, because of his resentment towards those who admired Zhou Xinqi, every time he won first place, he would join the crowd and shout excitedly, showing a look of utter adoration for the little turtle. As time passed, many people in the area also began to worship the little turtle. Of course, Bai Xiaochun also played a significant role in this, almost never missing an opportunity to promote the little turtle, like Ho Xiaomei, who now worshipped the little turtle to the extreme. Finally, a month passed, and on a clear, sunny day, the Aquarius mark on the 5th Heaven Herb Stone tablet suddenly flashed and fell down a notch. Above the Aquarius mark, the little turtle reappeared. At this moment, all the outer disciples of Xiangyun Mountain were in an uproar, and countless people rushed to see what was happening. Even in their daily lives afterward, the story of Little Turtle became the main topic of discussion among the disciples. Little Turtle's herbal skills must have reached an unimaginable level to be able to perform such astonishing feats. Amazing! Little Turtle is finally on par with senior sister Zhou among these people. There were also those who suspected the person was Bai Xiaochun. Even the fans of Zhou Xinqi, in their frenzy, certainly didn't miss any suspicious target. Of course, Bai Xiaochun was also a key focus of their attention. Bai Xiaochun felt increasingly resentful, but to dispel the suspicions of the others, he reluctantly pretended to sigh and went inside the fourth stone monument under everyone's gaze. He lingered inside for a while, secretly vowing to make those people pay dearly later, before finally leaving. After several such instances, the envious crowd gradually shifted their attention to others. After all, without evidence, it was difficult to find an answer to these matters. However, they didn't forget to spread their vicious threats for everyone to hear. They said that if they found out who the little turtle was, they wouldn't just chop him into 8 pieces, but precisely 80 pieces. After hearing this, Bai Xiaochun imagined himself being chopped into 80 pieces, trembling uncontrollably. But this only fueled his rage, and he gritted his teeth. Aren't you all unhappy? I'll take first place even more, to make you all even more unhappy. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, glaring at the envious crowd from afar, directly using this method of action. 1 month later, the 6th stone tablet, Little Turtle first. Another month, the 7th stone tablet, Little Turtle first again. As soon as he topped all 7 stone tablets, a fierce cheer erupted from all sides of the 10,000 medicine pavilion. First place on all 7 stone tablets. Little Turtle, keep going. Create the legend of first place on all 10 stone tablets that senior sister Joe hasn't achieved yet. Haha, I have high hopes for this Little Turtle. He will definitely achieve it. While countless people cheered incessantly, more than 10 young men with gloomy expressions, and among them were quite a few inner disciples, also glaring with cold eyes. One of them, with a pockmarked face and wearing an inner disciple's robe, glared fiercely. Fellow disciples, if any of you know who this little turtle is, tell me, and I promise to do you a favor. The pockmarked young man suddenly raised his voice, his tone carrying a hint of shock that instantly intimidated everyone. Many looked at him, quickly averting their gaze upon recognizing his identity, but many others showed anger yet dared not speak further. It's Qian Dakin, an inner disciple who joined the law enforcement hall. Senior brother Qian, I heard he's pursuing both Chu Xinqi and Du Lingfei. Bai Xiaochun, still among the crowd, saw this scene and, along with several others nearby, felt a surge of anger as they glared at the pockmarked young man. Upon returning to his courtyard, the thought of the other party filled Bai Xiaochun's heart with resentment. Anyway, you can't find me, so I'll keep fighting you guys again and again. Bai Xiaochun tilted his chin up. He was even more determined to thoroughly study the 5 volumes of spirit beast texts, understanding the materials within the bodies of those spirit beasts that could be used to refine spirit medicines significantly improved his herbal medicine skills. Moreover, after combining and further analyzing them, Bai Xiaochun's herbal medicine skills continued to improve. A month later, on the 8th stone tablet, the little turtle's mark replaced the Aquarius mark, taking first place. Another month later, on the 9th stone tablet, the little turtle took first place again. Now it was first place on all 9 tablets. This caused a huge stir among the outer disciples of the 10,000 medicine pavilion. The excited shouts of Little Turtle taking first place on all 10 tablets grew louder and louder. Even Chu Xinqi's most devoted fans couldn't stop it. They could only watch helplessly as the little turtle's fame soared, surpassing even Chu Xinqi. Finally, in this last month, Bai Xiaochun waited until noon, when the disciples were most numerous at the 10,000 medicine pavilion, before disguising himself and resolutely entering. Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, he waited in line for a moment before quietly stepping into the wooden house at the foot of the 10th stone monument. The moment he entered, Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged inside the wooden house, raising his right hand. Just like before, a resounding sound suddenly echoed in his mind, and he appeared in a familiar void. He gazed at the more than 1 million fragments of herbs and spirit beasts before him, his eyes filled with determination. His hands moved swiftly, and he began the examination. In an instant, he had assembled a complete medicinal herb and spirit beast material. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, 80,000. This was the most difficult test he had ever faced. Gradually, sweat poured down his forehead, his eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed to go mad, forgetting everything else, completely immersed in the process of combining herbs and spirit beasts. Even his 10 fingertips ached as if pricked by needles, and his head throbbed like a raging river flowing against the sea, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered. He didn't know how long it had been, But just as the 10th stone tablet test ended, Bai Xiaochun's right hand trembled as he finished combining the last herb. He was exhausted, his vision blurred, and when things cleared, he was standing in the wooden house. His breath was ragged, but his eyes were filled with satisfaction. Wiping away the sweat, he clenched his fist, his gaze also filled with excitement. First on all 10 stelas. The 3 mountains on the southern bank of the Lingxi sect were completely shaken. Loud chatter and discussions erupted inside and outside the 10,000 medicine pavilion. Many people flocked into the pavilion to see the little turtle who was topping all 10 stelas. Upon seeing him, everyone gasped for breath. First on all 10 stelas. That little turtle actually did it. This is the first time something like this has happened in our Lingxi sect. It hasn't happened in 1,000 years. I never imagined I would witness it firsthand in my lifetime. Exclamations of astonishment rang out continuously. In fact, this result was within many people's predictions, but its actual occurrence still shook everyone. For the last 3 months, that little turtle had seized the first place on a steely each month. The speed was such that no one could remain calm. Who exactly is this little turtle? In just half a year, he started by ranking first on 3 stone tablets, and then went on to achieve such results. His reputation has already shaken the entire region. His herbal skills have surpassed Chu Xinqi. Besides senior sister Chu, our Xiangyun Mountain now has hope of producing another great pharmacist. At the same time, when the little turtle ranked first on the 10th stone tablet, all 10 tablets vibrated, emitting a series of resounding explosions. These explosions combined and spread towards the peak of Xiangyun Mountain. The sound was like a large tree trunk colliding with a medicinal cauldron, a deep, resonant sound that echoed throughout the mountain and across the southern bank of the Lingxi sect. Even the scent of medicinal herbs diffused in all directions like a thick fog enveloping Xiangyun Mountain, visible to the naked eye. On the summit of Xiangyun Mountain, in his cave dwelling, Elder Chu, the one who used spiritual herbs to nurture the precious 5-colored spiritual bird, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes upon hearing the sound. Xiangyun Peak is making a sound. He spread his divine consciousness and immediately detected the changes on the 10 stone tablets. His expression changed slightly, and then he flew away. Immediately afterward, Elder Sun appeared along with all the Foundation establishment cultivators. These people had all been attracted by the sound emanating from Xiangyun Peak, their faces filled with joy and astonishment. The last to appear was Li Qing'o. He had been meditating earlier, but after hearing the bell, his expression changed, and he instantly transformed into a streak of light, flying straight towards the 10,000 medicine pavilion. The resounding sound of the cauldron also shook the spirits of the inner and outer disciples, who quickly rushed out to look in the direction of the 10,000 medicine pavilion. That's the sound of the fragrant cloud peak on our fragrant cloud mountain. Someone in the 10,000 medicine pavilion has already achieved mastery on all 10 stone tablets. This is the first time in 1,000 years that our sect has seen such a thing on Qingfeng Mountain and Ziding Mountain. Everyone was similarly shaken. Zhang Dapan was bowing his head, listening to the reprimand of a woman with an exquisitely beautiful appearance. This woman was the old hag he had complained about to Bai Xiaochun earlier. When she heard the sound of the fragrant cloud peak, her expression changed slightly, and she raised her head to look in that direction. Zhang Dapan also looked up with a bewildered expression, not understanding what was happening. The fragrant cloud peak is making a sound. Surely someone among the disciples who participated in the examination has reached a perfect level. At the same time, on Qingfeng Peak, the sect master and elders were also listening intently. As time passed, more and more people gathered outside the 10,000 medicine pavilion of fragrant cloud mountain. Bai Xiaochun stood among the crowd, listening to the murmurs and discussions all around him. For the first time, he didn't join in, but instead felt an indescribable emotion welling up inside him. He stood silently, a smile on his face. His smile wasn't arrogant or smug, only pure and joyful. For over a year, from the beginning of the examination on the first stone tablet to achieving the miraculous feat of topping all 10 tablets, his greatest gain was his understanding of herbs, spirit beasts, and so on. He had firmly grasped the knowledge a spirit child needed to know. It could be said that he had built an extremely solid foundation for himself. For over a year, day and night, he had persistently studied herbs and spirit beasts. The results he obtained filled him with emotion and a sense of accomplishment. Looking across the entire Lingxi sect, even among the inner disciples, no one possessed a foundation as solid as Bai Xiaochun's. This made him immensely satisfied. Then, numerous figures with crimson auras flew in one after another, revealing themselves with astonishing cultivation levels. Elder Zhou, Elder Sun, and Li Qingou were all present. They gazed at the stone tablets, their eyes shining brightly at the name Little Turtle consistently placed in first place. Li Qingou, in particular, stared at the image of the little turtle for a long time, his expression strange, before bursting into laughter. He glanced at the disciples below, his eyes flashing with admiration when he saw Bai Xiaochun. Afterward, he flicked his sleeve and departed, his laughter still lingering. He had recognized that this little turtle was Bai Xiaochun. After the elders had all left, more and more inner disciples appeared. Seeing the symbol of the little turtle on the stone tablets, they were all terrified. Having risen from outer disciples, they all knew about these stone tablets in the 10,000 medicine pavilion. Only outer disciples were allowed to participate in the examination. Therefore, the difficulty of achieving such a feat was unimaginable. To have achieved this as an outer disciple was truly a genius. HMPH. We are alchemists. The important thing is to refine the spiritual medicine, even if one's herbal skills are of the highest caliber, without being able to refine a spiritual elixir. It's all useless. Among the disciples, some praised, while others showed disdain. Regardless, the symbol of the little turtle had been deeply etched into everyone's memory. Some even felt a sense of awe. They didn't know what the opponent's future achievements in alchemy would be, but with such a solid foundation, this person's path to becoming a pharmacist would be much smoother. The murdering discussion hadn't yet subsided when Xinqi appeared. She stood on the blue platform, gazing at the turtle symbol on the 10 stone tablets. Only then did everyone present quiet down, their eyes fixed on her. The feeling of being surpassed on all 10 stone tablets filled her with resentment. Previously, she had only inflicted this feeling on others. Today, experiencing it herself, her thoughts fell into silence. Who exactly are you? Xinqi gritted her teeth. Although unwilling, she had experienced many things. The struggles and failures made her understand that the mysterious person's mastery of herbs had truly surpassed hers. She felt she could hardly surpass him. After a moment of silence, the name Little Turtle was deeply etched in her heart. In the field of herbs, you are indeed stronger than me. After you become a pharmacist apprentice, I don't believe you will surpass me again on the path of alchemy. Chip Tam K took a deep breath, her expression returning to calm. She had participated in the examination, and of course, she had been promoted to pharmacist apprentice. After turning to look at the stone tablets, she resolutely left. This is only the first step on my path to becoming a great pharmacist. Bai Xiaochun stood among the crowd, looked at the 10 stone tablets one last time, and then resolutely left. The shock from this event lasted for several months afterward. Many people continued to talk incessantly, especially when passing by the 10,000 medicine pavilion and seeing the symbol of the little turtle. While everyone was discussing him and the name Little Turtle, Bai Xiaochun was in his small courtyard, manipulating a leaf in front of him. More than half a year ago, he had been researching the lightness and weakness technique but couldn't even begin. Now that the incident at the 10,000 medicine pavilion was over, the inner disciples who admired Xinqi were still relentlessly searching for him. Feeling uneasy, he resolutely forgot about fame and focused on researching the lightness and weakness technique. Lightness and weakness is speed. Lightness and weakness is a method of control. A thoughtful expression appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. This was his realization from the past few days. Or perhaps, this kind of control is a kind of explosive power of the spiritual energy in my body. Bai Xiaochun's eyes gleamed. Now that he had reached the 6th level of the Qi condensation stage, the spiritual energy in his body was like a mighty river, enough to maintain the lightness and weakness technique for a long time, thus unleashing astonishing speed. After understanding, he realized that the so-called realm was actually a method of utilizing the spiritual energy within the body. It was like a small leaf that could only support a small piece of wood, but if you tore the leaf into smaller pieces and braided them together, it could lift something much heavier. The same material, but different combinations, resulted in different levels of strength. The same applied to lifting lightness with ease. It was a method. Mastering it meant officially entering that realm. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a long time, then waved his hand, sending a small leaf floating in front of him. He experimented repeatedly. Sometimes the leaf flew at an extremely fast speed. Other times it moved slowly as if being crushed by a mountain. If it didn't work once, he tried 10 times. If it didn't work 10 times, he tried 100 times. If it didn't work 100 times, he would try thousands or even tens of thousands of times. Bai Xiaochun didn't know how many times he had tried. In his small courtyard, all the leaves were no longer intact. So he went out, and until he had tested all the leaves and flowers on Mount Xiangyun one day, at sunset Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered. He chanted a spell. The willow leaf in front of him seemed to fly, but when it fell, it felt like an entire mountain crashing down. With a loud boom, the small courtyard shook as if the leaf weighed 1,000 pounds. It worked. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bloodshot, but his expression was excited. He stood up, flicked his right hand, and the wooden sword flew out, becoming a black streak that shot far away. Its speed was faster and its power was at least twice as strong as before. As it flew, a sharp, tearing sound echoed through the space. The large rocky mountain in the distance exploded, then collapsed into 5 or 7 pieces. This power was not something a 6th-level Qi condensation cultivator could compare to. Even a 7th or 8th-level cultivator would be shaken by it. Bai Xiaochun was very excited. He stood up and stretched his body briefly, then controlled the small wooden sword to fly back and forth inside the courtyard. Sometimes it would quickly roar away. Sometimes it would suddenly stop, heavy as 1,000 pounds. The entire wooden sword continuously changed, quickly creating bursts of sword energy that scattered in all directions, like a sudden gust of wind, making Bai Xiaochun even more excited. A moment later, he flicked his right hand, and the small wooden sword instantly disappeared, returning to his palm. It looked like it had all sorts of colors, very unremarkable, but in reality, this small wooden sword had undergone 3 rounds of spirit refining and had undergone different fundamental changes. If I can simultaneously master both the ability to lift heavy objects with ease and the ability to lift light objects with ease, and combine them, then I can condense a unique divine ability within the purple Qi controlling cauldron technique. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his eyes filled with anticipation. Death Qi transformation cauldron. Bai Xiaochun retracted his wooden sword, closed his eyes, and stood in the middle of the courtyard. After a long while, his right hand suddenly rose, pointing towards the air. The spiritual energy within his body, which was previously invisible, flashed and appeared in the space before him. Upon closer inspection, the spiritual energy resembled threads, rapidly outlining the shape of a cauldron. It seemed as if some mysterious force was guiding it, causing the cauldron to quickly take shape. At the same time, waves of terrifying pressure suddenly emanated from the cauldron. This spiritual pressure was even stronger than that of the flying sword earlier. Bai Xiaochun's face quickly turned pale, his spiritual energy rapidly depleting. Only when he had lost nearly 80% of his energy did the cauldron fully take shape, radiating even more intense spiritual pressure. When Bai Xiaochun pointed forward, the cauldron immediately shot out, slamming down fiercely. The moment it touched the ground, the cauldron shattered first, erupting with a massive amount of spiritual energy. The explosion was even louder, spreading in all directions. The ground within 100 jiang radius immediately creaked and cracked. Fortunately, Xiangyun Mountain had a protective formation, so the cracks quickly healed. However, the shockwave still startled many outer disciples, causing them to gasp in astonishment. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He hadn't expected this purple Qi transformation cauldron to be so powerful. This single strike even made him feel like he couldn't withstand it. Purple Qi transformation cauldron. It truly lives up to its reputation as the only divine ability in the purple Qi cauldron control technique that requires understanding both the principle of heavy lifting and light lifting to be able to perform it. Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone brightly, but he quickly frowned. This divine ability is powerful, but the energy consumption is truly enormous. Bai Xiaochun didn't know that, in reality, he only consumed 80% because his spiritual energy was pure. If it were another disciple, even if they understood this divine ability, it would be very difficult to use it before reaching the 8th level of Qi condensation, as their spiritual energy would be completely depleted. Only after reaching the 9th level of Qi condensation could they truly unleash it, but the consumption would still be considerable. The purple Qi cauldron control technique describes this divine ability, dividing it into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. Right now, the cauldron I've condensed is only lower grade. If I reach middle grade, I can condense to cauldrons. And if I reach upper grade, not only will 3 appear, but they can also merge together to form a single large cauldron. Bai Xiaochun pondered, then sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. When the moon was high in the sky, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of light in them. His cultivation in his body had almost completely recovered. This divine ability could become my ultimate killer move. That being said, if those fans of Chu Xinqi provoke me, I'll just smash them to pieces in an instant. Bai Xiaochun had just felt relieved, but then he thought of that inner disciple surnamed Xian, and his eyebrows furrowed again. To become an inner disciple, one must at least be at the 8th level of Qi condensation. Bai Xiaochun immediately felt worried, thoughtfully examining his skin. His eyes flashed, and he quickly took a few steps forward. His thumb and index finger flashed with black light, instantly snapping to the side. A creaking sound echoed in the void, almost as if it were about to shatter. The force of Bai Xiaochun's snap was like invincible power. He looked at his 2 fingers, hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. This is a killer move used to protect my life. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment, feeling that the more powerful this life-saving technique was, the better. However, he was truly afraid of the immortal longevity technique. Previously, after mastering the immortal iron skin, he had tried cultivating the immortal longevity technique again. But after only 1 attempt, hunger returned. And on the southern bank of the Lingxi sect at this time, only chicks of the spirit-tailed chickens remained, which were definitely inedible. If he relied solely on his usual spiritual food, Bai Xiaochun was certain he would starve to death. He had also searched for other edible spirit beasts throughout the mountains, but since his reputation as a chicken thief had spread, the 3 mountains on the southern bank, which already had few places for raising spirit beasts, were heavily guarded. Bai Xiaochun was also feeling troubled. Thinking about this problem again, his face immediately clouded over. While he was pondering how to solve the problem of hunger and thirst, he suddenly remembered the longevity extending pill he had taken earlier. That's right, Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. There are many kinds of spiritual medicines, not only those that increase cultivation, but also those that replenish vital energy. After Bai Xiaochun cultivated the immortal iron skin, he discovered that cultivating the immortal longevity technique actually requires vital energy. Now that my herbal skills are perfected, even without advancing in rank, I can completely refine medicine for myself. And even though the finished spiritual medicines in the sect are extremely expensive, herbs are much cheaper. The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the more he felt it was a viable solution. That being said, I should start practicing alchemy early. I'll be much more confident when I take the promotion examination, and refining foundation establishment pills will be much easier in the future. Bai Xiaochun immediately made a decision, resting his chin on his hand in thought. The next morning, he leapt up. Alchemy requires pill formulas. This is simple. I don't need to be promoted to alchemist to obtain them. There are scattered pill formulas for sale in the market at the foot of the mountain. Bai Xiaochun patted his pockets. Since arriving at Xiangyun Mountain, he had almost nowhere to spend money. As an outer disciple, he received a certain amount of spirit stones each month, and he had accumulated quite a bit. Bai Xiaochun had never paid attention to such material possessions. He hurried down the small path leading to Xiangyun Mountain. This was only the 2nd time Bai Xiaochun had descended the mountain since arriving there. The first time was that year when he went down the mountain to buy medicinal herbs to exchange for elixirs. At this moment, almost immediately after he left Xiangyun Mountain, 2 figures rushed towards a small courtyard on Qingfeng Mountain. Is Senior Brother Chen there? Senior Brother Chen, Bai Xiaochun has come down the mountain. Both figures were very strong. Their cultivation was extraordinary, both at the 4th level of the condensation realm. At this moment, excitement filled their eyes as they entered the courtyard, immediately spotting a burly man sitting cross-legged. This man was even more imposing, with a broad back and shoulders. Upon hearing this, his eyes widened, a faint glint appearing in them. Bai Xiaochun. He's finally come down the mountain. The man grinned, suddenly standing up. He was like a small mountain, his aura extraordinary, and his 5th level condensation realm cultivation manifested as spiritual pressure. He was none other than Chen Fei from the supervisory office back then. That year, the 3 of them had a very good time in the supervisory office, practically getting whatever they wanted. Not only did they have servants to attend to them, but they could also skimp on spirit stones. But they never imagined they would be forcibly pushed up the mountain by Bai Xiaochun and his group, becoming outer disciples. The hardships of the past 2 years had fueled their hatred for Bai Xiaochun and his group. They felt that Zhang Daopan was not easy to provoke. He Sinpan was even harder to deal with, and only Bai Xiaochun, despite his previous considerable strength, still felt the weakest. They had always wanted to find an opportunity for revenge, but Bai Xiaochun rarely left the sect. Chen Fei, although somewhat influential, didn't dare violate the sect rules. After all, his biggest support was just a cousin who was an inner disciple. And even then, he wasn't given much attention. The care he received while still a servant was already the limit. Therefore, he faithfully waited until Bai Xiaochun came out. This wait lasted 2 years, and now he had finally waited long enough. Chen Fei was also very confident. His cultivation had recently broken through to the 5th level of the condensation realm, and he had also briefly investigated Bai Xiaochun's cultivation, knowing that the other party had won first place in the preliminary competition, but it was through cunning. Back then, I was intimidated by him, and I really thought he understood the principle of using the strong against the weak, making us become outer disciples this anger. I'll get revenge this time. Chen Fei's eyes showed a cruel expression. He didn't intend to kill Bai Xiaochun, but he was determined to make sure the other party suffered broken bones and tendons, at least for a year. Although the sect would still investigate this matter, firstly, as long as they weren't caught red-handed. Secondly, as long as no one died. And thirdly, Chen Fei had a background that could make big problems into small ones, and small problems into nothing. Our skills are inferior, but we can't be blamed. Chen Fei's figure flashed, heading straight down the mountain, with the two behind him following. The three quickly descended the mountain and found a secluded spot on the road from the market back to the sect, where they lay in wait. The market wasn't large, and Bai Xiaochun hadn't been there long before he found 2 first-grade alchemical formulas, one for replenishing spiritual energy and one for nourishing vital energy. High-grade formulas for nourishing vital energy were rare, but low-grade ones were quite common, mostly for ordinary people to use to strengthen their bodies. Others wouldn't need them, but Bai Xiaochun treated them like treasures. He possessed the Kuai-Wen cauldron and ordinary elixirs, after being refined 3 times, immediately exhibited different effects. Afterward, he used the remaining spirit stones to purchase many herbs for refining elixirs. Bai Xiaochun happily patted his storage bag, humming a little tune as he left the market and walked along the small path back to the sect, imagining the scene of successfully refining the elixir, which filled him with even more joy. But he hadn't gone far down the small path when his expression suddenly changed, and he stopped. After reaching the 6th level of the Cha condensation realm, his senses were much sharper, and he immediately detected 3 people breathing ahead. These 3 were hidden in the bushes, watching him, and his heart raced slightly. Seeing Bai Xiaochun stop, Chen Fei and the other 2 suddenly rushed out and stood in front of him. Bai Xiaochun, the grudges of the past should end today. Chen Fei stared at Bai Xiaochun, his mind made up, and grinned as he spoke. The 2 men behind him also grinned, then quickly dispersed, forming a pincer movement. Chen Fei, Bai Xiaochun glared at Chen Fei and the 2 men surrounding him. Upon realizing their cultivation levels, he calmed down. Bai Xiaochun, even if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness now, it's too late. Your previous scheme caused us to become outer disciples, and I, Chen Fei, have been waiting for this day for a long time. Chen Fei laughed loudly, raising his right hand. His 5th level Cha condensation cultivation erupting. A powerful aura surged in all directions, sweeping away many leaves, looking anything but ordinary. After I, Chen Fei, entered the outer sect, I used all my time to focus on cultivation and finally reached the 5th level of Cha condensation. Bai Xiaochun, today I openly tell you, I want to bully you. I want to break your bones and injure your tendons. Chen Fei let out a boisterous, arrogant, and triumphant laugh, simultaneously raising his right hand to perform a hand seal. A resounding clang echoed, and a long, green flying sword, about half a foot in length, imbued with an ancient aura and even a faint hint of melancholy, quickly appeared before him. The 2 men behind Bai Xiaochun also grinned, simultaneously unleashing their cultivation, each wielding their own flying sword. With this 3-on-1 attack, they were absolutely confident they could crush Bai Xiaochun. Especially now, with their significantly improved knowledge, they had already figured out that Bai Xiaochun hadn't fully mastered the lifting heavy light technique. Since you stubbornly refused to descend the mountain, that's one thing, but now that you've left the sect, I'll show you just how much you'll pay for the mistakes you made back then. After saying these words, Chen Fei suddenly felt that the pent-up resentment that had been accumulating in his chest for a long time was relieved by more than half. You three are blocking my way here. Aren't you worried about violating the sect rules? Bai Xiaochun looked at Chen Fei and asked curiously, Sect rules? Haha, this is outside the sect. Besides, your skills are inferior, so how can you blame others for broken bones and injuries? At most, when we return, we'll bow our heads and apologize, and that'll be the end of it. Chen Fei chuckled smugly. He imagined Bai Xiaochun's expression would become extremely unpleasant, and he even prepared a few more sarcastic remarks. But he quickly felt something was amiss. Bai Xiaochun's demeanor was too calm. Facing the three attackers, his expression didn't change at all, contrary to what he had expected. Moreover, he displayed a strange expression, then arrogantly spoke with the air of a master. So that's how it is. I'm relieved now. Chen Fei's eyes narrowed, feeling something was amiss, but he didn't have time to think much. He let out a low growl attack. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly chanted a spell, controlling his flying sword to rush straight towards Bai Xiaochun. The two people behind Bai Xiaochun also hastily chanted spells, controlling their flying swords to charge forward. Seeing the three flying swords approaching, Bai Xiaochun's face showed a smile. He didn't need to take out his magic weapon, he simply retreated backward. The three of them felt their vision blur, and Bai Xiaochun's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was standing to the left of the 4th level Cha condensation big man. The big man's eyes widened in shock, and before he could react, Bai Xiaochun's right fist struck down. This punch was too fast, landing directly on the burly man's stomach with a loud bang. He trembled and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The burly man's body doubled over. Then, as if struck by an incredibly powerful force, he was sent flying backward, crashing into the trunk of a nearby large tree. The tree shook several times, and the burly man spat out blood again before fainting. The situation changed so quickly that the remaining 4th level Cha condensation burly man looked at Bai Xiaochun with terror. His mind reeled as if countless thunderbolts were pounding. He never dreamed that Bai Xiaochun possessed such incredible speed and such terrifying strength. Chen Fei's expression suddenly changed. He took a deep breath, unconsciously stepping back as he looked at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes filled with disbelief. You too weak. Bai Xiaochun adopted the demeanor of a superior being. Feeling utterly alone in the world, unable to find a worthy opponent, he sighed and stepped forward, heading straight towards the 4th level Cha condensation cultivator in front of him. The cultivator let out a furious roar, his entire cultivation erupting, propelling his flying sword straight towards Bai Xiaochun. However, Bai Xiaochun's speed was even greater. After cultivating the immortal longevity technique to the immortal iron skin realm, Bai Xiaochun's body and speed were incredibly astonishing. He dodged the flying sword with a swift movement. Then, in the same manner, he raised his right fist and brought it down with a punch. With a loud bang, the cultivator let out a miserable cry. He spat out blood and was sent flying. However, there were no large trees behind him to stop him, so he was thrown back about 10 meters before crashing to the ground, his internal organs churning. He couldn't get up and lay there, nearly dying. Too weak, Bai Xiaochun shook his head, looking at Chen Fei, whose legs were trembling. You. Chen Fei's head was spinning, his whole body was dizzy. He couldn't imagine that just a moment ago he felt victory was within his grasp, and in the blink of an eye, he discovered that Bai Xiaochun had clearly transformed. His strength comparable to a ferocious beast. He couldn't even estimate the immense power required. He unconsciously swallowed, then suddenly retreated. At this moment, he had no will to fight. His only thought was to escape. But before he could retreat far, Bai Xiaochun's speed had already increased, chasing after him. His right hand was still raised for another punch, and as the punch landed, a flash of light suddenly appeared on Chen Fei's body, and a small shield materialized, blocking Bai Xiaochun's descending fist. With a soft groan, Bai Xiaochun let out a faint cry. His whole body suddenly froze, and the small shield trembled, its spiritual energy dimming before being directly sent flying by this punch. Chen Fei was terrified. He had spent a considerable amount of contribution points to buy this small shield. Even a 6th level Qi condensation cultivator wouldn't easily break it. Yet Bai Xiaochun's punch had severed his connection to it. Bai Xiaochun, you're being too arrogant, Chen Fei cried out in fear and despair. HMPH, I'll tell you openly, today I'm going to bully you, beat you until your bones are broken and your tendons are injured. Bai Xiaochun's heart was overflowing with joy. Seeing his opponent terrified was truly exhilarating. He had never missed such an opportunity before. So, after mimicking his opponent's earlier words, he suddenly unleashed the power of his 6th level Qi condensation cultivation, causing a whirlwind to surge in all directions. His hair flying wildly, his aura astonishing. 6th level Qi condensation. Chen Fei's eyes nearly popped out, his scalp tingling. As he staggered backward, Bai Xiaochun caught up, delivering another punch. With no shield to block, the punch landed directly on Chen Fei. His whole body trembled. He spat out fresh blood and was swept away with a pained scream. However, being a burly man with a strong build and a 5th level Qi condensation cultivation, he couldn't faint and fled with all his might. At this moment, his heart was filled with bitterness, secretly cursing himself for choosing a place so far from the sect, seeing Bai Xiaochun charging towards him like a ferocious beast. Chen Fei let out a desperate cry. Bai Xiaochun, aren't you afraid of violating the sect rules? Sect rules? Haha, this is outside the sect. Besides, your skills are inferior. You can't blame others for broken bones and injuries. At most, when we return, I'll just apologize and that's it. Bai Xiaochun quickly coughed, mimicking the other party's words, then kicked out again. This kick directly sent Chen Fei flying into the air. Chen Fei's eyes were filled with despair, and he screamed miserably. But before he could fall to the ground, Bai Xiaochun rushed forward again, punching and kicking him. Chen Fei was terrified, continuously screaming in agony. By the end, his whole body was swollen, and his screams gradually weakened. At this point, his entire body was covered in broken bones and injuries, his face was pale, and he had completely lost all feeling. However, when he looked at Bai Xiaochun in front of him, his eyes were filled with extreme fear. In his eyes, the fair-skinned, somewhat petite Bai Xiaochun was basically a ferocious beast in human form. Especially since Bai Xiaochun hadn't brought out any magic treasures from beginning to end, simply using his powerful physique and astonishing speed to directly crush them. The two burly men at the 4th level of Qi condensation in the distance had now woken up, staring at this scene with numb scalps and a terrifying fear. They quickly pretended to be unconscious again, only worried that Bai Xiaochun might notice them, and dared not move at all. Seeing Chen Fei almost dying, Bai Xiaochun felt it was no longer interesting and withdrew his spiritual energy. In the fear of the three men, he rummaged through their storage bags, taking all the items inside, even the small shield. Only then did he softly hum a little tune and follow the mountain path back to the sect. Damn it, who told me that this Bai Xiaochun cheated and won the small competition on Xiangyun Mountain? Watching Bai Xiaochun's figure gradually disappear, Chen Fei felt like crying but couldn't. If he had known Bai Xiaochun was so terrifying, he wouldn't have gone looking for trouble with him even if it meant death. Meanwhile, the two burly men at the 4th level of Qi condensation still looked pleadingly at Bai Xiaochun's retreating back, their faces showing intense fear. Brother Chen, what should we do? Maybe we shouldn't provoke him anymore. Let's make peace. I heard Subeokai has already gone to reconcile with him. The two men looked at Chen Fei. Chen Fei's heart was also filled with bitterness. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, "Of course, I want revenge. But what can I do if I can't fight back? Let me think about this carefully." With a soft humming tune, Bai Xiaochun returned to the sect in a relaxed mood. Back in his courtyard, he sighed. Cultivating immortality is for longevity, but these people, always fighting and killing, as if they have a mental illness. In the courtyard, Bai Xiaochun examined the 3 storage bags of Chen Fei and his group. Generally speaking, these 3 weren't particularly wealthy. Their pockets were empty. Bai Xiaochun's harvest wasn't great, but he didn't mind too much. Then he took out the newly purchased herbs, meticulously examining each one with great seriousness. Although his herbal knowledge was quite solid, he hadn't had many opportunities to directly interact with herbs. At this moment, the process of observation combined with the herbal knowledge in his mind, and he even occasionally gently separated each herb to carefully examine its internal structure. After verifying each herb, Bai Xiaojun seemed lost in thought. He then pulled out the 2 pill formulas he had purchased, only glancing at the spirit replenishing pill formula before focusing primarily on the formula that could aid in body cultivation and strengthening. Longevity and sense, Bai Xiaojun murmured softly. This formula didn't require many herbs, only about 7 types. The method of combining them was also quite simple, mainly applying the principle of mutual generation and mutual restraint to activate the medicinal power of these 7 herbs, then powdering them and condensing them into incense. However, 2 of them contained some toxicity, but it wasn't considered deadly. At most, it would only cause prolonged stomach pain for cultivators for about half a month. For ordinary people, it could be life-threatening. There are countless medicinal herbs in this world. Some can be consumed directly, some are more effective when refined into pills, and many others, due to their toxicity, can only be refined into incense. Bai Xiaojun pondered deeply, carefully examining all the herbs used to concoct the longevity incense until he thoroughly understood all 7 types of herbs. It's still not quite right. The key to alchemy is the success rate. Even with a simple first-grade spirit medicine, there's still a very high failure rate. I only have 10 portions of herbs to refine, so I can't waste any. Bai Xiaojun was naturally cautious and always sought perfection. Even though he had meticulously memorized the herbs earlier, he didn't immediately begin refining, instead continuing to study the formula. Days passed, and by the 7th day, he had completely understood the formula. He closed his eyes and continuously analyzed and deduced it in his mind. Only when sunset fell did he open his eyes, then pondered for a moment before studying the spirit replenishing pill formula once more. Half a month later, Bai Xiaojun's eyes were bloodshot. He had completely understood both formulas and all the herbs. He pondered for a moment before standing up and leaving the small courtyard. Refining medicine required a pill furnace, but the price of a pill furnace was quite exorbitant, beyond Bai Xiaojun's current means. Fortunately, the sect had a specialized alchemy hall to assist disciples in refining medicine. For a small amount of contribution points, one could refine medicine inside. The alchemy hall was located east of Xiangyun Mountain, not far from Bai Xiaojun's small courtyard. Normally, it wasn't as bustling as the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion, but rather relatively quiet. After all, most of those qualified to refine medicine on Xiangyun Mountain had their own pill furnaces, so they didn't need to come here. Here, a certain number of contribution points could be exchanged for a month's use of the alchemy hall. Bai Xiaojun went there. This place had about 100 separate rooms, each surrounded by a sealed formation ensuring that the alchemists would not be disturbed by anything from the outside. After exchanging points for a wooden token, Bai Xiaojun went to room number 13. His gaze swept around. The room wasn't large, and it was spacious, with only a single alchemy furnace in the center, its flames still smoldering beneath. After sitting down cross-legged, Bai Xiaojun took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the furnace before him, observing it carefully. Then he observed the flames below and tried to channel his spiritual energy. The flames suddenly flared up intensely, instantly raising the room's temperature. The furnace visibly turned a reddish hue. After repeatedly trying, with his cultivation level allowing him to condense purple energy into a cauldron, Bai Xiaojun quickly became familiar with controlling the intensity of the flames. After feeling confident enough to control the process, he potted his storage bag and took out some herbs. Right now, the longevity incense is extremely important to me. I can't just refine it like this. First, I need to familiarize myself with the refining techniques before I can proceed with the alchemy. So I should practice refining the spirit replenishing pill first. This first-grade elixir is very suitable for those at the 5th level of the Cha condensation realm and below. Bai Xiaojun made his decision, his expression extremely serious. He reviewed all the information in his head about the spirit replenishing pill once more before beginning the alchemy process. He took out a necessary herb from the spirit replenishing pill, raised his right hand, and the entire herb, stem and leaves, fell to the ground. Bai Xiaojun's eyes were filled with seriousness. The spiritual energy in his body surged out, forming a fierce force that twisted the leaves. 9 small drops of liquid dripped from the crushed leaves into the alchemy furnace. With a sudden burst, a cloud of green mist rose from within the alchemy furnace. Bai Xiaochun's concentration was high. As soon as the green mist appeared, he quickly stripped the stems of the herbs in his hands and threw them into the furnace, occasionally controlling the flames to make the mist even thicker. However, the mist repeatedly refused to disperse, instead remaining concentrated and swirling. Then, Bai Xiaochun quickly took out a second herb, activating it in his hands to make it bloom, and plucked the petals to throw into the furnace. Time passed, and Bai Xiaochun completely immersed himself in the refining process, continuously adding herbs until he had added all 8 types. His eyes gleamed brightly as he stared intently at the furnace. He then carefully adjusted the temperature, and under his intense concentration, sweat dripped from his forehead. After a long while, a deafening explosion erupted from the alchemy furnace, and at the same time, the black smoke dispersed outwards. Although it was quickly absorbed by the formation in the room, Bai Xiaochun still choked on the smoke and coughed violently. His face turned grim as he looked at the black residue at the bottom of the furnace, frowning. It failed. Bai Xiaochun sat down, propping his chin on his hand, his eyes filled with contemplation. He stopped refining pills and carefully recalled every detail of the alchemy process. His personality was extremely meticulous, so whether studying herbs or refining medicine, he always sought to ensure accuracy. This contemplation lasted 3 days. During these 3 days, he reviewed every detail of the alchemy process no less than 1,000 times, finding at least 50 problematic points. Only then did he take a deep breath, rest for a while, and then reopen the furnace. The next alchemy session didn't last long either. 2 hours later, the alchemy furnace exploded again, and the mist dispersed as before, leaving behind the same black residue at the bottom as in the first instance. Bai Xiaochun's stubborn nature resurfaced. He rummaged through the residue inside the furnace, meticulously studying it, combining it with his mental alchemy process, and re-examining the formulas and herbs. After 10 days of diligent research, he finally started the 3rd alchemy furnace with bloodshot eyes. However, this 3rd furnace was relatively stable, but just as the pill was about to be formed, it shattered again, and the furnace exploded once more. Bai Xiaochun jumped up, staring intently at the black residue in the furnace, remaining silent for a long time before sitting down beside it, closing his eyes and pondering deeply. His period of contemplation lasted for about another half a month, until the time for refining pills in this place was almost over. Only then did he open his eyes and grit his teeth to begin the 4th batch. Finally, before the alchemy chamber's effects wore off, his 4th attempt at refining failed. This scene would have been unbelievable to the other alchemists. In a month's time, others could have refined at least dozens of batches of elixirs, achieving some success. Even producing just 1 elixir would have been considered a gain, because in everyone's eyes, alchemy was an extremely difficult process. Otherwise, why would there only be 2 true alchemists in the entire Dongling continent? Even alchemists were few in number, and most of them had no hope of becoming alchemists in their lifetime. But in reality, the main reason for all this was a lack of sufficient resources to support the further development of alchemists. If resources are sufficient, one can continuously practice refining elixirs and hone their skills. While not necessarily becoming a master alchemist, the rate of progress will undoubtedly be much higher. Therefore, in everyone's opinion, only continuous practice and increased proficiency are the only ways to increase the success rate of alchemy. That's why everyone pursues this kind of proficiency. Only through proficiency can one be sure of increasing their success rate. Ordinary alchemists feel that failing at alchemy is perfectly normal. After summarizing their experiences, they continue refining, gradually improving. Moreover, ordinary elixirs with inexpensive ingredients are often their target for practice. But for Bai Xiaochun, even though his path is the same as everyone else's, his progress is much slower. Each time he fails, he analyzes the alchemy process countless times and continuously deduces the outcome. This is largely related to his personality. He is cautious, and even more so during his studies of herbal medicine. This caution was only partially displayed during his time practicing alchemy. Only after practicing alchemy did this trait become magnified countless times, completely taking over his mindset. Because of his caution, after failures, he discovers far more problems than others. It's not just a few more problems, because he wants to understand more, to be more detailed. Even things that others see as seemingly problematic, he still feels are wrong. Because of his carefulness, even the smallest problem must be solved before he can continue practicing alchemy. Therefore, the time he spends thinking could be used to practice alchemy countless times. A month later, Bai Xiaochun's hair was disheveled, his face ashen, and he wearily walked out of the alchemy pavilion and back to his courtyard. He then sat in silent contemplation for a long time, his mind constantly replaying the events. There are 9 more problems. Only when these 9 are solved can I continue refining. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, sat in the courtyard, closed his eyes, and pondered, constantly analyzing the situation. Occasionally, he would take out herbs and meticulously observe them. Half a month later, he suddenly went out, spending contribution points to enter the alchemy pavilion again. The 5th time. Failure. He spent another 7 days analyzing the cause, searching for the problem, and finding a solution before attempting to refine again. The 6th time. Failure. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bloodshot. After more than 20 days of contemplation, only when he felt there were no more obstacles did he open the 7th alchemy furnace. An hour passed, and the sound of explosions didn't reverberate. Then waves of fragrant aroma wafted into his face, filling Bai Xiaochun with exhilaration. Looking at the 2 green pills inside the alchemy furnace, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, his 7th attempt at opening the furnace was successful. The next attempt, the 8th successful, producing 3 pills. The 9th successful, producing 5 pills. The 10th still successful. This time, only a single pill appeared, not green but black, emitting no fragrance whatsoever, yet emitting a strange smell just as Bai Xiaochun was still astonished. The entire alchemy pavilion suddenly erupted in commotion. There are no rats in Xiangyan Mountain in this kind of cultivation place. Unless the spirit beast is a rat, it's impossible for them to exist. Yet, there are quite a few ants in the mountains. These ants are naturally occurring creatures, normally living in some mountain crevices, and don't bother anyone. They're like a part of the mountain, so no one pays much attention to them. But today, around the alchemy pavilion, the disciple guarding it was shaken to his core and suddenly stood up. He discovered that countless ants had instantly appeared on the ground. These ants were crawling straight towards the alchemy pavilion. What's going on? The disciple guarding the alchemy pavilion gasped, his scalp tingling at the sight of the swarming ants. At the same time, in many rooms within the alchemy pavilion, numerous disciples were refining pills, all of them exclaiming in surprise, accompanied by the deafening sounds of pills shattering. Even more ants swarmed in, screeching and crawling. Despite the formations, these pill refining rooms were located deep within the mountains, and the ants crawled out through the cracks, heading straight towards Bai Xiaochun's room. He was curiously holding a black pill, still astonished, when he heard a faint rumbling sound coming from outside. Simultaneously, countless ants suddenly appeared on the floor of his room. These ants seemed to have gone mad, charging directly at Bai Xiaochun. Even Xiangyan Mountain is plagued by ants. Bai Xiaochun suddenly jumped up, feeling goosebumps all over his body. But when he jumped up, several ants also jumped up, rushing towards the black pill in Bai Xiaochun's hand. Bai Xiaochun's scalp tingled. Seeing this, regardless of whether he needed to use it or not, he hastily threw the pill in his hand. Almost instantly after the pill was thrown, the ants frantically changed direction and swarmed towards it. As soon as the pill hit the ground, countless ants instantly surrounded it, quickly forming a large sphere. Bai Xiaochun's face turned pale, his expression one of terror. Very quickly, the sphere of ants collapsed, and countless ants disappeared into the gaps. The pill was gone in an instant. In the entire alchemy pavilion, not a single ant remained. They arrived quickly and disappeared just as quickly. This frustrated the alchemy disciples, but they were helpless. The guarding disciple, seeing no loss, was curious but did not report it. Only Bai Xiaochun could see the ants' frenzied movements. Others simply saw too many ants passing by. Bai Xiaochun still felt a sense of unease. His earlier alchemy seemed fine, but he had been overly cautious. Even though his refining technique was successful, he still wanted to improve. He vaguely remembered that the last time he refined the spirit replenishing elixir, he had slightly adjusted the proportions. Was that last spirit replenishing elixir also a great tonic for those ants? Bai Xiaochun scratched his head, feeling incredibly powerful. Not only could he refine elixirs edible to humans, but he could even refine elixirs for ants. As he left the room, he saw the other alchemy disciples coming out, all grumbling and complaining. Feeling a little embarrassed, Bai Xiaoqun quickly lowered his head and hurried away. A few days later, seeing that there were no rumors circulating in the alchemy pavilion, Bai Xiaoqun returned. After paying his contribution points, he chose another room and continued refining alchemy. This time, he began refining longevity incense. Although refining incense and refining elixirs were basically the same, there were some differences in technique. After all, one was for consumption, while the other was burned for inhalation, especially in the final stage of becoming a medicine. One was a pill, while the other condensed into a block of incense. Having learned from his first experience, Bai Xiaoqun was extremely careful when refining this longevity incense. Finally, after nearly 2 months and using 10 portions of materials, he successfully refined 7 portions. Only then did he leave satisfied, holding 7 portions of longevity incense in his hands. Bai Xiaoqun returned to his wooden house. After refining the longevity incense 3 times, the 7 portions of longevity incense had naturally turned a deep purple color. 3 faint but clearly visible spiritual runes appeared on its surface. Clearly, this longevity incense gave off a completely different feeling compared to before. Bai Xiaoqun gazed at the longevity incense in his hand, lost in thought. He was no longer as naive about spiritual medicines as before. Since refining spiritual medicines, he had gradually come to understand many things. He knew that after refining any kind of spiritual medicine, most of it contained impurities. These impurities were insoluble and difficult to separate. When ingested, they would accumulate in the body, gradually turning into what is called medicinal poison. This is also why many elders in the sect hesitate to let their disciples consume elixirs. Theoretically, a certain amount of poison would be eliminated from the body, but if too many elixirs are consumed, the poison will naturally accumulate, hindering future cultivation. Therefore, based on the amount of impurities in the elixirs, they are divided into 6 grades. Lower, middle, upper grade. Excellent, superb, Bai Xiaoqun murmured, looking at the longevity incense in his hand. If the impurities make up 90%, the elixir is poisonous and not of any quality. Grade, good quality. If the impurities make up around 80%, it is called a lower grade elixir, the most common type. If the impurities make up around 80%, it is called a middle grade elixir, a rare type of elixir. Only a true alchemist can refine it. When the impurities are reduced to only 4 parts, it's considered top grade, and even rarer. Only 2 parts impurities make it a good grade item, and only 1 part impurities make it a superior grade item, appearing only occasionally at a few large-scale auctions. As for the ultimate grade spirit medicine with no impurities at all, that's just a legend. Bai Xiaoqun looked at the longevity incense. He hadn't known this before when he used the spirit medicine for refining, but now, upon careful observation, he immediately realized that refining a spirit medicine wasn't like directly enhancing the power of a magic weapon. It was changing the quality of the spirit medicine. The longevity incense in his hand now had only 4 parts impurities, making it a good grade item. This discovery greatly excited Bai Xiaoqun. He pondered for a moment, then went to Purple Peak Mountain, not to find Zhang Dapeng, but to the Spirit Refining Hall, a place unique to Purple Peak Mountain on the southern bank of the Lingxi sect. The disciples could use their contribution points here to help the elders of the Spirit Refining Hall with their spirit refining. Although the failure rate was not small, many disciples were still interested in this place. Bai Xiaoqun observed the Spirit Refining Hall for a while, then asked around for information. By the time he left, he had confirmed that the refined spirit herbs truly had the effect of removing impurities. Returning to Xiangyun Mountain, Bai Xiaoqun happily looked at the spirit herbs he had refined, lit one, and took a deep breath, immediately feeling a sense of fullness in his body. The fragrant aroma permeated his entire being, making him feel warm all over. If life were a flame, then at this moment, he felt as if a small piece of firewood had been added to it, making it even more abundant. Therefore, he cultivated the immortal longevity technique while inhaling the longevity incense. Whenever he felt hungry or thirsty, he would take a deep breath, and the feeling would dissipate considerably. 7 portions of longevity incense sustained Bai Xiaoqun's cultivation of the immortal longevity technique for half a month. After half a month, he felt his immortal iron skin had become even tougher, and his body even stronger. Bai Xiaochun was very enthusiastic. He tidied up his storage bag quickly and immediately went down to the market at the foot of the mountain. There, he sold the items belonging to Chen Fei and his group, and bought dozens more portions of longevity incense refining materials, refining the medicine again. His success rate in refining longevity incense, under his careful and meticulous approach, continuously improved, rising from 70% to 80%. Finally, it remained at 10%. However, Bai Xiaochun was still somewhat dissatisfied. Although the success rate had been boosted to 10 out of 10, the elixirs he refined were all of inferior quality. However, this was difficult to improve in a short time, so he could only use spirit refining to remove impurities. Each day during his cultivation, he would occasionally take out the longevity incense and take a deep breath. This feeling made him feel utterly blissful. With this cultivation, his immortal longevity technique improved steadily, even his cultivation level increased, gradually approaching the 6th stage of Qi condensation. The fastest progress was in the immortal longevity technique, which was only a little short of reaching the immortal iron skin great perfection. His overall toughness had far surpassed before. When he used the shattering lock, the 2 black fingers had become slightly darker. But by this time, the effectiveness of the longevity incense had gradually diminished, until finally, its effect was almost negligible. Bai Xiaochun could only sigh. He knew this was because he had absorbed too much of the same type of spiritual medicine, causing his body to become resistant to it, thus rendering it ineffective. To continue cultivating, he would definitely need to switch to a better spiritual medicine than the longevity incense. However, the formula for this type of spiritual medicine was very tightly controlled and not sold in the market. To obtain it, he could only be promoted to alchemist apprentice and then exchange it for contribution points. Or he could go to some larger markets, but those markets were very far from the sect. The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the more determination appeared in his eyes. I'll go and be promoted to alchemist apprentice. He thought that with his experience in alchemy, combined with his herbal expertise, being promoted to alchemist apprentice shouldn't be too big of a problem. But to be sure, in the following days, he bought several other formulas. Each one he tried to refine 2 or 3 times, and after failing each time, he gradually became confident before going to the alchemist hall to register for promotion. This type of promotion examination is not open to just one person. It can only be conducted when there are a relatively large number of participants. After waiting another month, today, while Bai Xiaochun was contemplating a problem in refining spirit medicines, his identity token in his storage bag suddenly vibrated. When he took it out, an aged voice echoed in his head. Tomorrow morning, in front of the apothecary hall, the examination for promotion to apothecary apprentice will begin. Apothecary Pavilion is located south of Xiangyun Mountain, surrounded by lush greenery, with a winding path connecting it to the main mountain. Normally, when there are no promotion examinations, the place is almost deserted. It only becomes bustling during these examinations, as besides the participants, there are also friends cheering them on, or those who wish to participate but are unsure, hoping to observe a few more times to gain experience. From a distance, the apothecary pavilion resembles a person sitting cross-legged, with a massive alchemy furnace in front of them. However, beneath this furnace, there is an empty space, as if someone had carved out a large passageway leading directly to the square in front of the pavilion. At this moment, 20 identical alchemy furnaces were placed in the square, each with a bag containing the necessary herbs for the alchemy process. This morning, worried about getting lost again, Bai Xiaochun had arrived extremely early. But upon arrival, he discovered that some people had arrived even earlier than him. Around him, more than 10 people were gathered in small groups, whispering amongst themselves, while a few eccentric individuals sat alone with their legs crossed. Obviously, Bai Xiaochun didn't want to stand around waiting idly, so he glanced over the crowd and spotted Su Beokai. Su Beokai, seeing him, quickly clasped his hands together and approached him, chatting about various things, mostly news about the disciples in the sect that Su Beokai had recently gathered. Brother Bai, listen, 6 months ago, Chen Fei and the other 2 were out and about when they encountered someone and were beaten almost beyond recognition. They're still recovering from their injuries. But for some reason, they keep refusing to tell anyone who beat them like that, Su Baotsai recounted, scrutinizing Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun burst into laughter, about to boast a few words, when suddenly the murmurs among the crowd intensified, and he felt as if someone was staring at him. He quickly turned his head to look and saw a young woman walking along the small path towards him. This woman wore an outer disciple's robe, but it couldn't completely conceal her voluptuous figure. Her waist was slender like a willow, and the curves of her body were exquisitely beautiful, as if they were perfectly sculpted, especially those toned thighs and tight buttocks, which made her even more captivating to the eye the closer one got. Her face was even more captivatingly beautiful, her skin as white as snow and incredibly smooth, radiating a deadly allure to the male disciples. Bai Xiaochun even heard several people swallowing, especially Subeokai, who looked utterly pathetic. It's senior sister Du Lingfei. She's one of the 5 great beauties of the South Shore. She's the fairy of my dreams. Ah, she's looking at me. Subeokai licked his lips, his eyes filled with infatuation, and he suddenly became agitated as he spoke in a low voice. She's looking at me, Bai Xiaochun said disdainfully. However, after Du Lingfei arrived, a murderous glint appeared in her phoenix eyes, and she glared fiercely at Bai Xiaochun. Regarding Bai Xiaochun's herbal medicine skills, although she genuinely admired him, she always felt an indescribable aversion towards him, so she snorted softly and walked away. Su Beokai, at this moment, seemed utterly lost, his eyes fixed on Du Lingfei, completely oblivious to Bai Xiaochun's disdain, his gaze growing even more infatuated. This Du Lingfei is also here for the examination. Bai Xiaochun glanced at the 20 alchemy furnaces in the distance across the square. But then his mind calmed down. It's nothing. I'm not going to compete with her anyway. This is just a sect examination, and there's no first place winner. Anyone who meets the criteria can successfully advance. Soon after, Chen Xiang appeared. He hesitated slightly upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, but then smiled and greeted him. After Bai Xiaochun returned the greeting with a smile and clasped hands, he stepped aside, crossed his legs, and sat down to wait. Jia Yidwo was also present. Bai Xiaochun had met him before at the sex mission assignment area. As time passed, the place became increasingly crowded. A moment later, the main gate of the apothecary pavilion creaked open, and an old man emerged. The old man had white hair and a profound gaze. In that instant, the surrounding crowd fell silent. His expression was extremely calm. He walked with his hands clasped behind his back, standing in the square, and looked towards the outer disciples in the distance. After a while, he nodded slightly and slowly spoke. My name is Su, and I am presiding over today's examination for the promotion of apothecary apprentices. This examination consists of 2 parts, herbs and alchemy. Anyone who passes this part will also qualify for the herb cultivation examination. It seemed that Elder Su didn't want to say much either. After uttering a couple of indifferent words, he closed his eyes and ignored everyone else. Bai Xiaochun glared, having no intention of being the first to step onto the platform. Soon, a young man emerged from the crowd. He had a long face and an ordinary appearance. He looked towards the old man surnamed Su, clasped his hands in a bow, and stepped forward, heading straight towards the arched gateway beneath the alchemy furnace. As soon as he entered the cave, a beam of light instantly enveloped him. But the light quickly vanished, and the alchemy furnace shook violently, emitting 5 rumbling sounds. 5 sounds representing a level of herbal art reaching all 5 heavenly herbs. Subeokai, a true know-it-all, turned and whispered to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun stared intently. Before arriving, he didn't know what the examination was like, so upon hearing this, he curiously examined the stone alchemy furnace before him. He felt that this object must have some connection to the stone tablets at the 10,000 medicine pavilion. How should we handle this? Those 2 Shinchi fans are still scouring the mountains searching for my whereabouts. Bai Xiaochun hesitated. Soon, everyone else started coming out one after another, mostly with 5 resounding bangs. When someone entered the archway and made for resounding bangs, Elder Su on the other side flicked his sleeve, pushing the disciple back. Elder Su, wasn't it only necessary to obtain 4 heavenly herbs to participate in the examination before? The disciple who was pushed back suddenly changed his expression and quickly asked again. The rules have been changed. 5 heavenly herbs are required. This the young man was somewhat stunned, his face bitter as he bowed, not daring to say anything more, and left. The disciples all around looked over, many whispering amongst themselves. Su Beokai also feigned surprise, then quickly pulled out a small table and sat down to take notes. Bai Xiaochun glanced at the extremely small writing on the archway, mostly detailing major and minor matters within the sect, and couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for Su Beokai's seriousness. Just then, Zhao Yidao stood up, and after stepping through the archway, a loud bang echoed, ringing out 6 times in quick succession. Elder Su opened his eyes and looked. After bowing, Zhao Yidao clasped his hands and left the cave. Chen Xiang's eyes also flashed. He had never gotten along with Zhao Yidao, so he snorted coldly and stepped through the archway, which also rang out 6 times. Seeing Zhao Yidao glaring at him, Chen Xiang also sat down cross-legged in a spot near the alchemy furnace. Seeing the two of them successfully strike 6 times, everyone turned to look at them with admiration. At the same time, Du Lingfei's eyes lit up. She stood up, walked to the archway, and then also struck 6 times. The surrounding crowd looked back with even more admiration. Chen Xiang, Zhao Yidao, and Du Lingfei, these 3 are truly outstanding talents among the outer disciples. They possess complete mastery of the 5 heavenly herbs, and even mastery of the first heavenly spirit beast. This examination, they are almost certain to be promoted to alchemist in previous alchemist promotion examinations, as long as their performance in alchemy wasn't too poor. The vast majority of those with 6th tone tablet level alchemy skills successfully advanced. Just as the crowd was still buzzing with discussion, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth. Ignoring the fans of Chuxinchi, he was about to step out when suddenly a figure on the small path in the distance swiftly approached. This figure was a middle-aged man, his hair disheveled, but his eyes were full of bright energy. Before he even arrived, his voice echoed in all directions. I, Han Jian, have been in seclusion for 7 years, and finally my herbal medicine skills have reached a high level. This time, upon emerging from seclusion, I not only want to be promoted to pharmacist apprentice, but also to become the #1 pharmacist apprentice in this promotion examination. His arrogant voice still echoed as his figure flashed. Darting straight towards the archway below the alchemy furnace, Elder Su didn't pay much attention, keeping his eyes closed as before. However, the people around him were startled and showed expressions of surprise upon hearing the name Han Jian. Han Jian, who is that? I've never heard that name before. Looking at his age, he must have been an outer disciple 7 or 8 years ago. Wanting to become the top scorer in this examination? That's too difficult. Just as the surrounding crowd was still expressing their doubts, Han Jian stepped towards the arched gateway. Suddenly, 8 consecutive loud bangs erupted from within the alchemy furnace. Elder Zu's eyes widened instantly, his face beaming with a smile as he looked at the middle-aged man, his gaze filled with admiration. 5,000 herbs, 3,000 spirit beasts, not bad. Han Jian, his spirits lifted, bowed to Elder Su, then turned to look at Du Lingfei and the others with an arrogant expression. He then flicked his sleeve, chose a central alchemy furnace, and confidently sat down cross-legged. Only then did everyone gasp in astonishment. 8 resounding echoes. This is achieving great mastery in herbology. And only after mastering 3 more heavenly spirit beasts will they appear. This person just said he wants to become the #1 alchemist. That's not impossible. Bai Xiaochun, standing among the crowd, saw this and felt nothing in particular. However, after seeing the exclamations of surprise from everyone around him, he felt a little puzzled. Isn't it just 3 volumes of spirit beasts? Why are these people shouting so loudly? He asked Su Beokai in astonishment. As far as he remembered, over 1,000 people had already passed the 3rd volume of the Spirit Beast's monument, and even the 10th volume had seen hundreds of people pass it. Su Beokai glanced at him, his heart filled with disdain, but he didn't show much emotion when facing Bai Xiaochun. He simply cleared his throat before explaining, Senior Brother Bai, you don't understand. Reaching the peak of the 5 heavenly spiritual herbs is already difficult, and breaking through the heavenly spiritual beasts is even harder. Reaching 6 heavenly herbs is already something to be envied, and anyone who reaches 8 heavenly herbs will certainly cause a stir. Do you think everyone is a peerless genius like Chuxinchi and that little turtle? Not to mention those 2, looking across the more than 1,000 outer disciples of Xiangyun Mountain. The number of those who have broken through the 5 heavenly herbs and 5 heavenly spiritual beasts is less than 50. And among those 50, aren't they all exceptional talents? Don't be fooled by the long list of names on the 10,000 Medicines Pavilion's stone tablet. It's actually a list from over 1,000 years ago. Many of those whose names are recorded there have already become inner disciples. Furthermore, this kind of promotion examination is usually only participated in when one reaches 5 heavenly ranks, but this person waited until he reached 8 before participating. Obviously, as he said, he wants to achieve the #1 position in the alchemy competition and get 5,000 contribution points. There was a hint of disdain in Subeokai's words. But Bai Xiaochun didn't mind. He was still happily asking Subeokai another question. Just now you said that Zhou Xinqi and Little Turtle are peerless geniuses. Are they really that powerful? Of course, that Little Turtle is even more astonishing. Having set a record for the #1 position among the 10 stone tablets in the past 1,000 years, Senior Brother Bai, I sincerely advise you not to pursue such unrealistic goals. At this point, Subeokai's contempt deepened. But Bai Xiaochun just chuckled, finding Subeokai increasingly pleasing to the eye, so he patted him on the shoulder and walked out. Subeokai stared blankly as Bai Xiaochun walked towards the archway. Although he was inwardly surprised, it wasn't too much. After all, Bai Xiaochun had some reputation in herbal medicine and had once defeated Du Lingfei, so his participation in this examination was perfectly reasonable. Just the next day, Subeokai's eyes widened as he watched Bai Zikun step through the archway. A flash of light appeared, followed by a series of resounding clangs that filled the air. 1, 2, 3. The 6th, then 7, 8. The entire crowd around them fell silent, but the clanging continued with a 9th, and then a 10th. Boom! As the 10th clang rang out, Elder Zhu's eyes suddenly widened, his gaze shining with unprecedented brilliance as he looked at Bai Zikun. Even he was startled by this sight. After all, among the more than 1,000 outer disciples of Xiangyan Mountain, not many could achieve the 10th level of the Urban's Spirit Beast realm. And those who did had already participated in the promotion examination. Only today did the old man encounter someone who could patiently wait until both the mastery of herbs and spirit beasts reached such a high level before taking the examination. Even Zhou Xinqi, after passing the 9th stone tablet, had already participated in the promotion examination. Du Lingfei's eyes widened, staring blankly at Bai Xiaochun, who was still standing inside the archway. Although she knew Bai Xiaochun's herb cultivation was superior to her own, she couldn't imagine that the difference wasn't just a small gap, but had reached an astonishing level, mastery of herbs and spirit beasts. Her head suddenly buzzed, and she was completely stunned. Images of Bai Xiaochun during the recent competition flashed through her mind when she had requested a competition in herb cultivation. At that time, he had cautiously and anxiously inquired about her ranking, and Bai Xiaochun had a gloomy expression when he finally agreed to the competition. Bai Zikun, Du Lingfei gritted her teeth fiercely. Only now did she understand that the other party's heart was blooming with joy at that moment. Chen Xiang and Zhao Yido took a deep breath, looking at Bai Xiaochun with a mixture of shock and disbelief. Han Jianye, who had been in seclusion for many years, also trembled, staring intently at Bai Xiaochun, his mind reeling like a raging storm. At this moment, he regarded Bai Xiaochun as his greatest enemy in this life. The key to promotion to the rank of alchemist is alchemy. This person is strong, but I don't believe he can compete with me in alchemy. I've been in seclusion for 7 years just to be at the top of this examination. At the same time, the surrounding outer disciples all gasped. The exclamations of surprise were even louder than before. Many even choked with emotion. Finally, 10 sounds. Doesn't that mean he's already defeated 5 heavenly spirit beasts at the 10,000 medicine pavilion? Among all the outer disciples of Xiangyun Mountain, there aren't even 50 who could do that. This guy is incredibly patient. He only agreed to participate in the promotion examination after passing all 10 stone tablets of the 10,000 medicine pavilion. Could it be he is Little Turtle? Everyone was in an uproar. Compared to everyone else, the most shocked was Su Baozi. He stared blankly at Bai Zikun, his eyes almost popping out. Just moments ago, he had still underestimated Bai Zikun, thinking that not taking the 3rd-tier spirit beast was important. Now, looking back, it was clear that Bai Zikun probably didn't think much of it. Great mastery of herbs, great mastery of spirit beasts. This Bai Zikun, he's clearly mocking me. But this is unbelievable. He's only been a disciple for a few years. Could he be Little Turtle? Su Baozi took a deep breath, hurriedly took out a small table, and wrote everything down. In his heart, he felt fortunate that he and the other party had resolved their grievances, and thankful that he hadn't openly expressed his contempt earlier. While everyone was still in shock, Bai Xiaochun walked out of the archway, sighing. In truth, it would have been best if he could have avoided revealing his herbal skills and the 10 spirit beast stone tablets. He didn't want to show them off, especially since among Chu Xinqi's admirers were inner disciples. But today, he had no choice. He couldn't let this prevent him from advancing. Although he felt helpless at this moment, seeing the expressions on everyone's faces and hearing their words, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but feel moved. They're all such good fellow disciples. If only everyone were like this, Bai Xiaochun mused, walking out of the cave and, under everyone's watchful eyes, choosing to sit down beside a pale furnace. Elder Su glanced at Bai Xiaochun, as if he had figured something out, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, but it quickly vanished, returning to his usual indifferent tone. In the bag before you are 10 portions of herbs, enough to refine 10 first-grade spirit medicines, ink spirit incense. The assessment will be based on success rate. Every 2 attempts qualify. The person with the highest success rate will be rewarded with 5,000 contribution points. Begin. The moment Elder Zu's words rang out, the outer disciples watching the assessment were all shocked. This time the assessment is clearly for Ink Spirit Incense. Although Ink Spirit Incense isn't the most difficult first-grade spirit medicine to refine, it's still quite challenging, unlike the spirit condensing incense that many alchemists have already practiced. The more challenging it becomes, the more it tests each person's aptitude for alchemy. Don't you see? Before, the 4th level herbs became the 5th level, and now the difficulty of the spiritual medicine is increasing. I guess it will get even harder in the future. While everyone around was whispering, the people sitting in front of the alchemy furnaces in the square waiting for the examination were all serious. Although many of them inwardly groaned after hearing Mo Lingxiang's words, they couldn't afford to be distracted, and hurriedly opened their bags to check the herbs. Bai Xiaochun had previously heard Su Baokai mention the 5,000 contribution points, and now, after hearing Elder Zu's words, he was even more tempted. He didn't have many contribution points left, and whether he needed them to exchange for elixirs or to purchase herbs, he would need them. If I can get these 5,000 contribution points, it will save me a lot of trouble. I won't have to waste my time trying to earn them anymore. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun opened the bag in front of him. Inside, besides 10 portions of medicinal herbs, there was also a jade slip. He held it in his hand and examined it. It was Mo Lingxiang's pill formula. Bai Xiaochun didn't immediately start refining the medicine, but instead calmed his mind and carefully studied the formula. His research speed was very slow. This was related to his habit of refining medicine. Even if it was just a small problem, he needed to completely solve it before he felt satisfied. Each such research session was an opportunity. Within an hour, Du Lingfei and the others had already finished examining the herbs and started refining the medicine, even operating somewhat quickly. With the first batch already more than half finished, looking around the entire square, except for Bai Xiaochun, everyone else was refining medicine. Only Bai Xiaochun was holding the jade slip and deep in thought. This bizarre scene left Su Baokai and the other outer disciples utterly astonished. Just then, the first batch of spirit medicine furnaces began to show results, each producing a muffled, heavy sound. Excluding Bai Ziken, most of the 18 participants in this examination were silent, their furnaces emitting plumes of black smoke. The first furnace had failed. Only Han Jianyi laughed loudly, his head tilted back. As his furnace trembled, a medicinal fragrance wafted out. At the bottom of the furnace, a large, 3-inch-sized block of black spirit incense suddenly appeared. The outer disciples who had come to watch immediately looked back. The first furnace was clearly successful. This Han Jianyi had some unique skills in alchemy. Han Jianyi's face lit up with excitement, and he arrogantly glanced at the other examinees around him, especially when he looked at Bai Xiaochun. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun was still studying the medicinal formula, a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. He lowered his head, took out the second batch of herbs, and began refining the medicine again. The faces of Du Lingfei and the others were somewhat grim, but they gritted their teeth and continued refining. After 2 hours, everyone's second batch of spirit medicine was ready, and the muffled sounds echoed once more. This time, Not a single person succeeded. Everyone failed. It was at this moment that Bai Xiaojun finally put down the jade slip. He had completely understood the formula for the ink spirit incense. But just when everyone thought he had begun refining the medicine, they were all surprised to find that Bai Xiaojun had taken out another spirit herb and was studying it right there and then. He looked very serious and extremely focused. What is Bai Xiaojun doing? He spent 2 hours studying the pill formula. And what herbs could he possibly be studying? Even if it's an exam, he doesn't need to be this slow. Subeokai's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked at the others, who had already begun refining their third furnace. While everyone was still puzzled, the third hour arrived. This time, all 18 participants failed once again. Then, the fourth and fifth hours ended, and 4 people successfully refined the ink spirit incense. Du Lingfei, Chen Xiang, and Zhao Yidao were among them, successfully refining the first block of ink spirit incense. As the medicinal fragrance spread, Han Jian laughed triumphantly. He was the first to refine 2 blocks of ink spirit incense. At this moment, he looked around, his expression even more arrogant, and his contempt for Bai Xiaojun even greater. At this moment, Bai Xiaojun was studying the 4th type of herb, even occasionally tearing off a piece to examine it. Not only were everyone around him even more astonished, but even Elder Su glanced at him several times. Time quickly passed, and the 6th hour arrived. In this 6th spirit medicine furnace, everyone else failed, only Han Jian succeeded. At this moment, everyone around was buzzing with excitement, even Elder Su nodded slightly. Han Jian has successfully refined 3 pieces, while the others only managed 1. In the previous assessment, a 20% success rate was considered passing, and a 40% success rate was considered a prodigy. Han Jian still has a few more attempts. If he succeeds even 1 more time, he will be a prodigy. While everyone around was buzzing with excitement, Han Jian's eyes gleamed with intense confidence. He whispered, "I will definitely be able to refine the 4th block of ink spirit incense, become a prodigy, and claim the top spot." He flicked his sleeve and enthusiastically opened the 7th furnace. Du Lingfei's face turned pale, and she gritted her teeth fiercely. Along with the others, she also opened her 7th furnace. In an instant, the 7th hour had passed, and Du Lingfei's face lit up with joy. A medicinal fragrance suddenly emanated from the furnace before her, while black smoke from discarded herbs rose from many people nearby. Clearly, she was the only one who had succeeded in this 7th furnace. "I've passed. I can be promoted now." But merely passing isn't enough. Du Lingfei suppressed her excitement, took a deep breath, and, under Han Jian's pale gaze, continued refining. The 8th hour arrived in a flash. This time, as the resounding clang echoed, everyone, once again, failed completely. Up to this point, of the 19 participants in the examination, Han Jian had succeeded 3 times, Du Lingfei twice, Chen Xiang and Zhao Yidao once each, and the others, none had succeeded even once. Bai Xiaojun, meanwhile, was studying the last remaining herb. This examination is too difficult. The outer disciples watching also felt the tense atmosphere. Almost all the participants now had only 2 sets of materials left, except for Du Lingfei and Han Jian, who were already certain to pass. Chen Xiang and Zhao Yidao would fail the examination if they failed the next 2 attempts. Compared to those 4, the other 10 or so were even more disheartened, because they only had 1 chance left. If the 9th attempt failed, there would be no need to try a 10th time, and Elder Su wouldn't let them waste herbs like that. Once the 9th furnace failed, the examination failed. Everyone present was nervous and anxious, using all their mental energy to open the 9th furnace. Every step was taken with extreme seriousness. Those who passed hoped for a better result, while those who didn't wanted to take one last gamble. Only Bai Xiaojun remained seated, holding the last herb, as if facing some difficult problem, frowning and deep in thought. He was now completely ignored by everyone else. The 9th hour seemed to drag on slowly. While everyone waited, the 9th hour ended in the blink of an eye. A loud bang echoed. It was a disciple who, from beginning to end, had never succeeded. His face instantly turned pale. He let out a mournful laugh, stood up, bowed to Elder Su, and then left dejectedly. Everyone around fell silent. As time passed, more booming sounds followed. The entire group of disciples silently rose and left the square. Only the 6 alchemists' furnaces remained, still refining medicine. Before long, the furnaces of these 6 people once again emitted a loud bang. Only one furnace, Zhao Yidao's, emitted a medicinal fragrance. It was Zhao Yidao's furnace. Zhao Yidao clenched his fists fiercely, his breathing heavy. His eyes turned red, his heart filled with extreme agitation. He finally completed the examination requirements, succeeding twice, naturally passing. Some rejoiced, while others worried. Among the 5 who failed, 2 disciples who had previously failed smiled bitterly, sighed softly, and then stood up and left the square. Chen Xiang felt a surge of excitement throughout his body. He stared intently at Zhao Yidao, his heart bitter, his breathing rapid. He withdrew his gaze, his eyes reddening as he looked at the last batch of herbs. Du Lingfei frowned, closing his eyes in thought. Han Jian was under the least pressure, but he was unwilling to stop at a 30% success rate. He wanted to break through, to become a prodigy. One last furnace, the 4 of them simultaneously took a deep breath. At this moment, only 5 people remained in the square: Han Jian, Du Lingfei, Zhao Yidao, Chen Xiang, and Bai Xiaochun. The 3 previous candidates had already passed, leaving Chen Xiang with only one chance. As for Bai Xiaochun, everyone glanced at him briefly and then ignored him. They even suspected that Bai Xiaochun's purpose in coming here this time was to spend 9 hours researching the alchemy formulas and herbs, and even then, he might not be finished. Was he just there to cause trouble? In the square, the 4 people, including Du Lingfei, displayed unprecedented seriousness and solemnity, opening the 10th alchemy furnace and beginning the refining process. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 10th hour slowly passed. With a loud bang, black smoke rose from the furnace in front of Zhao Yidao. He took a deep breath. Although he had failed, he had passed. But the moment Zhao Yidao failed, a medicinal fragrance appeared in the furnace in front of Chen Xiang. Not only him, but Du Lingfei's furnace, and even Han Jian's furnace, also emitted a medicinal fragrance. The medicinal fragrance instantly diffused, and all 3 showed expressions of extreme joy. Everything had been a success. I succeeded. For blocks of ink spirit incense, I'm number 1. Han Jian suddenly stood up, laughing excitedly. Du Lingfei also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she hadn't reached the level of a prodigy, succeeding 3 times was still astonishing. Chen Xiang even felt like he had been resurrected and laughed loudly. At this moment, the people around them, who had been suppressed for a long time, also erupted. This assessment was too difficult. Under this level of difficulty, Han Jian was able to succeed 4 times. This person can definitely be called a prodigy. Du Lingfei succeeded 3 times, Chen Xiang and Zhao Yidao both succeeded twice, but they all met the promotion requirements. If the difficulty hadn't increased this time, I guess these 3 could have achieved a 40% success rate. Everyone was discussing, including relatives and friends of Du Lingfei and the others. The elder nodded slightly, especially when looking at Han Jian, his eyes showing admiration. But just as he was about to announce the result, Bai Xiaochun suddenly moved. He had finished researching the last herb, having solved the most difficult problem, and paid no attention to the cheers from all sides. The moment he picked up the jade slip containing the previous medicinal formula, he immersed himself in the art of medicine, his whole being falling into a state of self-forgetfulness. Unless thunder rumbled, all the commotion outside could not distract him in the slightest, nor did he notice that others had finished their alchemy. His slight movement immediately attracted everyone's attention, including Su Baocai. The whole group looked at Bai Zikun with strange expressions, all feeling that Bai Zikun's concept of time was different from everyone else's. This Bai Xiaochun is too slow. Everyone else has already finished practicing, and he's only just starting. This examination is probably over already, isn't it? How? I don't think I heard the examination for promotion to alchemist has a time limit amidst the chatter. Someone finally blurted out a sentence. Everyone was immediately startled and looked towards Elder Su. Elder Su also hesitated. The examination for promotion to alchemist did indeed have no time limit, so he remained standing, watching Bai Xiaochun begin practicing alchemy. Han Jian felt no pressure at all, chuckled faintly, a look of disdain in his eyes. He had originally considered Bai Xiaochun a formidable opponent, but after this examination, he didn't believe Bai Xiaochun could surpass him. Du Lingfei frowned. She found Bai Xiaochun utterly displeasing. Bai Xiaochun's movements were swift, a glint in his eyes. In his mind's eye, the entire world was reduced to the alchemy furnace before him. Each herb in his hands was quickly transformed, either pressed into juice or pulverized into powder. After everything fell into the furnace, he gestured with his right hand, chanting a spell. Immediately, the earth fire beneath the furnace flared up. An hour passed quickly. In an instant, a strong medicinal aroma wafted from within the furnace. Bai Xiaochun reached out and grabbed a 4-inch-sized block of black spirit incense, which he held in his hand, examining it repeatedly before frowning again. At this moment, everyone's expressions became serious, and a glint of light flickered in Elder Zhu's eyes. But while everyone waited for Bai Xiaochun to open the second alchemy furnace, they gradually noticed that Bai Xiaochun was holding the block of ink spirit incense in his hand, clearly, studying it again. What is he doing? He's already succeeded. Why isn't he opening the second furnace? Everyone around was stunned. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was looking at the ink spirit incense in his hand, feeling dissatisfied. Although it was successful, according to his expectations, it should be 7 inches in diameter. What's the problem? Bai Xiaochun pondered. This contemplation lasted for 3 hours. When everyone around had completely lost patience, Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up and he took out the herbs again, once more refining the medicine. Everyone on all sides was startled, looking back in astonishment. As before, after a long while, an even stronger medicinal fragrance suddenly emanated. Inside the alchemy furnace, a 5-inch thick block of black spirit incense appeared. Du Lingfei's expression changed. Chen Xiang and Zhao Yadao were also startled. Han Jiang's eyes flashed. He appeared calm, but inwardly he was very nervous. Their anxiety wasn't because Bai Xiaochun had succeeded twice, but continuously. While everyone was still in shock, Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve. The third batch of herbs flew out, his gaze serious, and he proceeded to open the third alchemy furnace. The outer disciples on all sides immediately watched. After a moment of silence, the furnace suddenly shook violently, and an even stronger medicinal fragrance surged outwards. Inside the furnace, a block of black spirit incense, about 6 inches in size, suddenly appeared. 3 times in a row. How is this possible? This Bai Xiaochun, how could he do this? He must have refined ink spirit incense before. Everyone around immediately exclaimed in shock. This kind of consecutive success was unbelievable in everyone's eyes. Du Lingfei's breathing quickened as she stared intently at Bai Xiaochun, her heart racing. Chen Xiang and Zhao Yidao were completely stunned. 3 times in a row he must be very familiar with ink spirit incense, and his luck is incredibly good. He will definitely fail next time. Han Jian clenched his fists. If Bai Xiaochun succeeded a 4th time, he would surpass everyone else and reach Han Jian's level. Everyone was curious, but they could only wait. This Bai Xiaochun is too slow. It's just a 1st-grade spiritual medicine. Why is he taking so long to figure it out? Especially Du Lingfei and Han Jian, they stared intently at Bai Xiaochun, unwilling to look away. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up, his face beaming with joy. He waved his hands, took out some herbs, and opened the 4th alchemy furnace. At this moment, everyone around was startled, watching intently. After a long while, a loud bang resounded. It wasn't the sound of failure, but rather the overwhelming aroma of the herbs filling the furnace and spreading outwards. In an instant, the aroma intensified, spreading in all directions. Suddenly, a 7-inch long block of ink spirit incense appeared inside the furnace. The 4th alchemy furnace was successful. Everyone around immediately became agitated. 4 times in a row, this kind of thing, it's actually possible. How many times can Bai Xiaochun succeed in the end? Twice is acceptable, 4 times is exceptional. I remember senior sister Chu Xinxi, she achieved promotion 7 times. While everyone around exclaimed in surprise, Du Lingfei's expression was grim. Although she knew Bai Xiaochun's herbal skills far surpassed her own, seeing such a huge gap in alchemy left her with mixed feelings. Even Han Jian gritted his teeth, clenching his fist tightly, his body trembling. He didn't want to believe it, but the scene before him made it impossible for him to ignore. 4 times. 4 times is his limit. All his subsequent attempts will surely fail. As everyone was shaken and increasingly hopeful about Bai Xiaochun's chances of success, They were surprised to find that Bai Xiaochun was holding the ink spirit incense and beginning to ponder. This guy, why is he doing research again? Despite their reluctance, everyone could only watch Bai Xiaochun, hoping this research would be a little shorter. Time passed, and 8 hours later, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, a few bloodshot veins appearing in his eyes. The fourth attempt at alchemy, while unknown to others, was a close call to failure for him. This ink spirit incense is much more difficult to refine than the previous spirit medicines I tried. Bai Xiaochun, being cautious and meticulous, carefully recalled each step of the previous alchemy process to find the source of the problem. Only after confirming that he hadn't missed anything did he open the fifth furnace. He completely ignored everyone's comments. Once he started practicing alchemy, his determination surpassed all expectations. No matter how much others talked, he would absolutely not attempt the process unless he was absolutely certain of success. At this moment, the fifth furnace opened. The people around, who had endured from the beginning until now, were mostly exhausted, but now their spirits were high, and they all looked back in unison. Very quickly, a loud bang echoed, and the aroma of the herbs suddenly spread in all directions. Just smelling the aroma made everyone's heart pound. The fifth furnace was successful. Han Jian sat there stunned, his heart filled with endless bitterness. After a long while, he sighed and sat silently. This time, he didn't keep everyone waiting long. Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve and continued to refine the sixth furnace. Before long, there was another loud bang, and the aroma spread even more intensely. The sixth furnace was successful. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed. Without stopping, he took out the herbs and began refining the seventh furnace. But just as the seventh furnace was about to be completed, a faint burning smell suddenly emanated from it. Although it was very subtle, only Bai Xiaochun could smell it, but it made his heart skip a beat. He pressed his right hand, chanting a spell, and immediately the temperature of the earth fire dropped. Finally, the seventh furnace was barely successful. However, the ink spirit incense that appeared was only 3 inches in diameter, and it contained many impurities, almost falling into the category of low-grade, poisonous incense. But even so, in everyone's eyes, it was still a success. At this moment, everyone's spirits were completely stirred, and they all breathed heavily. Especially Subeo Kai, whose eyes were filled with disbelief. 7 times successful. My God, Bai Xiaochun actually did it 7 times, just like senior sister Chu Xinqi. I remember that only in legend did senior brother Wang Qingshan manage to do it 8 times. That person is now a high-ranking disciple. 9 times unprecedented, no one has ever succeeded before. While everyone was buzzing with excitement, Bai Xiaochun remained silent, staring intently at the alchemy furnace. Blood vessels slowly appeared in his eyes. He had long since given up on the examination and was immersed in alchemy. He pondered deeply about his previous near failure, taking out the herbs to examine them again, slowly searching for the reason. It's because of this spiritual plant called ink water fruit. The ink pigment contained within each fruit is different. Bai Xiaochun stared at the ink water fruit in his hand, his mind constantly analyzing and deducing. Time passed slowly, and everyone around looked at Bai Xiaochun's pensive expression with a wry smile. Although they were excited, every time Bai Xiaochun pondered before refining medicine, he was so slow that it was infuriating. But they didn't want to leave just like that, so the whole group resolutely sat down cross-legged to wait for Bai Xiaochun. Some were so exhausted that they leaned against a rock, clearly intending to sleep. Elder Zhu's expression was strange. He coughed and also sat down cross-legged. Du Lingfei and Han Jin, of course, didn't want to leave either, but Bai Xiaochun had exhausted them both physically and mentally, their eyes red, so they had no choice but to sit down. The surroundings gradually became quiet. Before long, even snoring sounds could be heard, but some people endured it, still watching Bai Xiaochun. Subeo Kai was one of them. After several hours, someone woke up and, seeing Bai Xiaochun still deep in thought, couldn't help but sigh. He's clearly still researching. It's already dawn. Finally, after more than 10 hours, Bai Xiaochun's eyes, filled with bloodshot veins, suddenly lifted his head. Bai Xiaochun's breathing became rapid. He had long since fallen into a state of self-forgetfulness, completely disregarding how many times he had succeeded, and also ignoring the results of this examination. His eyes were bloodshot, and his mind was focused on only one thing, how to ensure a perfect success in the next furnace opening. If he wasn't certain, he absolutely wouldn't open the furnace. His preference for stability was fully exploited in the field of alchemy. Throughout his contemplation, he realized that no matter what methods he devised, he couldn't solve the problem unless he could stabilize the ink element within the ink spirit fruit. While this wouldn't be considered altering the formula, it would still be a very subtle adjustment. Bai Xiaochun remained silent for a moment before making a decision. Perhaps I'll have to break free from the medicinal formula and make some adjustments. As he spoke, he immediately crushed the ink spirit fruit in his hand. A cracking sound echoed, and countless drops of liquid fell, but instead of falling into the alchemy furnace, they condensed in midair under Bai Xiaochun's control. Then, according to the required concentration, they fused together. Others watching this scene were merely astonished. Even Bai Xiaochun himself didn't find this action particularly special. He simply felt it was necessary to resolve the issue properly. But Elder Zhu's eyes widened in surprise, the deep fear in his gaze gradually revealing itself. Even Bai Xiaochun's 7 consecutive successful alchemy attempts had only surprised him. But this scene, witnessed by him, brought him a far greater astonishment than before. This Bai Xiaochun unexpectedly experimented with adjusting the medicinal formula. He's truly extraordinary. No wonder the sect leader warned us to pay attention to him a few months ago before he left, Elder Zhu pondered. A moment later, Bai Xiaochun suddenly waved his right hand, removing all the excess ink essence, leaving only a tiny amount the size of a fingernail, before throwing it into the alchemy furnace. He then continued to take out other herbs and add them one by one, opening the 8th alchemy furnace. Even with the naked eye, one could see the furnace suddenly turn red. In less than an hour after about 2 incense sticks worth of time, the entire furnace suddenly vibrated and a medicinal fragrance filled the air. The 8th furnace was successfully opened. Elder Zhu glanced inside the furnace and, unexpectedly, found a long, almost 10-inch long ink spirit incense with a dark purple sheen. Almost at the mid-grade, Elder Zhu's eyes also showed a look of surprise. Bai Xiaochun also noticed some differences in the refining process of the ink spirit incense this time, and his expression was somewhat flustered. At this moment, he suddenly understood why all the ink spirit incense he had previously refined was only low-grade. The formula isn't fixed, it needs to be based on the actual refining process to produce mid-grade or higher spiritual medicine. Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt as if his vision had opened, becoming much clearer. His spirits were somewhat lifted, and without waiting for the surrounding crowd to murmur and discuss, he waved his hand and opened the 9th batch. Everyone's breathing involuntarily quickened, and no one spoke to each other anymore. They were completely shaken. Although they still had some expectations in their hearts, seeing Bai Xiaochun successfully refine it 8 times in a row was hard to believe. This achievement not only surpassed Chu Xinqi, but also matched the inherited disciple Wang Qingshan. Before everyone present could recover from their shock, Bai Xiaochun's alchemy speed increased significantly. Just a short while later, the alchemy furnace rumbled loudly, the aroma even more intense and powerful. The 9th furnace was successful. This has never happened before. No one has ever surpassed 9 attempts, and this is the ink spirit incense. Even though Bai Xiaochun's lengthy and tedious process of refining each time infuriated everyone, his success rate is truly astonishing. Su Baokai's head buzzed with astonishment, his eyes wide and his mouth agape. Du Lingfei's mind also surged with disbelief. She couldn't help but recall the scene where he listed each type of herb in the previous competition. Conversely, Han Jian let out a sigh of relief. Though somewhat bitter, he was no longer furious. If Bai Xiaochun had only been slightly inferior to him, he could have continued the competition. But today, he was truly convinced this is the last time. Senior brother Bai has created a legend that no one has ever achieved before. Will he create another miracle? It's worth it. Even enduring a few days here is worth it. In an instant, everyone focused their gaze on Bai Xiaochun. Their breaths quickened, their eyes filled with intense anticipation. Even Elder Zhu couldn't take his eyes off him, his heart filled with awe. Very quickly, Bai Xiaochun also moved, his expression solemn as he began to take out the final set of materials. After arranging each herb with different processing times and combining them, he threw them into the alchemy furnace. His hands continued to chant incantations, activating the earth fire. As time passed, the surroundings suddenly became so quiet that everyone could hear their own heartbeats. This waiting continued for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. A loud explosion rang out. Inside the alchemy furnace, there was no mist of failure, but no incense smoke either, leaving the surrounding crowd filled with apprehension. It failed. Subatsai felt his lips dry and his mouth bitter. Baizikon was also slightly startled, but a few conjectures arose in his mind, and his eyes gradually brightened. At this moment, everyone suddenly saw a dazzling seven-colored light flashing from a small crack inside the furnace. Elder Su suddenly stepped forward to examine it, only to see a piece of ink spirit incense about an inch long within the purple light of the furnace. His eyes instantly lit up with joy. Mid-grade, the elder laughed loudly, simultaneously flicking his sleeve to collect all the alchemy furnaces, the bags of medicinal herbs, and even the newly refined ink spirit incense in a single wave. In this examination, Bai Xiaochun, Han Jian, Du Lingfei, Chen Xiang, and Zhao Yidu Yu 5 have successfully advanced to Alchemist Apprentice. Bai Xiaochun first place, earning 5,000 contribution points. As he spoke, the surrounding crowd erupted in a clamor, the sounds of their discussions echoing everywhere. 10 times, all 10 times successful. Not only that, the last attempt even produced a mid-grade. As an alchemist apprentice, he was able to refine a mid-grade spiritual medicine. Not only Subeokai, Du Lingfei, and Han Jian, but everyone was shaken beyond belief. Bai Xiaochun was also somewhat helpless. He hadn't even had a chance to carefully examine the only mid-grade spiritual medicine he had just refined. At this moment, Elder Su had taken it away from him, filling him with resentment. But looking at the other party, he felt unable to express it outwardly. Bai Xiaochun sighed, utterly exhausted, and stepped down into the square. Along the way, everyone's eyes were fixed on him with fervent admiration and respect. They knew that Bai Xiaochun's 10 successful attempts at refining were absolutely not due to luck, and his meticulous planning was something others could never achieve. Congratulations, Senior Brother Bai, on your unprecedented achievement. Senior Brother Bai, I have a few questions about herbs. Could you perhaps help me a little at this moment? Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in surprise. He had been so focused on refining the pills that he realized he might have caused a major commotion when he saw everyone's reaction. However, seeing the enthusiastic support of his fellow disciples, he couldn't help but be moved and quickly bowed to everyone. He was overjoyed after all. He hadn't had the chance to make a name for himself in front of everyone before the incident with the little turtle, and now he was finally getting some of that praise. He even readily agreed to help the female disciples who asked for his assistance. He even reminded some of the disciples who called him Senior Brother Bai that his name was Bai Xiaochun, just in case they didn't know. Just as he was feeling smug, he suddenly sensed someone in the crowd staring intensely at him. Bai Xiaochun recognized the other person at a glance as one of Chu Xinqi's fans. Seeing the man's unfriendly expression, he quickly slipped past him and left. He hurried back to the small courtyard, and upon entering the wooden house, Bai Xiaochun felt dizzy and exhausted. The past few days of refining medicine had drained his mental energy considerably, so he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. He slept soundly for 2 days. By noon on the 3rd day, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, the feeling of fatigue and sluggishness quickly dissipating. He sighed, remembering that the only mid-grade spiritual medicine he had refined had been taken by Elder Su. Checking his identity token and seeing the additional 5,000 contribution points brought him some consolation. Having earned some contribution points, Bai Xiaochun prepared to continue refining medicine to cultivate the immortal longevity technique. He planned to go out, purchase 7 or 8 medicinal formulas, select one to replenish his vital energy, and prepare a large quantity of herbs. Everything was done quickly and efficiently. However, what terrified him was that along the way, several people who saw him suddenly changed their expressions. One of Chu Xinqi's admirers even sneered at him and pulled out a jade slip as if transmitting a message. Bai Xiaochun became anxious. After preparing the herbs, he didn't return to his small courtyard, but went straight to the alchemy pavilion, using all his remaining contribution points to buy a year's supply before entering. I was too careless this time, Humph. Wait until I get out of here. After my immortal iron skin is perfected, if they dare to cause trouble with me, I'll crush one of them. If 10 come, I'll go find the pavilion master. Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly. He decided to stay inside the alchemy chamber and not come out again, and began refining medicine. He could guess that during the 2 days he slept soundly, news of his promotion to alchemist had already spread far and wide, and before long, it would have reached every corner of Xiangyun Mountain. And that was almost certainly the case. Within the sect, there were many who suspected Bai Xiaochun was actually the little turtle. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen? Both were masters of herbs and spirit beasts, especially the fact that Bai Xiaochun had successfully refined a mid-grade spirit medicine 10 times. Those who admired Zhou Xinqi became even more agitated. Even those who admired Du Lingfei joined in, but they didn't expect Bai Xiaochun to be so vigilant, not returning to his small courtyard but staying at the alchemy pavilion instead. When they investigated, they learned that Bai Xiaochun had actually bought a year's worth of alchemy time there, which only fueled their anger further. However, they didn't dare storm into the alchemy pavilion, and they were also somewhat wary of Bai Xiaochun's status. They could only capture him and give him a good beating. After all, the sect wouldn't interfere with such trivial matters. If one's skills are inferior, they can't blame others. Seeing no other way, these people left with resentment. But among them was a pockmarked young man who looked coldly at the alchemy pavilion, a sinister smile slowly forming on his lips. Even if you hide here, I still have ways to drag you out. Not only did you beat my cousin, Chen Fei, but you also dared to bully my beloved junior sister Zhou, and even junior sister Du, the one I love most. Even junior sister Ho, whom I recently took a liking to, keeps mentioning you. Bai Xiaochun, even if you have some talent in herbs, it wouldn't be difficult for me to kill you. A cold laugh escaped his lips. He was none other than Qian Dakin, an inner disciple of the Qian family. Bai Xiaochun, meanwhile, was enjoying a leisurely time in the alchemy pavilion. Every day he practiced alchemy, or cultivated the immortal longevity technique. As the days passed, his immortal longevity technique progressed significantly. His skin became even tougher, and his speed and strength surpassed their previous levels. In 2 more days, my immortal iron skin will be fully perfected. Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with anticipation. But at sunset, a beam of green light suddenly flew from the sex mission reception area directly to the spirit medicine pavilion. This light didn't affect the pavilion's protective barrier, and in an instant, it appeared before Bai Xiaochun, who was sitting in the room. Bai Xiaochun was stunned upon closer inspection. It was a token. The pitch-black token, with only the word "Lo" raised in the center, exuded an aura of stern, ruthless power. Just as Bai Xiaochun was still stunned, a voice as cold as ice suddenly emanated from within the token, echoing throughout the room. Outer disciple Bai Xiaochun, according to the investigation by the Law Enforcement Hall. You have been a disciple for several years but have only completed one task, cultivating spiritual plants for the sect, violating the sect's rules. Therefore, you are to be forcibly assigned to an external mission 3 days from now. Refusal is not permitted. The icy tone sent chills down his spine, clearly indicating that if Bai Xiaochun dared refuse this mission, he would certainly face punishment from the Law Enforcement Hall. The Law Enforcement Hall, Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, and his heart skipped a beat. After transmitting the message, the token transformed into a black light and disappeared without a trace. Silence fell, and Bai Xiaochun's expression changed repeatedly. He took out his identity token and found a specific mission had appeared within, requiring him to complete it personally. He had indeed overlooked the annual mission required of the sect, but the sudden appearance of the Law Enforcement Hall token felt strange to Bai Xiaochun. He remained silent for a moment before leaving the alchemy room, exiting the alchemy pavilion, and heading straight to the mountaintop. This isn't right. I still feel a chill down my spine. I've been on the mountain for many years, but I've never proactively met with the sect leader. This time, I should pay my respects and ask what exactly is going on. He had a heavy heart, but when he reached the mountaintop and inquired about the Taoist monk Li Qing'o, he learned that the monk had left several months ago and had not returned since. Bai Xiaochun could only lament inwardly, his heart filled with unease as he returned. But instead of going back to the alchemy pavilion, he decided to go find Su Beokai. After all, this guy claimed to be an all-knowing man, and Bai Xiaochun thought he might be able to find some clues from him. Su Beokai was also an outer disciple of Xiangyun Mountain, so he resided in a small courtyard on the other side of the mountain. Flying quickly, by the time dusk fell and the sky darkened, With only a few people scattered along the road, Bai Xiaochun had arrived at Subeokai's courtyard. This place was not as quiet as Bai Xiaochun's own courtyard, but was adjacent to about 7 or 8 other small courtyards. In the night, these courtyards were all illuminated by flickering candlelight. Bai Xiaochun bowed his head, and without knocking, he swiftly flew inside, seeing Subeokai hunched over, scribbling something at a small table. "Subeokai," Bai Xiaochun called softly. His call startled Subeokai even more, causing him to look up and realize it was Bai Xiaochun. "Senior brother Bai," Subeokai exclaimed in surprise, quickly standing up to invite Bai Xiaochun inside. "Weren't you supposed to be in seclusion at the alchemy pavilion? How did you end up in my courtyard?" Subeokai asked curiously. "Subeokai, how much do you know about the Law Enforcement Hall?" Bai Xiaochun immediately asked. "The Law Enforcement Hall. It's divided into 2 branches, south and north, each with the authority to supervise all outer disciples and servants in their respective areas. However, they don't usually show their faces unless it's a case of truly serious violations of the sect rules." Su Baozi also sensed something unusual. Seeing Bai Zikun's gloomy expression, he quickly replied, "They only show up occasionally, but their power is immense. Not only can they forcibly impose certain things, but they can also directly hunt down traitors who flee the sect. In short, the Law Enforcement Hall is a sword hanging over the head of every outer disciple, ensuring that no outer disciple dares to violate the sect's rules. Once you violate the rules and are targeted by the Law Enforcement Hall, even if you don't die, you'll still be severely punished. Although the Law Enforcement Hall has considerable power, it also has many limitations. As long as you don't violate the sect's rules, you don't need to worry about the Law Enforcement Hall," Su Baozi explained in detail, sharing all the information he knew about the Law Enforcement Hall with Bai Zikun. Even after finishing his sentence, he went on to mention several cases of disciples being targeted by the Law Enforcement Hall, recounting their tragic fates to Bai Xiaochun. 500 years ago, a traitor appeared in our Lingxi sect and was hunted down by the Law Enforcement Hall for 7 days and 7 nights, his body and soul utterly destroyed. 300 years ago, an outer disciple committed a grave offense. The Law Enforcement Hall gave him a chance, but he showed no remorse. As a result, the Law Enforcement Hall reported him to the sect, and he was punished at Black Wine Pass, enduring the biting wind day and night. A punishment that still continues to this day. 100 years ago, a rebellion broke out around the mountain path. The Law Enforcement Hall warned them, but they showed no repentance, so they intervened. Except for ordinary mortals, all the cultivators around the mountain path were completely annihilated, causing a sensation in all directions. Bai Xiaochun's expression grew increasingly grim as he listened, his heart pounding uncontrollably. "You mean, the Law Enforcement Hall first issues a warning, and if there's no repentance, they'll severely punish." "That's right. That's one of the limitations of the Law Enforcement Hall. Otherwise, wouldn't their power be limitless?" Su Baozi glanced at Bai Zikun. He secretly guessed that the other party was probably also under the Law Enforcement Hall's scrutiny. But this matter was too sensitive, and Su Baozi had to be cautious. Sharing a little information was fine, but he didn't dare get too involved. Finally, as Bai Zikun was about to leave, Su Baozi hesitated for a moment. Then, remembering Bai Zikun's herbal skills, he whispered to him, "Brother Bai, you've probably heard of the inner disciple of Qingfeng Mountain Qian Dajin. He's Chen Fei's cousin, and also a member of the Law Enforcement Hall." After a brief pause, Bai Xiaochun left. Walking along the small path in the sect, gazing at the moonlight, Bai Xiaochun suddenly remembered Subeokai's words and proceeded to verify his understanding. After confirming the truth, he sighed. "I haven't offended anyone in the sect. If I have, it's only Chen Fei and those fans of Zhou Xinji." Qian Dakin, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth. After returning to the alchemy pavilion, he sat cross-legged in his room, staring at the alchemy furnace in front of him, then frowned slightly. "I understand a little now. The reason is that I didn't complete my annual mission. But this kind of thing, if no one investigated, wouldn't be a big deal. After all, it's impossible that I'm the only one who failed to complete the mission. That Qian Dakin, being a member of the Law Enforcement Hall, must be using his position to settle a personal vendetta." Bai Xiaochun pondered in silence for half a day, his eyes bloodshot. "If I carry out the mission, this person will surely take some action along the way. otherwise he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Even so, this is a secret. How could he dare let the sect know? Generally speaking, he's in a passive position, but if I ignore it, then it will be exactly as he wishes. He won't be passive anymore. He'll use his position in the law enforcement hall to proactively punish me. Bai Xiaoqun thought for a long time, unable to decide what to do. He finally took out his identity token to examine the details of this forced mission. Very quickly, he saw a rather familiar name. Ho Yunfei. Bai Xiaoqun was stunned. He recalled that when he first became an outer disciple, it was Ho Yunfei who had given him a thorough introduction to the sect. After looking at it, he closed his eyes again and continued to think. This task isn't difficult. A few years ago, Ho Yunfei accepted a mission to carry out outside the sect. Every month, he would send news back to the sect, a mandatory task for any disciple on a long-term mission. However, until 2 months ago, all contact was lost and no news returned. Therefore, a mission was assigned to send 3 outer disciples to investigate, but the requirement wasn't to find all the clues. This type of mission is quite common within the sect. Just gathering a little information, conducting a brief investigation, finding a few clues is enough, and then reporting back to the sect. The sect will handle the rest. Besides, this disappearance is only an outer disciple, not a major event for the sect. But since he's a sect disciple, the disappearance still needs some attention. Hence, this mission. Bai Xiaoqun pondered for a while, then gritted his teeth. This mission, I must go. Bai Xiaoqun's breathing quickened. His eyes turned red, and he immediately began refining the elixir. He intended to achieve the immortal iron skin grade perfection before going out on the mission. 2 days later, Bai Xiaoqun's entire body suddenly exploded with a loud bang, his skin vibrating incessantly. In an instant, it turned completely black, but then quickly returned to normal. However, upon closer inspection, a flash of red could be seen on his skin before disappearing. Black as iron, red as copper. Bai Xiaoqun pressed his skin, and a series of metallic clanging sounds emanated. He then stood up, his speed far surpassing his previous level. After testing his strength, he leapt up, his index finger and thumb powerfully squeezing to unleash the shattering lock. The void no longer emitted a creaking sound, but rather a deafening roar. Although the sound wasn't loud, Bai Xiaoqun could feel that the power of his shattering lock had more than doubled. Immortal iron skin, perfected. Bai Xiaoqun was excited. It seemed he now had a little more confidence in his upcoming sect mission. It's a pity that I can only refine first-grade spiritual medicine suitable for those below the 5th level of the Cha condensation realm. Even with further refining, the effect of consuming it won't be very high. Bai Xiaoqun stood in his room feeling a little regretful. However, due to time constraints, he couldn't refine second-grade spiritual medicine suitable for those below the 8th level of the Cha condensation realm. I have to go out early tomorrow morning. Bai Xiaoqun felt nervous. Since he joined the Lingxi sect, this was his first real outing. However, feeling a little insecure, he refined the shield he had taken from Chen Fei 3 times. Even then, still not feeling completely at ease, he refined several pieces of leather clothing he had worn during the little competition. Finally, after some thought, he spent the entire night borrowing the large black cauldron with the earth-fire formation from Zhangda Pan. But he was still uneasy. Having no other choice, he sat dejectedly in the courtyard until dawn, not returning to the alchemy pavilion. Qian Dajin, when I reach the foundation establishment stage, I will definitely make you pay. Bai Xiaoqun grew increasingly anxious, his eyes turning red. He was afraid of death, and he wasn't some naive newcomer to the sect. He already had a certain understanding of the cultivation world. He spent the night lost in thought. Gradually, dawn broke. Early in the morning, as the first rays of sunlight shone down, Bai Xiaoqun felt his identity token vibrate. He stood in his small courtyard, glanced back at the house where he had lived for over 2 years, and sighed. This matter must be handled with extreme caution. I can't just throw my life away. Bai Xiaoqun frowned, putting on 7 or 8 layers of leather clothing, and then carrying Zhang Dapeng's large black cauldron on his back. He was already small and thin, and now, dressed like this, he looked like a ball. With a heavy heart, Bai Xiaoqun left Xiangyun Mountain and headed towards the southern gate. Along the way, many outer disciples saw him, all astonished by Bai Xiaoqun's attire. Bai Xiaoqun's face was gloomy. If he encountered an acquaintance, he would wave goodbye and slowly walk towards the southern side of the mountain gate. As he approached, he saw two people there. One was a young man sitting cross-legged, the other a young woman. Looking at their backs, Bai Xiaochun felt a sense of familiarity. This woman was impatiently pacing back and forth beside the mountain gate. Du Lingfei, Bai Xiaochun was stunned. At this moment, Du Lingfei also saw Bai Xiaochun, and she was equally surprised. Especially after seeing Bai Xiaochun in such attire, she frowned. "You're the leader of the investigation into senior brother whose disappearance. It's me." What a coincidence! Bai Xiaochun quickly cleared his throat, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping towards the young man beside Du Lingfei. The young man's face was expressionless, but a hint of killing intent had just emanated from him. When Bai Xiaochun looked towards him, he also opened his eyes, giving Bai Xiaochun a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Bai Xiaochun's heart stirred slightly. Before arriving, he had already analyzed how Qian Dakin would act in this mission. The simplest way would be to find a fellow disciple to carry out the mission, and after leaving the sect, act in secret. This way, they could act without anyone knowing. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun had suspicions about both Du Lingfei and that young man, but he naturally wouldn't show it. He even smiled foolishly at the young man. "I am Bai Xiaochun. May I ask who senior brother is?" "Qingfeng Mountain, Feng Yan." The young man also smiled and slowly spoke. "So it's senior brother Feng. Senior brother Feng looks like he's definitely not an ordinary person. This is my first mission. I hope senior brother Feng can guide me a little." Bai Xiaochun hastily clasped his hands together, only to discover that his opponent's cultivation level was the 7th stage of the Qi condensation realm. Easy to say, a hint of imperceptible contempt flickered in Feng Yan's eyes. He had joined this mission because the inner disciple Qian Dakin had promised him a great reward, which had greatly tempted him. That's why he agreed to trick and kill Bai Xiaochun during the mission. For him, it was simple. He didn't even need to directly intervene. He only needed to create a little obstruction to cause Bai Xiaochun's unexpected demise. The only thing to be careful about was preventing Du Lingfei from seeing it. But in his opinion, since Du Lingfei was also involved in this mission, it was clearly orchestrated by Qian Dakin. Du Lingfei frowned. She hadn't expected to encounter this hateful fellow again on this mission. This mission wasn't imposed on her by others. She took it on her own initiative. After all, while this type of mission had certain dangers, it was generally simple, and the contribution points were substantial. She had been stuck at the 5th stage of the Qi condensation realm for a long time, so she wanted to accumulate enough contribution points to exchange for Ling Yangxiang's breakthrough. Thinking of Ling Yangxiang, she felt even more disgusted with Bai Xiaochun. Coward, Du Lingfei's disgust intensified upon seeing Bai Xiaochun's demeanor, especially since he looked like a ball from head to toe, and was carrying a large black pot. He looked utterly terrified. At this moment, she snorted coldly, ignoring Bai Xiaochun, and bowed to Feng Yan. "Feng's senior brother, that's enough. Please bring out the wind-walking fan, complete the mission quickly, and return soon." Feng Yan smiled, patting his storage bag with his right hand. Immediately, a white light flew out, growing larger in the wind, quickly transforming into a 2-jan-long white boat suspended in midair. Waves of spiritual energy emanated from the boat, creating an imposing aura, appearing quite extraordinary. "Brother Feng, what is this?" Bai Xiaochun, after hearing a hissing sound, began to assess it. It was the first time he had seen such a thing, especially since the boat hovering in midair seemed to be something one could ride, making it even more remarkable. Du Lingfei's eyes showed disdain, while Feng Yan chuckled. "That's a wine-traveling boat. When we go on missions and need to travel to distant places, the sect rents us this type of boat. It doesn't require much spiritual energy to operate, making it very convenient to use, but it consumes a lot of spirit stones." After saying that, Feng Beam leapt up and landed inside the boat. Du Lingfei followed closely behind, and Bai Xiaochun also quickly jumped aboard. The boat wasn't large, and the interior space wasn't much, but it was more than enough for 3 people. Bai Xiaochun sat at the back, touching this and looking around, feeling increasingly satisfied. "I'll get one someday," Bai Xiaochun muttered. "You couldn't afford one even if you sold yourself," Du Lingfei said sarcastically, glancing at Bai Xiaochun's rustic appearance. Bai Xiaochun glanced at Du Lingfei, then nodded slightly. "If I sold you, I could probably afford one. You." Du Lingfei glared, about to speak, when Feng Xingfan, under Feng Yan's control, instantly transformed into a streak of light and soared into the distant horizon. Its speed was incredibly fast, raising a whistling sound of wind, but a layer of light shield rose up, blocking the strong wind. Although Bai Xiaochun and the other two could hear the wind outside, they didn't feel any discomfort. From afar, the boat gradually disappeared into the horizon. At the same time, in the apothecary hall on Xianyan Mountain, Elder Su, in charge of the apothecary apprentice promotion examination, held a jade slip in his hand, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. The law enforcement hall has bypassed my Xianyan Mountain and forced Bai Xiaochun out on a mission. Elder Su examined the jade slip carefully, his eyebrows relaxing after a long while. He found the mission simple, although somewhat dangerous. It wasn't life-threatening. This fellow is used to laziness. A little punishment is acceptable. The elder remembered the warnings and Bai Xiaochun's character as described by Li Qing'o before he left. So he put down the jade slip and continued refining medicine. At the same time, on Qingfeng Mountain, in the inner disciples' quarters, outside a cave, Qian Dakin stood watching the boat sail away, a cold expression on his face. With Feng Yan's cultivation, it would be easy to trick and kill Bai Xiaochun in the shadows. Bai Xiaochun, your herbalist skills are not bad. Unfortunately, you have no chance of growing. This time, you will undoubtedly die. A faint chill appeared in Qian Dakin's eyes as he smiled and turned to return to his cave. The sky was a clear blue, stretching for miles. On the boat, although Bai Xiaochun was nervous, he couldn't help but feel invigorated after seeing the ground beneath his feet shrink. He craned his neck to look down and could see towering mountains resembling swords, a long, narrow mountain range like a dragon. Most notably, he also saw a massive, earth-shattering river. The Tongshan River. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. After becoming an outer disciple, he had consulted many documents and knew that the entire cultivation world, in fact, relied on the Tongshan River for cultivation. This river was the source of all spiritual energy. Therefore, all sects were established near the Tongshan River. The closer to the upper reaches, the denser the spiritual energy. The location of the Lingxi sect could only be considered in the middle reaches, but even so, it had been able to stand strong for 10,000 years without falling. Bai Xiaochun saw in the documents that the Lingxi sect was not located here 10,000 years ago, but in the lower reaches. It was because a powerful and unpredictable ancestor had annihilated countless sects and cultivation families in the lower reaches, gaining the approval of the upper sects. And only then did it have the right to establish a sect in the middle reaches. I heard that the sects upstream of the Tongshan River are so powerful that even the Lingxi sect can't compare. And at the source, the legend says there's an even more terrifying sect. Bai Xiaochun suppressed the excitement in his heart. He was very cautious on this trip. The Tongshan River flowed downstream not far away. The river water was yellow, like a continuously surging sea. On the other side of the river, there were 4 towering mountains, their spiritual energy astonishing. That's the northern bank of the Lingxi sect. Bai Xiaochun looked at the 4 mountains on the northern bank, and also saw the main mountain of the Lingxi sect, which stretched across the Tongshan River, forming a mountain bridge. The Dao Seed Mountain. Bai Xiaochun had seen these things before when Li Qing'o brought him here, but back then he was still immortal. Now, as an outer disciple, seeing them again, his feelings were completely different. The speeding boat gradually moved away from the sect, following the turbulent Tongshan River downstream. Sister Du, Brother Bai, surely you both know about this mission. The place we have to go is the Luoxing Mountain Range in the lower reaches of the Tongshan River. The last time Brother Ho sent a message was from here. The Luoxing Mountain Range belongs to the border region of our Lingxi sect. Beyond that is the territory of the Zwexi sect. Feng Yan spoke indifferently, his voice muffled by the wind. This might involve some dangers, but we've all prepared ourselves mentally for this mission, so as long as we're careful, there shouldn't be any obstacles. However, the place we want to go is very far, and the consumption of spirit stones is considerable, so it's best to walk most of the time. For some difficult passages, we can use this boat. After Fang Vim finished speaking, a cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then he closed his eyes and sat down in front of him. Du Lingfei ignored Bai Xiaochun and leaned to the side, meditating. Bai Xiaochun felt a little wary. Although he sat cross-legged, he was constantly considering which of the 2 people in front of him was the one sent by Qian Dakin. The possibility of it being Du Lingfei is very small, so this Feng Yan is most likely him. A day later, when the first spirit stone in the ship was completely consumed, Feng Yan retracted the wind-walking sail. The three of them landed on a mountain. It was twilight, and the setting sun could be seen on the distant horizon, the ground gradually turning dark. Below the mountain was a dense forest, with occasional sounds of birds and animals, and a lot of humidity in the air. "We'll rest after passing through this dense forest. What do you think?" Feng Yan said casually, looking at Du Lingfei and Bai Xiaochun. "It's getting dark, and there might be some ferocious beasts in this forest. How about we use the wind-walking sail to fly through?" Bai Xiaochun suggested. "If you need to rest, then rest. It's just a patch of dense forest," Du Lingfei snorted coldly. She disliked Bai Xiaochun's cowardly demeanor, and with a flash of her body, she went ahead. A hint of contempt also flickered in Feng Yan's eyes, but he outwardly smiled at Bai Xiaochun and hurried down the mountain. Bai Xiaochun frowned. Seeing the two of them like this, he sighed, becoming even more vigilant as he followed them down the mountain and into the dense forest. The forest was even more humid, and sometimes swamps could be seen, with various birds and animals occasionally passing by. But all three were Cha condensation cultivators, their bodies agile, and their speed was not slow, continuously moving through, gradually heading deeper into the forest. Time passed, and the sky slowly darkened. By the time the moon hung high in the sky, the three had traveled nearly halfway, encountering no ferocious beasts along the way, which was quite smooth. Du Lingfei looked at Bai Xiaochun, who was walking at the back, seemingly ready to jump at the slightest movement, and felt even more contempt for him. "Watch out," Bai Xiaochun suddenly spoke, stopping his steps, his expression showing unease. Du Lingfei sneered, about to mock him. But at that moment, suddenly, strong gusts of wind swept in from all directions, carrying a foul stench. Du Lingfei's expression changed, and he looked up to see countless eyes appearing in the distance in the middle of the forest. These eyes were all crimson red, and almost immediately after the three saw them, a series of flapping wings erupted. Bats, each the size of a palm but with two heads, flew out in swarms. The twin-headed beasts. Their claws are coated with potent poison, capable of melting blood, split up quickly. Concentrate on the mountaintop on the other side of the forest. Feng Yan's expression changed, and he immediately exclaimed, his body shifting direction and speed erupting. Du Lingfei's eyes also narrowed, and she waved her hand. Immediately, a talisman appeared before her, slowly burning and emitting a blue light, transforming into a protective shield around her. Her speed also increased, and she hastily changed direction to separate. When she turned around, she was startled to find that Bai Xiaochun, who should have been at the back, was nowhere to be seen. Bai Xiaochun had retreated as soon as the wind began to blow. His personality favored stability and caution, so he possessed a sensitivity to danger far beyond that of ordinary people. At this moment, as the bats approached, he let out a cry, and they split into three groups, each pursuing one of the three people. In the forest, a cold smile appeared on Feng Yan's lips as he quickly put away a piece of incense in his hand. The reason these bats appeared was because of this incense. Even his decision to stop here and traverse the dense forest was because he had discovered this type of two-headed bat in this forest during a mission. Each one of them has a cultivation level no less than the third stage of the Cha condensation realm. Bai Xiaochun, you shouldn't blame me. Someone wants you dead. Feng Yan chuckled faintly, patted his storage bag, and took out a piece of black wood, blowing on it. The wood burst into flames, emitting black smoke. Immediately, the bats chasing him from behind let out sharp hisses, seemingly disgusted by the smoke, and scattered. Feng Yan smiled and very gently walked forward, gradually disappearing. In the forest, Bai Xiaochun's speed was very fast. Behind him, the bats were howling and chasing. But no matter how fast these bats sped up, they could never catch up with Bai Xiaochun. Before long, Bai Xiaochun had completely widened the distance between them. Occasionally, a flash of sword light would appear, and a bat would immediately let out a sharp cry and fall to the ground. Bai Xiaochun continued to run slowly for a while, and after the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he stopped, looked behind him, and frowned. These bats are strange, Bai Xiaochun mused as he walked back along the path, picking up a bat he had killed with his flying sword. After carefully examining it, his eyes suddenly lit up. This isn't a two-headed bat. This is a purple patterned bat. Although both are poisonous, Its fangs are the main ingredient for refining the second-grade blood-burning incense spirit medicine in the sect. This kind of material requires 50 contribution points to exchange for a portion. Bai Xiaochun was immediately overjoyed. This was information from the fifth heavenly spirit beasts, and not many people could recognize it. His heart stirred, and he hurriedly went to collect the bat carcasses. Before long, he had found more than 10. After extracting all their fangs, he was somewhat tempted. These bats seem very weak. Bai Xiaochun chuckled, a protective light shield appearing around his body as he began searching in the forest. Very quickly, a swarm of purple-patterned bats spotted him and flew towards him, howling. Bai Xiaochun's right hand formed a hand seal, and the speed of his flying sword instantly increased, hurtling straight towards the bats. Its speed was so fast that the bats hadn't even gotten close before they shrieked mournfully and were pierced through, falling to the ground. Although a few managed to get close, they were sent flying high into the air upon impact with the protective light shield surrounding Bai Xiaochun's body. Bai Xiaochun retrieved them all, feeling relieved that there was no real danger, and continued his search. He continued his search in the forest, and the number of fangs he collected increased steadily. 2 hours later, Feng Yan emerged from the dense forest, arriving at the prearranged mountain. He sat down cross-legged, a slight smile on his lips, silently waiting. Another hour passed, and Du Lingfei emerged, looking disheveled. Still frightened, she glanced back at the dark, dense forest before hurrying away. Upon reaching the mountaintop, she spotted Feng Yan, but a quick glance revealed no sign of Bai Xiaochun. Has Bai Xiaochun not arrived yet? She asked. Bai Xiaochun, you'd better pray for your own safety. Unfortunately, this twin-headed bat is incredibly agile in the darkness. If we were to rush in again, we might not even be able to protect ourselves. Feng Yan sighed softly, shaking his head with a wry smile. To make it seem more convincing, he didn't rest, instead feigning anxiety and staring intently at the forest. Du Lingfei remained silent. Although she disliked Bai Xiaochun, she didn't wish for his death. After all, they were fellow disciples. At this moment, she sat down cross-legged, gazing at the distant forest. After a long while, she sighed softly. Time passed, and soon it was dawn. Having waited all night, Du Lingfei still hadn't seen Bai Xiaochun, and a sense of unease had formed in her heart. He still hasn't come out. Bai Xiaochun is probably in grave danger. It's all my fault. If I hadn't suggested going through this forest, then junior brother Bai wouldn't have. Alas, Feng Yan stood up. After a sleepless night, bloodshot eyes and a look of grief filled his face as he gazed at the forest. Senior brother Feng, you shouldn't blame yourself. We didn't think there would be a twin-headed bat here either. Perhaps Bai Xiaochun isn't dead yet, but even if he is, as fellow disciples, we must take his body away. Du Lingfei's heart was filled with mixed emotions. She didn't know what to feel. Remembering Bai Xiaochun's appearance, although she still felt disgusted, she felt more reluctant since there wasn't any deep-seated hatred between them. Junior sister Du is right. No matter what, we can't give up. Feng Yan took a deep breath, nodded solemnly, and prepared to go down the mountain with Du Lingfei to search. But at that moment, they suddenly saw Bai Xiaochun yawning and staggering out of the forest, even stretching his back as he came out. Du Lingfei's eyes widened, and Feng Yan's expression beside her was even more one of disbelief, staring blankly at Bai Xiaochun as he slowly approached. Bai Xiaochun looked as if he just had a good night's sleep, his spirits high, while the two of them, having stayed up all night, were rather exhausted. Soon, Bai Xiaochun arrived at the mountain and, upon seeing them, hurried over to greet them. Good morning, senior brother Feng, senior sister Du. This forest was terrifying. My life was almost over. Bai Xiaochun had indeed rested very well. He had killed almost all the bats in the forest, not only reaping a great harvest, but also finally sleeping soundly inside a bat cave. A cold glint flashed in Feng Yan's eyes, but his outward expression was one of joy. It's good that nothing happened to junior brother Bai. We've been worried all night. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily, appearing normal, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Not long after, the three continued their journey without using a boat. After this incident, Bai Xiaochun suggested using a flying boat at night and walking during the day. Du Lingfei didn't object, and Feng Yan thought for a moment before nodding slightly. The three slowly traveled further and further along the Tongshan River, flying rapidly downstream. Time passed slowly, and soon a month had gone by. This month was the longest journey Bai Xiaochun had ever taken in almost half his life. He saw one towering mountain after another, one dense forest after another, the surroundings desolate and deserted, the entire world resembling a barbaric wasteland. Once, while the three of them were traveling, the ground suddenly trembled. Bai Xiaochun was horrified to discover that in a distant mountain range, a giant figure covered in countless hairs was slowly taking one step at a time. With each step the giant's foot landed, the ground shook. Such a colossal being made Bai Xiaochun gasp. There was also an incident at night when they were on a flying ship and suddenly thunder roared in the distance. Bai Xiaochun saw a bird as large as Xiangyun Mountain screaming as it flew past, countless lightning bolts flashing across its body, looking incredibly terrifying in the night. But what left the deepest impression on Bai Xiaochun was one day when they saw a small, short-legged beast with a head like a small mountain on the bank of the Tongshan River, being devoured in one gulp by a gigantic golden crocodile, tens of thousands of feet long. Its eyes were icy cold, and it glanced at the three of them, terrified by this sight. Just one glance caused their heads to spin, blood to spill from their mouths, and their heads ached terribly for days before they could recover. It's terrifying. It's terrifying outside. Bai Xiaochun trembled all over, muttering to himself repeatedly for a long time. Even though Feng Yan had been on many missions outside, he had never traveled this far. After witnessing scene after scene, his scalp tingled, not to mention Du Lingfei. Fortunately, none of the ferocious creatures they encountered along the way launched any attacks. At most, they only glanced at them. It seemed they possessed some kind of aura that didn't provoke these creatures' aversion. Bai Xiaochun guessed it was probably because they were disciples of the four sects, and those places within the boundless surrounding area belonged to the four sects' power. Thus, the three continued forward in fear, sending a fixed monthly message to the sect to inform them of their location. 2 months later, they finally reached the border of the Lingxi sect, the Luoxing mountain range. Along the way, Feng Yan wasn't unwilling to strike again in the shadows, but the various disturbances along the route had completely overwhelmed him. He had been terrified all day, and Bai Xiaochun's cautious nature, always staying close to Du Lingfei, made him too wary and prevented him from finding an opportunity to strike. So he remained patient. Now that they had arrived at the Luoxing mountain range, when Feng Yan looked at Bai Xiaochun, a sinister glint appeared in his eyes that went unnoticed by outsiders. This is a determination to kill me. How much hatred is there? Bai Xiaochun's heart sank. His careful and perceptive nature meant he understood Feng Yan's intentions perfectly. The Luoxing mountain range was a vast land of mountains stretching from north to south, seemingly without end, resembling a crouching dragon or serpent, as if dividing the land. Even looking into the distance, the sky beyond the mountain range seemed smaller than it was here, vaguely tinged with a blood-red hue. Legend says that countless years ago, a star fell from the sky, causing the ground to collapse, but a part of it rose up, creating this mountain range. It's teeming with dense forests, ferocious beasts, and rare herbs, making it a place of great danger, yet still attracting cultivators who venture in. This is the Falling Star mountain range, Du Lingfei said slowly. The journey had left her exhausted, and now that she had finally arrived, she breathed a sigh of relief. The last time Junior Brother Ho contacted the sect, the clue he left was in this area, Feng Yan said, patting his storage bag, revealing a compass-like artifact. On this magical artifact was a needle, which was now rapidly rotating. According to the sect's regulations, disciples who go out each month must transmit their location back to the sect. This spirit stream compass can help us find the place where Junior Brother Ho transmitted his location one last time. As he spoke, the needle on the compass suddenly stopped, pointing in a certain direction. Found it, Feng Yan's figure flashed forward. Du Lingfei's expression also changed slightly, and she followed. Bai Xiaochun looked at the Luo Crossing mountain range before him. Here, vegetation grew in dense forests, boundless and endless, like a vast, sprawling jungle. Occasionally, the sounds of birds and beasts could be heard, and even the faint growls of some ferocious beasts deep within could be faintly heard. Bai Xiaochun's expression became serious, and he activated the protective light shield of his jade pendant. After ensuring that he would be the first to notice any rustling of leaves or swaying grass, he cautiously moved forward, maintaining a certain distance from Feng Yan. Feng Yan and Du Lingfei followed ahead without stopping, flying swiftly through the Luo Crossing mountain range, gradually venturing deeper into a valley. The area was filled with trees, seemingly ancient, resembling pythons, with prominent protrusions at intervals. At night, these would undoubtedly startle anyone who saw them. After a while, the three stopped in a secluded spot deep within the valley. Feng Yan lowered his head and looked at the compass in his hand. The needle clearly pointed to a massive tree so thick it would take 10 people to encircle it. "Junior brother Bai, go and investigate," Feng Yan said, pointing to the tree. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, carefully examining the base of the large tree. After confirming there was nothing to worry about, he pressed his right hand on the jade pendant, and the blue light surrounding his body intensified slightly. He even took out some talismans and pasted them on his body before slowly approaching the tree. So afraid of death, why bother cultivating? Du Lingfei snorted coldly. She disliked Bai Xiaochun. Although she had risked her life many times along the way, his behavior always seemed to be one of extreme fear of death. Now that they had reached their destination, he was still like this, making her even more displeased. Bai Xiaochun didn't have time to pay attention to Du Lingfei. After carefully approaching the base of the tree, he took out a flying sword and tapped the bark, noticing a spot that appeared to have just sprouted. After cutting it open, they discovered a jade slip hidden inside. After taking the jade slip, Bai Xiaochun scanned it with his divine sense, his expression slightly changing. He then tossed it to Feng Yan. The jade slip contained only a single, nonsensical sentence. "I've uncovered some other clues. I must go to the Luo Chen family to verify them." Feng Yan read it, frowned, and then tossed it to Du Lingfei. Du Lingfei also frowned and pondered. "The Luo Chen family." After a long while, Du Lingfei murmured softly, turning to look deeper into the Luo Crossing mountain range. The Luo Crossing mountain range was vast and rich in resources. Such a place, within the territory of the Lingxi sect and bordering the Zushi sect, naturally required the Lingxi sect to station guards. This guarding family was the Luo Chen family. The Luo Chen family had many members and had resided in the Luo Crossing mountain range for 1,000 years. Every era has its foundation establishment ancestors, sufficient for both deterrence and protection. This mission even explicitly stated that if Bai Xiaochun and the other two encountered danger, they could contact the Luo Chen clan. But at this moment, Ho Yanfei's jade slip clearly pointed towards the Luo Chen clan. Moreover, it seemed that he disappeared after going to the Luo Chen clan to verify some matters. What do you think? Should we go to the Luo Chen clan and take a look? Feng Yan's gaze casually swept over Bai Xiaochun, then turned to Du Lingfei. "Feng's senior brother, Du's senior sister, finding this jade slip means our mission is complete. Safety is paramount. Why complicate things further?" Bai Xiaochun quickly spoke, his eyes scanning the surroundings. This place made him feel a little pressured. Du Lingfei hesitated. If they returned like this, she thought their contribution points would only be at a basic level. But if they uncovered a few more clues, their contribution points would increase. Seeing Du Lingfei hesitate, Feng Yan frowned slightly. He worried that if they returned like this, they wouldn't find an opportunity to kill Bai Xiaochun. So he calmly said, "My idea is to go to the Luo Chen family and take a look. Since we're already here, we can't just leave like this. We need to find out exactly what happened to Junior Brother Ho. Besides, we might even be able to get help from the Luo Chen family in the search. That way, our contribution points will increase significantly. Moreover, as long as we don't venture deep into the Luo Crossing mountain range, staying on the outskirts won't pose any danger." And that Luo Chen family, all the cultivation families within the territory of our Lingxi sect had the Lingxi sect's mark in their bloodlines. They've never betrayed us for generations. How dare they be disrespectful to us? Feng Yan said calmly, then glanced at Du Lingfei. Du Lingfei nodded slightly, feeling that Feng Yan's words made sense. "Okay, we'll go to the Luo Chen family and take a look." Perhaps senior brother Ho disappeared unexpectedly after leaving the Luo Chen family. Seeing Du Lingfei agree, Feng Yan smiled, looking at Bai Xiaochun in front of him, a faint icy chill appearing in his eyes. The mission is already complete. Why make it so complicated? Bai Xiaochun frowned. "If you're afraid of death, then don't follow." Du Lingfei ignored Bai Xiaochun, turned around, and flashed forward. "Junior brother Bai, this mission is under my responsibility. The three of us will advance and retreat together. If you don't go, you'll cause me trouble when we return to the sect." Feng Yan looked at Bai Xiaochun with a half smile, then also stepped forward. He believed Bai Xiaochun would definitely follow. Otherwise, with Du Lingfei as a witness, claiming he neglected his duty would be enough to cause him trouble at the law enforcement hall alone. Bai Xiaochun's face darkened, his blood pressure rising. As he watched Feng Yan's retreating figure, blood vessels gradually appeared in his eyes. Although he was afraid of death, he gradually realized that the only way to handle the situation now was for him to take the initiative and deal with Feng Yan first. Feng Yan, you forced me. Bai Xiaochun stood there in silence for a few breaths, finally bowing his head and rushing out in a flash, following Feng Yan and Du Lingfei. The three gradually disappeared into the forest. 2 hours later, the three walked without stopping. The sky had already turned to twilight, the setting sun fading in the distance, and the forest slowly darkening. We've arrived, Feng Yan suddenly spoke. The three stopped, and when they looked up, they all saw a sparse area in front of them, with many blue stones scattered on the ground. Within this area were several courtyards, forming a sizable building that, at first glance, could accommodate hundreds of people. However, it was twilight, a time that should have been the most bustling within a clan. Yet, time and again, the building was shrouded in darkness, silent and still, blending into the night and giving off a desolate feeling. 2 lanterns hung above the main gate, emitting a dim light. There was no wind, yet the lanterns swayed gently, making the 2 stone lions beneath them appear ominous and uncertain. This scene caused the expressions of Feng Yan and Du Lingfei to change. As for Bai Xiaochun, the moment he saw the building, a sense of danger suddenly surged within him. It felt as if every part of his body was screaming at him. Something's not right. A sudden jolt went through Feng Yan's heart. But before he could finish speaking, suddenly, with a creak, the main gate of the building slowly opened. A blast of cold wind blew in. Vaguely, a figure seemed to appear, silently and without warning. As soon as the main gate of the building opened, the three of them, Du Lingfei, Feng Yan, and Du Lingfei, looked back with vigilance. Bai Xiaochun, even more nervous, took out a bundle of talismans and plastered them all over his body, the sound of the talismans crackling loudly. A figure appeared standing on the main gate, holding a lantern, his whole being seemingly blending into the darkness of the place, his eyes filled with gloom as he looked towards the three of them. In the dim light of the lantern, the three vaguely recognized a young man before them with a calm gaze, his pale face devoid of any color, dressed in a long green robe. Seeing someone appear, Feng Yan and Du Lingfei both breathed a sigh of relief. The gloomy feeling that had permeated the place still lingered, but it seemed to have faded considerably. Fellow Taoist, the three of us are disciples of the Lingxi sect, and this visit is for an important matter we need to investigate, Feng Yan said, clasping his hands. At this moment, Du Lingfei suddenly noticed the layers of protective barriers surrounding Bai Xiaochun and involuntarily frowned. Bai Xiaochun didn't bother to pay attention to Du Lingfei's attitude. For some reason, this building and the young man who had just come out gave Bai Xiaochun a strong sense of danger. So you are fellow Taoists from the Lingxi sect, then please come inside to talk, the young man said gently. Immediately afterward, the lamp in his hand swayed, and in the dim light, his face flickered between bright and dark. After speaking, he took a few steps back and turned to enter. The large gate swung open, as if waiting for Bai Xiaochun and the other to step inside. Feng Yan hesitated for a moment but took the first step, followed by Du Lingfei. Bai Xiaochun glanced around, then gritted his teeth and cautiously followed, entering the building. As soon as they entered, the main gate slammed shut with a click. The 2 lanterns swayed even more, and the eyes of the 2 stone lions below suddenly moved, slowly turning blood red. Inside the building, along the small path paved with blue stones, there were rock gardens and plants, but even under the moonlight, these images remained hazy. Only the lantern in the hand of the young man in front emitted a flickering light, swaying with each step. The 4 walked along this blue stone path, surrounded by silence. It seemed as if this place and the outside world were 2 completely separate realms. At this moment, to everyone's right were several fruit trees laden with pink fruit. There was no wind in the courtyard, yet for some reason, the fruit swayed and rustled. Du Lingfei and Feng Yan were on high alert, while Bai Xiaochun, walking behind, constantly looked around. The swaying fruit gave him a very strange feeling. As time passed, he even smelled a faint but distinct scent of fresh blood. Bai Xiaochun's heart skipped a beat, and just as he was about to speak, the fruit on the trees suddenly fell to the ground and rolled away. Each fruit had a smiling child's face drawn on it, as if someone had deliberately painted it on. The fruit then smiled at Bai Xiaochun and his group, saying, "Naya, Naya, Naya, everyone, how are you?" They even sprouted extra arms and legs. A whole group of them, waving their arms, quickly ran towards Bai Xiaochun and his companions, surrounding Du Lingfei, Feng Yan, and Bai Xiaochun, whose faces were still contorted with disbelief. They even let out joyful laughter. And he said, "You must listen, don't cry, only laugh. Red fruit is the best." These fruits circled around Bai Xiaochun and the others, their voices pleasant to the ear. As they approached, a sweet aroma wafted into their faces, but this sweet scent almost made them vomit. Some of the fruits even reached the young man, but he ignored them, stomping them underfoot. However, the crushed fruits crawled back up, continuing their cheerful, strangely melodious song. "What kind of monstrous thing is this?" A glint flashed in Feng Yan's eyes. He flicked his sleeve, creating a gust of wind that swept through the fruit. Many fruits were tossed up, falling and shattering, but they still stood up and continued to happily run around everyone as before. Bai Xiaochun's whole body was covered in goosebumps, and he activated his protective light shield to envelop his body. Du Lingfei's face turned pale. Seeing the fruits holding hands and singing made her even more frightened. She suppressed the nausea in her heart, gritted her teeth, and her phoenix eyes revealed a cruel look. She was about to raise her hand to chant a spell when the fruits suddenly showed an expression of extreme fear. "Auntie has arrived." They quickly ran back to the fruit trees, jumping back to their original positions on the trees, their smiling faces disappearing, leaving only the same ordinary fruits as before. These are some kind of spiritual fruits that our ancestor brought back from deep within the Luo Crossing mountain range. They seem to love to sing. What do you three fellow Taoists think of their singing? The young man from the Luo Chen family, still walking forward, didn't turn around but suddenly asked. Feng Yan and Du Lingfei's expressions turned grim. They merely snorted coldly and continued walking. Bai Xiaochun, behind them, felt a chill run down his spine. As he continued walking, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be more footsteps here. Clatter, clatter, clatter. He didn't know when this had started, but now the footsteps weren't those of 4 people, but 5. Perhaps from the moment they first entered the building, these footsteps had followed them, but because they were distracted by the fruits, no one had noticed. But the silence was so profound that everything was clearly audible. Bai Xiaochun listened carefully, then his whole body trembled. He discovered that the extra footsteps were right behind him. He even felt a chill down his neck, as if someone was breathing right behind him. Did y'all hear that extra footsteps? Bai Xiaochun felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Feng Yan, who was walking ahead, also suddenly changed his expression. He had also heard the extra footsteps. Du Lingfei's pupils also contracted, her breathing becoming rapid. The footsteps of all 3 stopped, and at the same time, the footsteps suddenly disappeared. Bai Xiaochun was filled with fear, but he gritted his teeth and turned around. As soon as he turned, he suddenly saw a woman in a red dress standing right behind him. The woman, dressed in a flowing red robe, her face ashen, wore a cunning smile as she glanced at Bai Xiaochun. Her lips moved slightly, as if about to say something. "The fire is still short. Help me out." This sudden turn of events startled Bai Xiaochun, causing him to jump and let out a mournful scream. But as he retreated, the woman instantly transformed into a flash of red light and vanished. Bai Xiaochun's face turned pale. He looked around, but there was nothing there, only his scream echoed, reverberating in all directions. Du Lingfei and Feng Yan were terrified, their minds reeling. Even though they saw no one, they felt a chill run down their spines. The voice was almost imperceptible, like a lullaby to soothe a child to sleep. Yet in such a quiet space, it couldn't help but send shivers down one's spine. "Good child, go to sleep quickly. The gentle breeze is just making the fire flicker. There's no need to stop it, and don't shout playing tricks." Feng Yan was full of anxiety, raising his hand to chant a spell, and a flying sword appeared, circling around. Just then, the young man carrying the lantern ahead suddenly turned around. The lantern in his hand flickered, making him look hazy and indistinct. "Why aren't you going? Come here, come here." The young man's face was full of a smile, but it looked sinister. "We probably won't go in anymore. This time we're here to investigate the disappearance of a fellow disciple. Do you remember, about 5 months ago, seeing our fellow disciple come here?" Feng Yan took a deep breath and asked directly, his eyes filled with fierce and ruthless intent. Du Lingfei had also taken out his magic weapon beforehand, and now he was also highly focused. "No," the young man holding the lantern replied softly. His voice suddenly became indistinct and uncertain, as if it had merged with the singing voice. "Clan members, why aren't you here?" Du Lingfei suddenly asked. "I went out on business." "Have you finished asking your questions?" The smile on the young man's face widened, his lips curving into an unbalanced grin. "We're done." "Then we'll take our leave," Feng Yan quickly replied and retreated, as did Du Lingfei. Bai Xiaochun, meanwhile, quickly stepped back before the other two. "Since you don't want to come in, then you'll just have to stay here with us," the young man's laughter echoed, his mouth seemingly torn in a long gash, as if it would split his head in two. The lamp in the man's hand suddenly turned green, making the entire building even darker and more dim. As he spoke, he flew straight towards Feng Yan. Feng Yan's expression changed, and he quickly chanted a spell pointing his finger, sending the flying sword hurtling forward. But the young man showed no sign of dodging, allowing the sword to pierce his body. He then charged forward with a sinister smile, his jaw hanging low as he lunged at Feng Yan. Feng Yan's breathing quickened, and he continuously retreated. Then, gritting his teeth, he took out a black pill and threw it to the ground. A loud explosion followed. The pill exploded upon impact. Feng Yan, having attacked the young man directly, was thrown back by the force of the impact. The man was covered in countless wounds, but he seemed oblivious to the pain, still grinning sinisterly as before. Then, like a kite soaring in the wind, he continued to attack. Where the black elixir struck, countless interwoven lines appeared. These lines seemed to be formed from threads of death energy, rapidly intertwining as if trying to close the gap. "There's a formation here. It's the Yinming formation," Feng Yan exclaimed in shock upon seeing the lines. At that moment, the blue stones beneath Du Lingfei's feet began to move, a pair of eyes appeared, and then two withered, stick-like arms emerged, resembling a dried corpse. Looking closely, one could see something long and narrow like a thread wriggling beneath, grabbing Du Lingfei's feet. "You're hurting us by stepping on us. Come here, come and stay with us." From within the blue paving stones, a chilling voice rang out. Its meaning so clear it sent shivers down anyone's spine. Du Lingfei's face turned pale, and he quickly raised his hand, chanting a spell and pointing a finger. A small talisman in her storage bag suddenly flew out, forming two rings of mist that wrapped around her body to protect her. Then a flying sword shrieked as it shot out, its bright light severing the arm that was gripping her leg, and she quickly retreated. As for Bai Xiaochun, in that instant, the woman's singing voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Don't stop me, and don't scream."